fighting to breathe. lost who we are. Now we got a fresh start. The pieces in the puzzle no longer falling apart. Yeah, we run through the night. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. I'll make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front, and I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times or pain? I can help you to learn how everything will work out. Always for the better. Don't get stressed out. No, never. Gotta be a hard worker, a little clever. I go all out with every endeavor. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Let's go. Watch me ride out. I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy.
After a crazy round number 3, we enter our final round of the LCK regular season for 2026. Round 4 starts right now. Digon here alongside Hooney and Wadid to get you set up as we kick off week number 12. How's it going, y'all?
I'm doing well. You know, it's gonna be better than last week, so.
True.
We'll see.
It cannot be worse, right?
Not for Hooney.
Has to be.
Might be worse for you. 9
Might
out
be
of
worse
10
for me.
predictions. We'll get to all that in just a bit as we take a look at the Woody One Wonder Play. This is the most meaningful or entertaining moment from each round. They come faster now because the rounds are shorter. And this one comes from the Giga Chad in the mid lane himself, Roamer, and his massive lock play here, the pentakill that saved the game.
Enemy team got Ocean Drake Soul, but it doesn't matter. This is the only one play that they could actually make it better for them, and it was Lock Pentakill by Roamer, and it was such an unexpected moment, but at the same time, such a clutch outplay from Brion.
Yeah, and enemy teams is sieging at the inhibitor turret. Like, the window is like, was so narrow. And it's like, look at their smiling. Like, they even knew that themselves, like, this is like, it's gonna be a really hard game, but they actually made it out through it.
There it is. Roamer also popping off with the dance moves. It was Bromer stepping up huge there. And that was last round's wonder play by Udi Bank. As we take a look at the standings after 3 rounds of play, and not much movement here, but even closer are the standings. Only 2 series difference between D+ and T1, first and fifth. And on the opposite side, only 1 series difference between Hanjin Brion in first of the Rise group and Nongshim Red Force. It's all very, very close, but also big news out of the Rise group. It's that the DN Automotive Supers went 50% in that last round, and a lot of it had to do with that man on your screen right there, Charvel, doing fantastic. He wanted to take some of the mental weight off of the team, who's been carrying a lot of losing memories recently, and he wanted to be a jungler who leads the team with strong shot calling like Peanut. It feels very rewarding to feel like I'm holding up the team right now, he says. Charvel has made a huge difference on this squad.
I mean, 100%. Like, I could easily see as soon as he chopped me in for the team, the DNS. I think it's like the team play style, it got extremely changed. Like, which is like, it was way more creative, way more proactive. They're the one actually trying to make a play and playing our own objective. Like, everything was like way more organized. So I think it was a really nice to see, and it's like it's really good for him individually, for as a player too.
Not only because of his playstyle, but also the atmosphere, the attitude that he brings for the team is like sending a message towards the other teams who's struggling nowadays about like the gameplay or the atmosphere. I think Chevelle kind of brought up like the topic that it's not only about the gameplay, it's of the mental mindset. And I think he brought up for the DNS complete new idea for the team.
Well, he's been Charvelous for the DN Automotive Supers, but what was not so Charvelous was the predictions of the man that came up with that word that I just said.
No.
Hooney with 2 and 10. It was the Hoon watch there at the very end. We're waiting to see if he was going 0 and 10, and secretly, what did 9 and 10? No one else getting more than 6. Atlas did a pretty good job last week.
I mean, as I said, I'm sending my predictions when I just walk up at the Monday, you know, like without any like overthinking.
Fresh.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about all the members. No, I just pick the teams and just go for it, you know. That's how you predict. You don't have to think about it.
I guess I was not vibing the last week.
Exactly.
Well, you know, we were trying to figure out why was it so why was it so hard to predict? Well, we have 2 causes here. One of them is the gameplay. The gameplay at times have been inconsistent, and you kind of question what's going on here. Here's one of the clips that we had from D+ versus KT.
This is what we call fundamental. This is such a basic macro from Showmaker. You got the TP advantage, you push the top lane, so you have the tempo ahead of the enemy mid lane, so you move towards the mid lane. That's the basic textbook macro, right? But it's not working out if you just do the autopilot thing here.
Yeah, just skip it. He skipped the part, right? Like the one part, he didn't wait for enemy to show up at the minion and at the turret. They were not like, they knew that they're not actually just clearly farming. So like they should expect, like DK should expect that KT is doing something different because they were the one actually down tempo and they're the one actually using the, you know, trying to punish the enemy mistake, and that's the actually the game decided, like, which is I think the really heavy focus on early game scrimmage champion, which is, you know, Nolis, Olaf, Pantheon, like even Rise, like you're heavily focused on all the objective, and this is the game actually decided who's gonna win at the 15-minute first Herald, second Drake. Like it's so important to not actually making mistakes.
Yeah, and in round 3, you pick any game, and there's a very similar story of one kind of mistake with information that you have around 15 minutes, and then the game started to close on out. That was one part of it. The other part, take your notebooks out because it's time to go to draft school and figure out what picks have been so hot. Specifically, Olaf back from this road to MSI that Doran pulled out. Since then, it's just been a terror.
I mean, it reminds me Ambessa when Doran played first in the Road to MSI, like into Sion. Everyone was kind of surprised. And also, I think Olaf was the same thing. I thought it was just a Doran special. Now it's becoming more common picks for the top laners. And I asked Kuni, what's the counter for Olaf?
Nothing.
What do you mean nothing?
You can't counter this X guy, man. Like I think the pre-nerf Gnar, especially, I think it was doing well until, like, you know, like a later game, especially when Gnar gets some item, mini Gnar especially. Right now, I think the Olaf is just strong. It's like playing 2v2. I mean, look at this clip. Like, he doesn't even care. Even enemy support was at the brush, hiding there, and just trying to 2v1, and it's not even working. And it's like, the point is, like, if you make one mistake, one disrespect just for 3 seconds, like this, you get instantly punished, and you're gonna get behind whole game, and which is, I think that's extremely tough situation for top laner, especially these days. Right now, is I think the TP situation, they get really awkward, like playing around objective. Like there was a one game also, like top laner just walk down, run down to the bottom and help out the Drake. Like that's the meta right now, and Olaf is the best champion for that.
Yeah, even that last one when Ambessa lands the ult there, you just, you know, go untargetable, and then all of a sudden you win that fight. It feels tough. Olaf has been a big pick. And one that was heating up all the time, was getting banned all the time, now finding itself at equilibrium, was Rumble. Rumble, 50%, 7 wins, 7 losses. Playable now here, Huni, and getting picked a lot.
Yeah, it's the most pick in round 3, and I will say it's not OP. Like, you're gonna lose if you're bad at it. If you're not comfortable, you can't pick it in blind because there's so many champions that you're gonna get countered by tanks, like Yorick, like you see Orange Shan, Katorgaf, any random tank, even Mundo will counter a Rumble, right? Like, I think you have to be really comfortable to pick and play throughout, like through the early game stuff, like first grubs, first Drake. Like, you have to be impactful, otherwise you're gonna get falls off.
Yeah, Rumble has been uniquely not played against Olaf, which I think is funny. But then we've got the premium pick that has cropped up here in round 3, and it's Poppy. Surprisingly, super banned here. 41 times, only picked once at support.
Yeah, only picked as support, but 41 bans. I think the reason why Poppy is perma-banned is because the meta champions right now in the jungle and support is all getting countered by Poppy. You can literally see from the graphic, Jarvan, Lee Sin, Vi, and Pantheon, and Shen, Camille, Alista, Leona, you just press W and you can literally block them dashing. So I think that's the main reason why the teams are more target banning jungle to make your jungler better. So literally every single team is doing the same strat for the first game. You ban out Lee Sin, Vi, Poppy, and you first pick Jarvan. I think some teams also like bans Israel for that draft plan. And also on top of that, you kind of like have struggled with the Camille support, but now we found a solution, which is Shen. So that's why teams are more blind picking Shen, because it seems like it's just the strongest support, and also it fits on the roaming meta as well. But I think you have that Lisa as well because of movement speed buff. So I feel like draft is just so confusing, you know? There's so many picks you have to think about.
Yeah, and again, a lot of these popping up starting this beginning round. And now we move to the mid-bot priority picks. These are your damage dealers. Huni, let's start with you in the mid lane. We've got Rise, we've got Cassio, and we've got Orianna.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of mid, like, which is, I think it's just, you know, you have to prio, I think the high pressure, early pressure, especially with the Rise and Cassiopeia, like, which is, I think that's gonna be for the game 1 especially, because I think you just push mid and go to side lane. That's right now, it's such a default. Like you just have to do no matter what as a mid lane, and then helping out the jungler, helping out the support to get actually vision down. And right now, I think that's why it fits so much better with especially Ryze and Casio, who can actually just push 24/7 no matter what, and play for prio, play for pressure, play for skirmish. This champion is required for mid lane.
And for the bot lane, we've got some classic AD carries, but still does the same job as AP mages on the bot lane. So that means Gina and Cork and Ezreal gets the early push, but it also does decent in the mid late game. I think the main issue with the AP mages in the bot lane is because even though you have such a great snowballing from the early game, it's really hard to deal with the Nashor because you can't really kill the Nashor with it. So that's why LCK teams are more bringing up those kind of safe idea for the bot lane. On top of that, you have the Lucia Melio, such as like strongest combo on the bot lane. So I feel like more classic AD carries are in the bot lane now.
Which is surprising because this round kicked off with a lot of those mages bot, which leads us to this week's.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
D-God's fact of the week. This hand, I always do it wrong. All right, so we've got our competitors here, both of them LCK veterans. Let's start off with competitor number one. It's Mr. Hooney, who went 2-10 in predictions last week.
Shame.
so sad.
That was not good. And his opponent, also playing in the LCK, played for Griffin. That's crazy. Was pretty good at predictions. It's Mr. Wadded, 9-10.
I was not good at Griffin, so should be better at the prediction at least.
I didn't. That wasn't me. That was not me. He said that. Let's get into this week's fact. Did you know that in round 3, bot mages were all the rage, but it didn't do so well? So, what was its win percentage in round 3? Here's your hint. It was played 12 times.
12 times. I remember Victor went like 0-4. And I think some of teams played like
Wait, there's no
Syndra. 12 games?
It's just percentage.
Percentage?
And it didn't, yeah, it's just
12
percentage.
games.
So give me a percent
So
that they won. How many games?
what's the percentage of like 2 wins, 10 loses?
Okay, well, just 2 wins,
I'm not
10
good at
loses.
mathematics.
That works.
That works? Okay,
Yes.
2 wins, 10 loses.
Okay.
I was gonna do the same, but I'll do the 3-9 then.
Okay, 3-9, 2-10. So I think that's
It can't be
16%, 3-9. It was 2-10. Wadid's prediction streak continues. His math skills leave a little bit to be desired, but he gets it right. 4 losses for the victor. It was 1 win for Ziggs, 1 win for Talia, and then a loss each for Casio and Mel.
No more AP mages on the ball lane.
No more.
Wins
It's
were,
gonna make you lose the game.
Wins were Guma and Charvel, I believe. Yeah, or Guma and Duckdom, I believe. I'll have to double check that one. No more mages in the bot lane here in the LCK, maybe around the world. As we take a look at this week's matchups, it starts with the DN Automotive Supers looking to continue to play upset maker against Nongshim. Then KT and D+, both those matches we played over the weekend. Here are the picks from everybody. Hooney.
Yeah, I chose the Genji against HLE, which is, you know, last time. It wasn't really last week. And I think the series was really, really close. I think I would like to see the matchup, the revenge again.
Well, I see T1 Genji, and that's my match of the week. And also, we all know what happened before. Genji had the roadshow, and they couldn't win a single game. And now they're in the T1 home ground. New storyline.
You guys picked the wrong match. It's actually
the
the final match of this week. It's Kiwoom DRX and Hanjin Brion in a very important Rise Group matchup. And specifically for Hanjin Brion and Coach Song and Teddy, Kiwoom DRX are 3-0 against Hanjin Brion. They have not given up a win to their former coach and former player. That's going to be the one I'm watching here.
I agree. But why do you get to have your own graphic there?
Let's take a look at the predictions here for this week, as we have a couple. Oh, at the end of the week, that's where it gets a little spicy. Everyone kind of agreeing here on T1, except Atlas. A 2D plus win week. That's kind of crazy.
And
then Genji, Hanwha, look at those.
And one Wolf from the DN Supers.
Man,
Spicy.
this is not good for us, you know. I think we are all predicting most of the same things, especially like DK, KT, KRX, BNK. Oh man, This week is gonna be even worse, I think.
What did Wolf mean by that?
I don't know. man.
Wolf has some interesting picks there.
We never know. We never know. We
He's
never know.
cooking.
I just love the fact that we have Legend and Rise group. Every day there's a banger, and because the teams are so close in terms of skill level, like, it's always entertaining.
Everything is inspiring, you know. Even like Ulf got inspired by my prediction, so that's why he got gambling. You know? He went to like full gamble this week. I feel like.
Huni, who'd you pick for this first match? Nongshim DNS.
I gotta go with Nongshim, man. I think it was just the flick.
Yeah, Nongshim. It had to be, right? Did I?
I don't know. I will say,
do you mean, did
the
I?
DN Automotive Supers did defeat a couple of tough teams in Genji and Hanwha Life Esports in the Caspa Cup just yesterday. Will they be able to continue that role? Let's find out. We'll see you after game number 1.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
아, 너무 세게 치셨어요. 줄 다시 서시면
파이팅! 정신 파이팅!
샤벨 DN스포츠 화이팅!
중심 레드포스 화이팅!
Good afternoon and welcome to the LCK. We are back here for this matchup. The DN Supers up against Nongshim Red Force, our Rise matchup today. I'm Valdez with me as Wolf, and we have seen this matchup very recently, Wolf.
Yes, we have. So has anyone ever commentated the DN Supers 2 days in a row before, besides us? Okay? No one has. Has anyone ever commentated the DN Supers winning twice in a row, besides us? I don't think so. Has anyone ever commentated the DN Supers beating Genji 2-0, then beating Hanwha Life Esports 3-0, besides us?
Yes.
Anyone ever commentated DN Supers after they're on a 4-match winning streak? Besides us? No. Has anyone
No.
ever commentated DN Supers in a best of 5?
No.
Except us? No, I don't
No.
think so. I think we're the Supercasters, and I predicted DN Supers this week. They have a remaining schedule, as you can see here, in terms of the round 3 standings as well. They're 2-2 with everybody else. They're firing on all cylinders right now. They beat Nongshim last time around, just at the end of, or last week before they flipped the round robin, go to the second part of it here. And I think they're going to do it, Valdez. Yes, they beat Hanwha's Challengers team yesterday, but they beat real Gen.G, they beat real Nongshim, they beat real Kiwoom DRX. They didn't mention the Hanwha part, but they are mentioning the Gen.G part here.
2018 summer wildcard match. What teams were those? I mean, I guess it was the Afrika Freaks, right?
Could have been KSV in 2018.
Yeah.
Post Samsung, so right before they rebranded to Gen.G.
Yeah. So
the renaming phase.
A long time. And yes, it was online. Yes, it wasn't the LCK, but it was still real Gen.G, and we still did have Heimerdinger top from Keen, which didn't work. So going to be pretty interesting to see how DNS fare here. I think they are heavily favored up against Nongshim tonight. That is one thing that I can bet on. And, you know, I also did predict DNS for today. I did not predict them against BNK4X like you did later on in the week.
It was Keen, Spirit, Kuro, Kramer, and Tucson.
Wow.
Against Kube, Ambition, Fly, Ruler, and Core JJ. Before Core JJ left us. And also before Fly left us. Much before Fly left us, but...
Yeah. I mean, the only person on the roster who's around still is Ruler, here in Korea at least. Obviously, Core JJ still going strong. And Cube was on our recent content, so you know.
Yeah. So, DN Supers, they have been on a tear. They are playing better than they ever have. Yes, online asterisk. Yes, Challengers team asterisk. Yes, Gen.G played badly asterisk. But they already beat this team. That was the start of their streak. And now we're just wondering, how deep does it go? Is this team just good right now? By the way, we didn't mention this. If they beat T1 in Daejeon on Monday, they will face this team and this roster in the Kespa Cup Finals. So, in a way, could be the Kespa Cup Finals preview right here.
Yeah.
Minimized into a best of 3. Guys, I think a lot of people have been paying attention to Kespa Cup and how DN Supers have been looking there. That same form hasn't translated yet to the LCK stage, despite their win against Nongshim, because that was a very messy series, as was their QM DRX victory in Kespa Cup. But the game started getting cleaner from there. Charvel, self-proclaimed, could be the best Kiana in the world, playing some amazing Kiana games, and he is looking really on form right now.
Yeah, I think
scaring Pyoshik fans everywhere.
I think it says a lot that he's really the first guy that kind of made me feel like Kiana could be played decently often in pro. I mean, we've seen it from a lot of other players who, you know, we heard that the rumblings, oh, it's really good in scrims, you know, they're going to pull it out, Lucid's playing it, all the big names are playing it, and it just kind of fell flat, but then he plays it, and I'm like, oh, okay, I kind of see what you can do with this. Also, the other thing about the online and the Kespa Cup and this and that is that while the teams that DNS were playing against maybe weren't 100%, DNS themselves just looked so much better, so much more confident, hitting all the timings, the win conditions, understanding drafts, which were also very good. Just feels like this team has leveled up a lot.
I believe, as far as I know, first time Kiana has won here domestically was in that series against Gen.G. He won a second game on it, so now he's 2-0 here in Korea. Not in the LCK yet. We still haven't had a Kiana win in the LCK, period. No one has ever won with that champion. She's like 0-8 or something like that at this moment in time. But I expect that we will see it. I expect it will be played today, and maybe Charvel can go 1-1 on the pick after that failed flash Q of Legend.
I mean, he did that. He fell behind. He's an assassin jungler. The games that he won on them, he was hitting 2 items extremely quick because they're cheap lethality items. And, yeah, it really did snowball kind of out of control. If you pick Jarvan into him, he will play it, regardless of what is going on. And He also does the Peanut emote thing. He says he looks up to Peanut. He wants to be a big shot caller, jungler, just like Peanut. But he also
B
very
emotes.
much, yeah, the B emotes, the other emotes, taunting the players, very aggressive style. Hey,
He's unlocked. Mysteriously vanished last week, but is back.
yeah.
So that's good. But
We
didn't see it in
free
Kespa
the
Cup.
tree.
Yeah, we didn't see it in Kespa Cup, so I don't. Get out of classic runes. What are you doing, Doo-Doo? Dude's looking at his classic runes, man. What's he doing?
Yeah.
He's got other plans after this. He's like, look, I mean, got to play classic to get ready for Kespa Cup. This is regular season pretty done here for LCK. 3-19. Now, we've talked a lot about DNS because they have been on such a tear. They have surprised everyone with their results. But Nongshim need this win badly. It means nothing for DN Supers to win today, so the pressure is extremely off. And that's where they have found their biggest success, is since Duda was in his runes, we're remaking. I just made that part up, but it might be related.
He has a little smirk, you know. I don't know. It could be. It could be true. There is a small chance. And yeah, we're going to get in the draft in just a second. So yeah, I mean, lots of pressure on Nongshim, who just lost to DNS at the end of last week and lost to Bro earlier last week as well. So, you know, it hasn't been all flying colors for DNS. Earlier last week, they did get 2-0'd by Hume DRX, but what we've seen over the last 5 or so days has definitely been better for DNS.
That is true. For Nongshim, you absolutely need to win this matchup. It is imperative to make sure that you can keep yourself in contention for play-ins. Rumble and Poppy banned here by the DN Supers first. Charvel's Vi will be taken away, which we have not seen find a lot of success recently in round 3 here at the LCK. Peter's Camille, a little bit of a different story. Having a lot of fun on that pick. Not necessarily in the early laning phase, but outside of it, as Nocturne will be the final ban here for DN Supers. And now I wonder what the game plan is here. They're leaving all the mid lanes up because we've seen a little bit more giving over the Orianna as of late as well.
Yeah, I think you banned Cassiopeia, especially with Nocturne taken away, just because first pick Cassiopeia feels a lot stronger if you don't have to deal with Orianna and Nocturne together. But they're going to ban Shen instead, so both of those big supports taken away from Peter.
I find this to be interesting because Bard is also up.
Yeah. And his Bard was awesome in Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
I gave him 2 POGs.
So I think
He
Lahens
didn't win them, but
I think Lahens is going to have to take that away. So they won't necessarily get the counterpick to the Cassiopeia right here. Although I suppose they can and still get the Bard. So they could go Orianna Bard here. And Orianna and Bard do pair well
or
together.
Orianna Jarvan.
Well, that's the more common pick, but Duckdom and Peter get Caitlyn Bard if they want it now, which is pretty scary, especially with how well they've been playing those picks right now and how good Duckdom has been historically on the Caitlyn. So we're Nongshim Red Force watching because you guys are in the finals. You got to study up. They're coming for you, Nongshim.
I hope so.
As it is just going to be the Lee Sin priority here instead, which also makes sense because Charvel's a great Lee Sin. It's actually been target banned against him a ton in recent days. And I would argue this is his best pick, even better than his Kiana. So that one comes here first,
Yeah.
even though the Kiana has been a more common response into the Jarvan.
Yeah, I see a lot of Cassiopeia Lee Sin if it gets left open too, so looks like they just want to go for that 1-2. It does mean that they don't get that bottom duo, but they do get this guy, Wolf.
Kingen gonna play Heimerdinger?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Maybe Jax.
I think Jax is much more likely. And I think that will be slam locked here, in fact. Jax is also a great ball carrier for the Orianna. We've got the Jarvan already.
Yeah, you can threaten Lulu Comps as well.
The Jax Olaf matchup is incredibly volatile. Even though Jax is considered a counter pick, if you mess it up, you're really far behind. Oh, it's my favorite. It's Kled. I finally get to cast a Kled game in the LCK. Oh, I love it. This has been hovered a ton as a counter pick. Has never been picked this year. And actually, I think it has not been picked in the LCK domestically here for several years. That's a Broken Blade special. And we're not going to see him playing it today. It's Kingen instead. As the Lucian gets banned away, the Bard obviously not going to make it through if they do not take it. So that one's gone now as well. Maybe a Lulu ban here could be considered. Got a great front line
Yeah, Lulu seems pretty strong in general. Lucian gets taken away, so no Lucian Melia lock.
Lock bottom lane, I think was. I mean, that's kind of a Nongshim flavored thing to do, but I don't think that DNS were planning on it in this draft.
Yeah, I don't think you really have to worry about that. Seems like a pretty interesting ban, but maybe they know something we don't.
In the very beginning of Kespa Cup, we did see lock played in the bottom lane a few times, but has not really been ever since. Peter's got aura. The cameraman got a little spooked, but it's fine.
Yeah, don't zoom in too close to Peter. He'll get you. So now they have to pick a solo pick.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a blind pick. I think the support is probably the better option, unless I guess you want to get Ezreal here. There's not a lot of counters to this, but you are walking face first potentially into a Callista lane, which is very scary. And we have seen Duckdom just recently pick up a POG. We saw POGs in Kespa Cup.
Yeah.
He picked up POG on that close to pick. And Peter's smiling. Could be the Callista Renata angle. You left that one open, but instead they're looking for the Jhin, which works really well with Olaf and is strong in lane.
Yeah. If you go something like Jhin Karma, though, for a strong lane, you don't have much engage. Maybe they go something like Jhin Rel, but then you're at the risk of facing into Ezreal Karma, so kind of an interesting spot for them.
Do they just play Jhin Karma themselves? I don't think you can. I think you need engage. I think you have to play like Nautilus. Yeah. I think that's probably where we're headed here. Alternatively, could have gone Leona. And for the side of Nongshim Red Force, they have a lot of engage in this draft. So, not to mention Kled's Burst. So they probably could just go for the Karma to win the lane in this one. It's not Lehen's favorite. To guarantee you, he wants to play Leona. So I think we're really at a crossroads here between whether they want to win the lane hard or play a more even lane, which they still win, in my opinion, but then have a little bit more engaged with their Jarvan Orianna setup. Leona can kind of be a ball carrier in some cases, but it's already great setup with the Jarvan here anyways. Time ticking down. Leona less good into the Olaf, to be honest, but they are going to opt for it. I think this is a Lehen's preference choice here in this one.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think also maybe a little bit less volatile into the Lee Sin because, you know, if Karma's out of position, you're trying to poke, you get hooked or rooted, and Lee Sin's there, you just kind of die. Whereas Leona has a bit of sticking power, a bit more tanky.
I like
a good matchup in the Nautilus anyway.
I like the draft better for Nongshim Red Force. I think they have really easy setup. They've got strong lanes, and they also have this Kled pick, which I'm sure we're probably going to be taking and looking at under a microscope here, where you could take those bursty trades, especially at level 3, into the Olaf, and then just kind of wear him down. If he tries to all-in you jump off Skarl, start shotgunning to buy space, and it is a little bit awkward for the Olaf if he's not ahead. It's a really tough matchup to play Olaf the way you'd want to because of Skarl and how that all works out for the Kled. So we'll see what Kingen can get done here. Kingen is definitely a bit of an innovator, I would say, in the top lane. He likes to play the matchup everybody's talking about, that everyone's playing in solo queue. He's often the very first person to pull out the top Anivia that everyone's been practicing, for example. And this time, it'll be the Kled into the Olaf.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this one is going to go. A lot of our teams have been trying to figure out how to deal with the man with the axes in the top lane. Will this be the answer? We'll have to see as we hop on the rift for game number 1. Alrighty, game number 1 of match 111.
The DNS fans did not do they did the fan chant like it was an echo. It just kept going.
Yeah.
It was a big one, and then there was like a smaller one, and then another one, and then like 2 more people.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys were able to hear that, but it was kind of funny.
Closer has been the shining light of this squad. I mean, outside of Charvel, I suppose, but it's really been the mid-jungle duo. Closer was quite good even when they were losing a lot. So I think that's the thing about Closer. He's just a strong player with not the best team around him. And now that he's got the team performing, he's been doing even better with all that support.
Yeah.
So that's been nice to see. His Cassiopeia has been deadly.
Now, we do have a all-in here for Lehens potentially.
Yeah. Well, they got the cleanse. Cleanse really good against Leona.
Is a flash in exchange, and we'll see if that, next Zenith Blade for Lehens will be able to set up for a play without it. And if it does onto Duckdom, then that could be a big problem without that cleanse. This top matchup, by the way, the cleanse is a counter pick, but at the early levels especially, both these players going Conqueror and Exhaust, it is incredibly volatile. Like, it doesn't get more volatile than this.
Aftershock down. Good trade here from Lehens, although Diablo actually took a decent amount of damage too. But they have pressure in bot, and they have this wave stacking, so they're not in any danger, but could have been a little bit better, I suppose. But I like going in for the trade when the Aftershock is down.
I'm curious to see if Charvel wants to actually gank here, considering Lehens doesn't have flash. Might actually come over and at least try to get some pressure relieved right now. There's a ping onto him right away, which was kind of weird. I don't wonder who did that, but he is coming down. Maybe just reminding Peter now's the time.
Yeah, they're looking for Lehens, who does get the Q stun, and now they're just trying to set up the hook here. It should be free food for the bottom lane of DNS. There's no way for Lehens to get away, and that is first blood for the Lee Sin of Charvel.
They had a ward on the Raptor camp for Nongshim. Knew the Jarvan wasn't there, knew that Leona didn't have flash. Pretty simple. It was not a Wolfstradamus moment, It was pretty obviously it was probably going to come down.
We were all on
to
the same page, yeah.
And they aren't able to set up a Flourish combo here or anything like that, but Charvel's just here. They have enough damage. Diablo can offer some back, but he doesn't want to use his flash here or anything like that. Can just kind of set up lethal tempo and do as much damage back as he possibly can. You can see on the top side now that Kled hit level 3, and now subsequently level 4 is doing a lot better. Was kind of pinned under turret for a little while, but now starting to really put the pressure further onto Dudu there. Sponge, did get a little bit of extra farm because he wasn't ganking. Oh, there's Skarl.
Yeah, King in trouble. He has to lock in the exhaust. And it has been a long time. KT Doran lost with it against a Freak scheme. So it's pretty interesting. A lot of players who play weird stuff. Charvel goes in, goes out, as you do on the Lee Sin. But yeah, bigger story. Both our supports are mid and looking to make plays.
Yeah. It's a pretty aggressive position here for DNS. So obviously Lehens still doesn't have his flashback, so he's a big target.
They're looking for the Jarvan, but Lehens also getting low. The focus not the best from DNS, is now they're going to turn onto Lehens, who has to go in, and that will be a free kill. Unfortunately, the DPS of the
Duckdom's
Orianna
here.
not there. And yeah, now Duckdom's here, taking a 1v1 versus Diablo, and just going to start shooting him down. Takes a little bit of time to reload, but still wins in the damage trade.
If he got a root there, he might have been able to flash on him. Diablo also has flashes. Duckdom is just on form right now. He's back.
Yeah, Wolf, we were casting him playing into UCal's lock, right?
Yeah.
And he was playing Ezreal.
Yeah. Yeah,
We think accidentally Arcane shifted directly into lock and died. After that moment, though, he's been awesome.
Yeah, he hasn't made really
Since
big
then.
makes sense. Lance is so low, doesn't have flash here. Sponge is forced to flash. I think this is just a big miscalculation out of Nongshim. As even Scout, dropping minions here to try to put the pressure on a closer, loses 2 CS there. Post the play, so a big mess. DNS 1,000 gold in the lead right now as Land will pick up the turret aggro a little early. That's a Nautilus.
Looking for Duckdom, who flashes away, but the Flag and Drag is easy pickings afterwards. And Sponge is able to tank it up nicely. Good dive here for Nongshim.
Yeah, both summoners down for Duckdom now. Peter got the root onto Lehens, but he hadn't picked up turret aggro, so just didn't really end up mattering that much there. Scout's getting pushed in here. Closer has level 6. Be tough to all in into turret as a Cassiopeia, but he's definitely going to look to continue to put that pressure on. Here comes another one of these aggressive players. Now, Dudu did get the flash out of Kingen in that last play. I'm not sure if we even showed that on screen necessarily, but he did, in fact, get that after the exhausts were traded. And so he is down flash now, and as a result, feeling a little bit more timid. So Lynn takes this first shot here. Peter gets the root. Duckdom flashes, but there's no turret aggro, so it's actually quite simple for them to follow. As a result, Sponge just walks it off. Won't even have to do any complex juggling or anything like that.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. Very clean dive.
I think if maybe Duckdom gets hit and then flashes and then Peter roots, there's a little bit more wiggle room there, but it didn't happen that way.
Yeah. We got supports mid again. And DNS are taking this Infernal Drake on Vision. There is a ward in this pit from the side of Nomshim.
Yeah, it looks like there's just not going to be a contest, though.
Yeah. Raptors for Drake.
Yeah, Sponge is going to try to get that in return here. It's a fast Drake before Grub spawn, so not really much else they can do. There's Vision on this Jarvan as well right now, so pretty scary here for Nongshim if they want to try to make any sort of other proactive play. It's pretty face up at this moment in time. Dogdom has his ult now. See if he wants to rotate over and try to make a play, because we have a bit of a 3v3.
Are you going to flash in and combo on a closer? He stuns the Orianna, but not the rest of the team. The kick a little late for Charvel to help out the mid laner. And a nice little set play here for Nongshim.
Yep, Dogdom not able to join the play. As here comes another exhaust.
Yeah, exhaust comes in, and he's just continuing on the play. Even after the Skarl remounts, Dudu says, no, I still win this trade.
He definitely does. Kingan's just too low. Basically just get instantly demounted again. And so just going to have to farm it out. This matchup not working out the way Kingan wanted. I think that initial trade really put him behind. Like I said, this matchup's so volatile. And now Charvel's coming over here. Doesn't have his kick, but I think Kingan is just going to have to let this wave go. If he greeds, he is dead.
Yeah.
And he will not. Well, he will. He comes at the right timing. He does come at the right timing.
Yeah. Waits until the wave gets thinned out. He's got Lehens up there.
He doesn't have teleport, so if he just lets these waves go, it feels so miserable.
Yeah.
He's going to ult here to try to get Lehens in a position.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get on top of Dudu, who just flashes out of the way of that. Speed boost was there, but a lot of people right now of DNS are doing the grubs, and it looks like they didn't want to overcommit onto an Olaf.
I also think that the King was like, I think he might just kill both of us. I'm not so sure about this. I'm pretty low.
Yeah.
Lehens doesn't have Zenith Blade, so...
Speaking of which, he's just going to go in onto the Leona, hits the axe on a Kingan, continues on to him as the hook only going to hit the Leona. Now Dudu in a bit of trouble, gets that shield up. Here comes Charvel trying to make something of the play, but back on Skarl is Kingan, and he's trying to run this one. Sponge comes up and will make the difference at the end of the play.
Ripple.
As Peter gets one hook and dies. Nomshim, huge play on top.
Yeah, 3 down. The third kill doesn't go over to Kingan, but he picks up 2 on the play. And I get the initial idea, you know, if you could dismount Kingan there and then look for a follow-up, but he's just too close to his turret. So we're going to go back to this play here. True Shot Barrage even getting involved as well from Diablo, as the Jhin, like I said, doesn't rotate over. He doesn't have Prio to impact this with his ultimate. And then here, like, I understand initially. You got the C here from Lehens. And if he's able to, right here, get the dismount and then back off and play through Charvel, makes sense. But he's playing into the turret, takes a ton of damage here, is then ignited. And now it's just doomed. Like, Charvel still doesn't have kick. They wait so long. Sponge comes up here. And Kingan is just gifted a ton of money. Crazy.
Yeah.
That shouldn't have happened. I mean, it's still in an okay spot elsewhere, but this was a disaster.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, we saw that. Actually, I was watching Sponge on the minimap. He was finishing off the blue, so he actually could have been there like maybe a half second quicker too. It didn't matter, obviously, at the end of the day, but was quite a close trade. But Sponge got there right at the exact right timing and really made the big difference as it was getting pretty close. Now Dogdom just going to try to cleanse away from that. Will survive for now, but we got Jarvan, Sponge on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they need resources over here.
DNS are rotating.
And Charvel's coming down, like you say, so it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get this dive to work out. There's no wave anymore. Might actually even be able to get Sponge out of the jungle now. They have a lot of people here.
Peter's going in, going to trade some aftershocks as Sponge now going to lock the both of them in this Cataclysm, but not an overcommit from the side of Nomshim as they were pretty close to the turret, so they just let them go.
Yep, decided to make the right choice there. We're not doing the Legend group thing in this game. We're doing the Rise group thing, where we look at the fight and we're like, we will at least start it and see what happens if we're not sure. And then eventually realize, okay, this is too risky. Walk away. It's crazy how this game was in so much control by DNS until that weird play topside, where they were in a favorable position and just weren't willing to say favorable position is enough, and then just full sent it.
Yeah.
So now Kingan, I mean, I think he's fine. Peter has no ult. Charvel's coming up with his kick and flash and maybe some shenanigans here, but Kingan's very happy to live on this turret. I mean, Kled under turret with full health and his mount, like,
Yeah.
and I don't think he isn't going to play disrespectfully here, but I don't think he's necessarily a great dive target. Let's see. With no ult here from Peter, there's now a 4th person up in the top lane.
And there was a push in mid, but the wave gets cleared. Really, it's just a trade for bot turret as now Lehens is coming on up. He's going to throw everything on in as the Kled does engage, but the root comes in. Just going to keep Peter around, though, as he's in trouble. Doesn't have his flash. And Sponge gets here, and Peter will be the sacrifice. All this time, Diablo's free farming and bot.
Yeah, I mean, closer is 2, I guess, but definitely feels like a big win here for DNS once again, or sorry, against DNS here for Nongshim. Once again, DNS sending everybody topside and not able to look for the play they wanted and then getting punished. This time not as severe as the last, but still pretty unfortunate, as I just don't think the Cassiopeia getting that plate money is going to, it pales in comparison to the value of what Diablo just got bottom side, as well as that kill onto Peter there on the top side of the map. I don't know about this one either here for Duckdom. He does have Peter kind of nearby, so maybe he's trying to bait it, trying to get Skarl.
Yeah.
Hingen's just, he's like going back and forth. He goes in for the trades, goes hides under turret, he calls his friends, he ults them in. Speaking of ults.
Yeah, Closer just going to get hit under the turret, and Lehens is super tanky. This is what Leona can do. As now the follow-up does come in from Charvel, wants to get that kill on Lehens, but there's 4 members of Nongshim on the bottom side of the map. We also have TP available for Kingen if he really wanted to, but yeah, I think they're just going to let Dudu die and take the dragon.
All right, big win again. This game is suddenly, feels like it might be on its last legs here for DNS. 8 kills to 2 in this one. Some of these attempts here have just been very haphazard. I understand that the game state is pretty unfavorable, but I don't think that necessarily means you have to just run in. I mean, you still have a Cassio, you still have a great setup for the Jhin, you have an Olaf that, even though he's losing the lane, is very powerful in the late game as a huge tool. As Kingen loves this turret, man, he's just crushing them.
Yeah, well, they got the turret, I guess. Here's the follow-up, though, and that will be the 1 kill on a Peter. Duckdom has about 3 health, so Kingen is certainly going to threaten it here, but very close to his ult, not quite there.
Well, I mean, he's going to get a ton of damage done to this turret, that's for sure, as I believe Charvel was also just seen in the bottom lane by Diablo, so he's just like, that's the whole thing. You guys got the turret, I got a kill, and I'm getting the turret. And all these plates. So, yes, it was first brick over to DNS. They spent so many resources to get that, but the end result is just not worth. Sometimes just go straight to a Jarvan.
Yeah, Shockwave in mid-dash, and now Charvel burns down to the Orianna. And, yeah, kind of unfortunate he finds a Jarvan right there.
I mean, he wanted to relieve the mid lane, but there was a control ward there and a Jarvan there. And Scout may get punished.
Yeah, Scout's going to flash there. We do have Lehens on the way. He's just trying to buy as much time as possible. No Shockwave as he used it on the Lee Sin. And now the follow-up comes in from Lehens and Diablo trying to take them down, but the consistent damage is there. Big ult on a 2, but here comes Sponge, and he will get the kill on a Cassiopeia at least to clean up the play.
Apparently, in this game, just don't be the aggressor. be the one who's defending. The aggressor is not working out too much. Charvel is back here, trying to punish Diablo. He has Flash, and he has Ezreal, so I don't think he will be in any danger. Now Dudu looking for an all-in.
Here we got Charvel down here too. And trade of exhaust surely to come in. Kingen's still holding on to his. And now it's a 2v2, and here comes Scout right on time. Picks up the kill as now Charvel says, I can't deal with the Kled. I gotta run away. Now Closer's coming on in. The root is there on a Kingen. Now he's in a little bit of trouble, but Closer's all by his lonesome. Peter goes in. Finally a shot is gonna take down that pesky Kled. And well, Nongshim going to win that fight anyway.
This is going to be a big charge here in the mid-turret to take it out here by Sponge. This is not a win for DNS, unfortunately. The lead gets bigger and bigger here for Nongshim. It's going to be an extra charge. Diablo's here as Ezreal dropping that W on this turret and dropping it down to its last plate here. It's massive amounts of damage that they get in the mid lane while also winning on that bottom side play. So this is not the this is the DNS look that maybe they forgot they're not in the LCK anymore. They forgot there are no stakes in this match.
Yeah.
So look at this. Initially, DNS aggressors, okay? They are the attackers. Kingen kites it back here. And then eventually, when the Scarl gets dropped, he gets the kill, and Sharvel's like, I don't like that. I don't think I have the DPS for that. I don't think he did. He backs away, but now, Nongshim the aggressors. They're like, okay, we're winning this.
Yeah.
But Jin shows up here. The shots don't really do too much, but it does end up getting finally that kill there. They're able to push Sharvel and Duckdom away. Very silly fight, but ultimately, with the push in mid for Diablo, it's a huge win for Nongshim, despite ultimately losing King in there.
Yeah. Diablo spent the majority of this early game just not interacting all that much. He's been a part of some fights. He's going to be a part of this fight. Azine goes to Lee Sin, and that will be a dead Ezreal. Nice little pick here from DNS.
DNS aren't going to give you
Rise Group.
The DNS aren't going to give you the time to caster curse Diablo in this game. Taking him out right away.
Yeah, it happened so quickly. I really tried to get the timing right with that one.
It's a big pick. After he got all that extra money, Duckdom is the only gold lead here for DNS. This game is still playable, sort of. When the Rod of Ages completes, Closer will get an extra level. Obviously, Scout doesn't have one, so that'll be helpful for him. He'll be able to catch up and experience a little bit. This is just a great play here for DNS because Diablo gets caught here tagged initially. Sponge uses Flag and Drag, so can't peel for Sharvel to get this kick. Peter gets the ult. Duckdom gets the shutdown. Didn't even realize he had a shutdown.
Yeah, Diablo had Flash. I am going to give him the benefit of the doubt and just say that he elected not to use it. No objectives up, no Drake, no nothing. And I mean, yeah, a bit of gold goes over to DNS, sure. But now at least he has his Flash. I mean, you could make the argument that he's Ezreal. He should probably just Flash there regardless, but he holds on to it.
You ever notice the Korean for the shutdown says, like, ends his kill streak?
Yeah.
He only had one kill. They're like, take that! 1 kill holding Ezreal.
I think we've seen streaks where they don't have any kills too. So
it's shutdown, but it says kill streak.
Yeah.
Korean. Never really thought about it before.
Shut his kill streak down, I suppose. But yeah, the majority of Diablo's game has been farming bot, farming mid, and that's perfect. I mean, he's Ezreal. He's about to hit 2 items. So, now he wants to actually get into the action.
Scout and Kingen really ahead in XP. This is what is being highlighted right now to the left side of your screen. And unfortunately, this Olaf finds himself a whole level behind here and kind of has for most of this game. Is getting a little bit of extra topside push right now as they have the mid wave pushing. Doesn't end up leading to anything here. And Sponge is going back to his jungle. Kingen's going to get a little bit of extra information. And then just going to go ahead and take it back. Doesn't want to push any further than that at 19.5 minutes. Not anything else to play for on the bottom side, so would have been punished. I think this game feels winnable for DNS because, like you said, still a Rise Group game. And we have seen some pretty silly exchanges between these two over the last few minutes. When Diablo was chain CC'd, he didn't blow his summoners, so he still has those, so that probably won't happen again. Right? Right?
I'd say there's at least a 50%.
Right?
Chance. At least a 50% chance that it happens.
Right? Oh!
Diablo is playing Ezreal. And that is the second time he's gotten caught in mid.
But he still has his summoner spell.
It's not supposed to happen. And yeah, there's no Drake, but DNS come back off of 2 picks. You got a flash. You got to get out there. Here's the re-engage for Nongshim.
They don't have that much consistent damage. All they have is a shockwave to follow up on Kingen's ult. There's no one charging into this one. Peter wants to go in.
Yeah.
And he's like, wait, no, don't be aggressor. We learned this.
They're just hands-checking each other over and over. The decision-making has not been the greatest this game from either team. But I don't know. It's been fun. We've had a lot of action. 20 kills in 21 minutes. Not bad.
Yeah. The DNS versus NS tri-code, I know a lot of people have said DNS do not start, but maybe it was do not start team fights all along. And for Nongshim, it's just not start.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, again, an aggressive position for Diablo. Gets punished. They still have a lead. They still have map control. Those 2 kills alone
They're doing
don't get DNS back into this game. They're going to have to play around Baron, and they just don't have the information. I think they're kind of aware of it now that it's a possibility, but they cannot confirm it. So as you can see, they're just totally blind.
Yeah, Duckdom's going to hit something, and there's the Baron. Too late, so nice play here from Nongshim. 21-minute Baron, just like that.
Pretty decisive call there around the vision control they held. You can see DNS just weren't sure if they were on Baron or if they were hiding on Bush with multiple people there. I mean, I think they knew at least someone was on Baron, but they didn't know how many. So it was a really tough call to try to just go in there and contest. From what we could see, it seemed obvious to just rush in and contest, but with the limited vision they had, especially with the hens there, they're like, I don't like that. Going back to the do not start situation.
Yeah. I do wonder how much value they're going to get out of this Baron push. Pled's still a nuisance in the side lane. Looks like DNS want to play for mid-fight.
And they do have, well, they had Dudu wrapping around there, but he's not actually going to get anything. And yeah, like you said, this Kled split push, even with no grubs, pretty annoying. Just autos so quickly when he has his W up. The Olaf poke, I don't know if it's going to be enough to deter this one. I think they're going to need a little bit more help.
Yeah, Nongshim going to take down 2 inners already.
They have a TP ward, a set of wards to the left side there that they could try to flank with Closer on, but it's just so risky. Flanking with Cassiopeia into this comp where the Hens could just turn around. They've got Shockwave. She's just so squishy. I mean, comparatively to any other top lane flanker, I mean, she does have Rod of Ages and Rocket Belts, which is kind of tanky, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Vulnerable if she goes for it. And she is not going to, at least for now. They are going to be able to defend this mid inhibitor turret, though, so that's a big win. And Charvel's kind of threatening those flanks, so Nongshim are going to have to slow down until that next wave, or potentially switch up to the top side here and work on this inner that's got overgrowth. They're doing the right thing with this Baron. The Baron call itself was great, and the play around it, just preventing any sort of opportunity for DNS, has been pretty solid.
Oh, looking to get the shield down on a Closer. Closer eventually just flashes away, but a couple ults thrown into him, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe DNS could have a window to punish here. They're going to start with Duckdom. But there's literally
and they're going to end with Duckdom,
yeah,
Wolf.
There's literally nobody there to follow up on that.
Trying to bait Kingen into a fight. Kingen is quite strong, up 2 levels. He is Kled. We know what he can do on these trades.
I mean, when you have a cleaver on Kled, even the Olaf looks squishy. And obviously with the items the Olaf's holding right now, not really that scary comparatively at the moment. Kingen is ready to scrap. I mean, they're in trouble here. They're getting sieged. Like, Kingen's just going to take this turret out. Someone's going to have to make a choice. Someone's going to have to make a call. Closer's going to have to maybe look for an angle. Charvel's on a flank.
He's going to find himself face-to-face with Sponge, and now tries to get over the wall, looking for the kick, but he's being focused down. Meanwhile, Dudu goes in, and he's trying to get the kill. He does pick up Scout, but the rest of the fight is going heavily to the way of Diablo. Closer trying to barely get away. Protobell is nice to get some range, but Diablo has all the freedom in the world to just run them down. As now they're looking to push mid.
Yeah, I mean, Dudu, he's going to have to back here, and it's going to even take him a second to get his health back before he can come over for a contest. The wave is fairly thin, but another one is coming up. Let's see. I think they can just end, although taking a lot of damage.
This wave is so thin, but in the 4v2, they are very strong, so they're just trying to aggressively bully them away from the turrets.
Now they got that wave.
Trying to get on top of Duckdom, who's just running really fast away from them. And he will not be able to take down Sponge. In goes Dudu, wants the kill, doesn't pick it up. As Nongshim on the dregs of their life total, trying to make this happen. But in comes Charvel, looking with a kill on the Kingen. Will not get it.
Closer in 5. I mean, it's going to be close.
The dirtiest Nexus push I have ever seen. This
Kingen,
is so...
Just hit the Nexus. Just hit the Nexus, Kingen.
Oh, the kill on a Diablo, gets the kick, but look at the Nexus. It is going down to a Kled, who is burning to a Cassio and does not care at all. Nongshim wastes no time ending this game right now.
Kingen knew the job. He knew the assignment. He's like, I am Kled. I'm going to hit that Nexus. I'm going to hit it fast. If they dismount me, I'm going to keep hitting it. It was very close, very messy. Absolutely should not have been that close there at the end for that push there for Nongshim. We got a lot of Kingen fans and family here as well. And I think that when you look at how well he played in that game, there is no doubt that he would have been picking up POG if we still had it. And it's going to be a hard sell to say that if he wins game 2, he's not going to get POM, because the entirety of this game was played around him. The Ezreal farmed a lot, outdamaged him, but got caught twice, and ultimately didn't really do too much until he helped end the game there on that chase onto Closer. If Diablo didn't kill Closer, they definitely could defend. We might see a longer game, but instead it's a 25-minute quick stomp here for Nongshim, playing through that topside. Kled and Kingen, he does it again. Another topside innovation here in the LCK.
타워. 애매할 수도.
이러다 올라프 노리자.
올라프 노릴게. 천천히.
노리자.
야 다음 라인 온다. 기다려. 천천히.
싸움 봐야 돼 우리.
나 진복해.
보자. 노플.
노틸 나왔고 얘들아. 노틸 노고.
올라프 보자.
노틸 노고. 올라프 노플.
리신 1초. 리신 노플 노공이야. 리신 노플 노공.
별로 안 좋다 이거. 빼면서 해봐.
파시 10초.
같이 텔 있어. 천천히 해보자.
해봐.
3대2.
얘 노플 노공. 잡아봐. 다시 나고.
다시 노플이야. 벨트 있다.
벨트 없어.
벨트 있어.
썼어. 나한테 썼어.
맞다.
우리 친친 우리은행
Red Bull gives you wings.
쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩스 딥 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩스 딥 클렌징 바
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every scar is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Well, the form from Kespa Cup for the DN Automotive Supers did not translate over here in game number 1 as Nongshim get themselves the victory. They're up 1-0 here in this Rise matchup. Digon alongside Huni and Wadid. And in the pre-show, we talked about Olaf and how dominant it's been, 8-2. Do we now have an answer to the Olaf, Huni?
I mean, the Kled was definitely not what ends. In late phase, I don't think he got destroyed. He was like down 20 CS and actually was 1D getting pressure by the enemy top lane, and also poor jungle was actually threatening to dive. There was just like overplay. Like DN Supers definitely did overplay. I mean, we will see later, but I think the Kled, I think you have to play really, really well to playing against Olaf. Otherwise, because the champion itself, like it's too extreme. It's like a Fiora, Kled. Like this is the type of champion.
No, I don't agree. I really love Kled. I'm not because just G2 consumer, but like Kled is one of the great picks. You can absorb the pressure from the kill lane, and I think you can never like try to kill the Kled if Kled plays like optimally. Like if he plays safe, he's okay. But the thing is, I think the most critical issue for DNS is that they had such a great lead from the early game. I think Chevelle did the bot lane 3-level gank into like really great mid skirmishes, but the disaster begins on the top side with the Kled pick.
Yeah.
Yep. And you guys can help me here because I believe it's Claude Templar that says this one. Bisa! Disaster. Emergency? Emergency! It's emergency here on the top side of the map as DNS just try to get too much out of this play because Kingin is low on the Kled.
As Huni said, Kled was struggling, so that's why he called off some teammates and tried to get some help from them. But it didn't work out, and we thought it was just the DNS snowballing with their grubbies as well.
Yeah, I mean they're happy right now. Like Olaf is not gonna die of a 1v2. Like they know, and that's why I think Olaf's just trying to make an overplay.
But why? Different target. Why?
Hell, where are we going?
Why are you hitting Leona and Kled at the same time?
And he's getting turret shot as well. The turret shot is, you know, this is so strong. And they know J1st around there. Stopper's around there. What is that? I was watching this and I was like just singing disaster.
Yeah, he was just
disaster.
That is...
I was nearly doing that.
That is what he was doing in the back when it happened. Because it was like, oh, it was so close, but I feel like they're going to get punished. And
it was such a good game. It was going super well for DN Supers. And this is how they lost. That's so sad.
With that lead, then they were able to translate it into the mid lane. And Closer just gets punished here by Lehens.
Listen, we already decided to drop the Drake. So that's why DNS's bot lane is on the top side. They're trying to get the top turret. But why, dude? Why? You don't have to play like Olaf just because you're playing Olaf. Why are you going into the pit when your bot lane is not here? You already gave up the Drake, obviously, because you're gonna be down number on the Drake pit. And this is not the correct team play. This is not we were expecting from DNS. They were literally doing some things with the teams, like being on the same page. But now, after that disaster on the top lane, they couldn't be able to bounce back after all.
I mean, I think the Nongshim perspective, I think they were really, you know, staying calm. Like they knew exactly what to do as a team, like not actually making single mistake. I think the game actually after that, these two play, I think there was they didn't give the opportunity to enemy team, and it was a really smooth game overall.
Well, this is what we were talking about. You know, we talked about what happened in the draft, Olaf getting beaten here. But then in terms of the gameplay, it's like what you just highlighted. You made the team decision to not fight on the bottom side of the map. Why are we fighting on the bottom side of the map? DNS get punished. They don't find a way back on in. Nongshim Red Force up 1-0 after yet again another team fight pre-15 minutes. Let's see what happens here in game number 2.
Thank you so much, Spacers, for that breakdown.
Are we going to talk about it?
What are we going to talk about?
Deacon said expensive instead of emergency.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, it's not as...
You got to say Bisang at the end, Deacon. No, if I were on the desk, I had to, you know, because people got to learn correctly. The Korean.
Yeah, I'm sure our 2 Korean former pro gamers will let them know.
But it was a very expensive mistake, so he wasn't wrong, actually.
It really was. I mean, shouting expensive works too. It's like, whoa, you're losing a lot of money, guys.
I think my read on whether Kled is the answer to Olaf or not was a little bit unclear in this game. I think trying to dive a Kled with no setup and going in piecemeal under turret was definitely a bigger problem, but King had played the Kled well, and once he got ahead, he just kept making those aggressive plays. He had that really cool defensive ult with Lehens. I set all of that up as well, and I do think that, you know, King deserves credit for what he did in that game, but DNS definitely need to go back to the drawing board in terms of how to play around picks like that there on the top side, especially with Dudu then making other mistakes, as were then further highlighted there, bottom of the map. But let's move on. Okay, let's move into game 2. Let's move into a different draft. No Olaf. Any possibility? Might see a little Jarvel Kiana. Less likely with no Jarvan, but still possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's still possible. He's definitely pretty confident on the pick, regardless. You know, a lot of the DNS fans are very frustrated watching them because not only have they lost quite a lot, but beyond that, they just look so much better online. And when they're playing online tournaments or in scrims or whatever, you know, hear through the grapevine that scrims are going pretty well. And then you see stuff like Kespa Cup where they're playing online, they're playing much better. And then they come to LCK and it's like, well, not sure which team this is. I mean, they did beat Nongshim last Saturday, but yeah, I think those early game decisions were more of what the fans are used to, unfortunately. So we do have Lucian banned and Locke is available.
Yeah, I know Scout's a really good Locke player. We have verified this many times, but first picking Locke doesn't seem like it's necessarily a recipe for success. Unless you can hard make it work like Zeka did a few days ago in Kespu.
18 kills.
Yeah, it wasn't working until suddenly it was working too much. It was 18, 0, and 2 or something absurd like that. But Nocturne goes over. The Camille is banned, and yet still Peter considering the Shen here, and they flip over the Jace. You're just seeing DN Supers play very differently than what they showed us online, although we did see this Jace pick once from Dudu. It is a very strong pick in this meta.
Yeah, I think you have to take Shen away. That should definitely be a consideration.
Shen plus Nocturne crazy.
Now they can just pick some kind of Lulu lane, and already you're feeling very good about your duo.
How did you know, Valdez?
Well, because Nocturne is first pick, so and it's game 2. Another big duos are gone, and Bard is banned, and Lucian is banned, and you know.
You didn't have to answer the rhetorical question, but I appreciate you laying it all out for everybody, so now they can
just in case some people aren't
no,
aware.
you
They're
know,
like, how did he know it was Lulu? Well, we've seen this a lot.
It's also Lulu, ranged into Shen, so it's pretty. That's also pretty good.
Yeah.
Ziggs also not very good in the LCK right now, and I have been a big. Actually, I think I have been the only person who's been like, guys, Ziggs not doing that well. Yes, 57.9 across the year, but we did that mage stat earlier. Not looking so hot right now in round 3.
Yeah, I have the round 3 stats, and it's 1 and 4 Ziggs. So, yeah, definitely has not been finding a lot of success.
I just don't like you're opting in to lose lane with the Ziggs. You have a Jace comp, so you have some poke.
Kiana ban.
This is how they did beat Gen.G. Like Kiana. They also just want to keep the streak of Kiana never winning in the LCK alive. It's just not even allow him to play it. That'll guarantee it. See a Cassante ban into the Jace makes a lot of sense. Could just see an Ambessa ban for safety. It works well with the draft they already put together, but instead they will ban the Yorick. So I think Kingen will likely play Ambessa in this draft. He doesn't look too happy about it.
Yeah, it's like he just got some bad news. He's like, oh boy.
Because playing Ambessa into Jace is very hard and annoying, but it is a playable matchup. It's just, your jungler's Nocturne, so he's not going to help. Not for a while, anyways. Doesn't feel very comfortable. We'll see what they end up banning here in this second spot here for likely against Charvel. Be the Fury. So 2 junglers that can make a large impact early before the Nocturne can. It's probably just, I was going to say Xin, but Pantheon works well. Got a lot of globals here with the Nocturne, the Shen, and now the Pantheon to play through. And it could even be a Ryze pick to come through from... Oh, I just banned. Sorry, my bad. Valdez always gets me on those.
Yeah.
His finger went to the screen so fast to remind me.
Wow, that was a pretty quick Mundo lock.
Well, they do have lane prio to play through this lock that Scout slams down. Galio's global. That's the other mid laner that they could have picked that's not banned in the first phase. And we're just going to have fireworks in this game, aren't we? I don't think DN Supers have enough damage in this draft. There's a Mundo on the other side. The Pantheon could do well into lock because it makes the lock really struggle to, first of all, kill Pantheon because he just puts up his Aegis, but then he could burst the lockdown quickly. And versus the Nocturne, the early game is so much more powerful here for the Supers because they have a Pantheon that's one of the strongest junglers pre-6. And obviously, I know a lot of his power is budgeted into his ultimate, but even in skirmishes before he has it, he's incredibly potent, whereas the Nocturne's really not. So I think for DN Supers, if they want to win this game, they have to win early and hold on to that lead and snowball super hard. The Ziggs has to be getting plates in like multiple lanes. He's got to be satchel and turrets. He's going to have to be so far ahead for the DN Supers to get off the ground. Otherwise, Kingen just becomes unkillable, and they just got to run at the bad guys, turn the lights off, and then Scout deletes people, and it's a bad time.
Yeah, because on the opposite side of Nongshim's comp, they have that unkillable Mundo against what DNS have, but they also have tons of late game damage through just the Yunara and the Lulu to help her, right? And they have the execute with the lock. They have great setup with Nocturne Lulu. So if it gets to like mid-late game and Yunara's got 3-4 items, even if it's a Shen or a Galio or even a Pantheon, you could just send it into them and blow them up. And it's like, well, how do DNS respond to that?
That is the question. It's all about Charvel in this game. He's going to have to line it up early. Otherwise, this draft, with Scout on his favorite lock, just too big to fail.
Going to be a pretty interesting game here. Game number 2. We'll see if Nongshim can get revenge here at the LCK as we hop onto the Rift. Alrighty. Game number 2 between NS and DNS.
Trying to fight early here, just at level 1, but taking so much damage. Charvel's down at half from Nocturne and Mundo poke.
And lock.
A little lock poking, yeah.
Yeah.
Small little nails coming out.
Nails, yeah.
Kind of like thumbtacks at level 1, but...
Yeah. And at least you get 3 of them.
Yeah.
So...
I can hold a piece of paper on a bulletin board pretty well if you space them correctly.
But if it's windy, like, you know, it's kind of like flapping in the wind.
It has been so windy as of late, and I've been trying to use that to save money on AC, but man, it's ripping everything off the walls to keep those windows open.
Yeah, it's been nice and breezy. We have a, what do you call it, typhoon on the way?
Yeah, typhoon in Japan right now.
So next week it's going to be very rainy. And yeah, I think that's part of the reason why it is so windy.
Yeah, it's all the pressure system that's nearby. Peter's taking a bunch of poke. This is what we're talking about this lane. You mentioned Lulu Nocturne in the draft, which I think is the larger part of this, but yeah, Ziggs and Shen at level 1. Just going to sit back and take a lot of damage. That's kind of what they do. That was clean from Scout. Scout really a master of lock.
Here comes Sponge. I mean, there is pressure in mid and pressure in bot, so you can just try to get on in there, but Pantheon very good at clearing all those Raptors as Charvel gets it off, but is going to lose his red, it looks like. Peter's on the way. We do have Charvel wrapping back around alongside of Closer. Looks like they maybe don't want to give this objective away.
Charvel's so low, though. I think they just have to let it go. This is just such a... Okay, that was a close call. This is such a snowball from just the Lulu lane alone. You know, it's on red side, which is rare to see, but when you're winning a lane this hard, your jungler can, even on red side, come over and be like, I don't think so. I don't think you get to farm. I don't think you get to have your buff. And because Charvel had taken so much damage, and because he was so far away and couldn't get there on the initial play, just wasn't a whole lot in that defense there for DNS, and they even wasted time trying to get said defense. At least Duckdom was able to get all of his farm, and he hasn't been forced to teleport or anything like that, but yeah, this Ziggs pick, not so sure yet about that.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, you know, as long as you can get the farm and eventually you get Lost Chapter, then you do become a real champion. As Dude has gone for the hit on the turret.
Yeah, you want a little extra mana back real quick.
Yeah, very suspicious. But yeah, he doesn't commit to actually going for
Herbal's
King.
here. This is kind of weird.
Now he will. Maybe this is why he didn't go for it. As nice
Wait a minute!
Play on a Lehens who has to flash away and heal. And now Charvel's going in. There's the sun. Charvel just gets a solo kill. As Dude is like, hey man, that was my gold.
Sponge, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's just going to clear the wave, I guess. Or not.
So both summoners of Lehens are taken away. And then Diablo gets solo killed?
Diablo? I mean, one more Q. Yeah, Otto and Diablo just... What's going on with him today? I mean, he was good when he got fed, but picked multiple times, now getting solo killed by a level 4 Ziggs?
Well, if you remember, a lot of their last 2 losses were about him getting caught when they had advantageous positions.
Yeah.
Because Lehens is just, he's trying to play the game, lost his sums, now over here losing half of his health. So when he goes back to lane, he's going to have less of that. So let's see exactly why Dude didn't get this. Did he just miss, or is it just too fast?
That's fast. Happened so quickly. He's melee form.
So just couldn't get the tag in, nor could he attack before the burst came through. Diablo ends up eating a bunch of damage from this E here, and the Comet gets hit by the Satchel.
Yeah.
And then just gets taken out. Short Fuse comes back up.
So when you're playing Ziggs, you want to hit the minions so that the bomb explodes, so that the radius is, you know, easier to hit on the champion. So Diablo moved away from the minions on the 1Q. Then there was a minefield, but Diablo steps forward because he wants to clear the wave first before backing, and he steps through a bunch of mines. gets satcheled back.
I think when you are in a game state like what they had, where you ended up getting satcheled as Lulu, right? Lost your support sums, but you still have a little bit of pressure. You could just drop a minion or two. You know, I know he wants to crash it, but like,
yeah,
it's just such a risky play that's unnecessary. But it's so quintessential Diablo to make that kind of attempt, and as a result, he's really punished. Peter is 2 levels down, but I still feel like he's got a lot of potential value in this fight. This is that early game Pantheon that we were talking about.
It's pretty big for DNS if they can get this first Drake, as Lahen's just going to walk straight in there and die. Yeah, I don't know what the angle was there, as he's level 4, no ult, no flash, no heal, and he just kind of was like, guys, we're fighting, and then he died.
It's like he was thinking, well, Peter doesn't even have all his buttons. Maybe we can win this fight. But you're still a Lulu. And now a dead Lulu. And that's 3 kills now to DNS total, plus the dragon, which was secured by them. Like you said in this comp, you know, you want to get that first dragon. You definitely want to be in control of the early game. And I think they're coming online a little bit earlier than even they were supposed to be, as you and the Korean commentators were in awe of the damage from King in there. So Lahen's, he just walks up. Like, I don't fully understand it. Even on second watch, I find myself more confused, as the rest of the team are just not. There's no setup. Like, they're all split into 3 different directions.
Yeah.
He has no tools. Maybe he's trying to set up a polymorph so that Scout can get a burst kill or something.
Yeah, I think that was the idea. I think he was actually trying to get close to Charvel, polymorph him, and, you know, Scout was level 6 on the opposite side of him with Ignite and ult. So, you know, theoretically, if he goes in there, gets the polymorph, and they get the kill, you know, it doesn't look as silly.
Yeah.
Instead, he just walks in, doesn't even get in range to polymorph, and just dies. So
this is also, we haven't talked about it, the most common counter pick to the lock in the Galio right now here for Closer, and he is showcasing in the laning phase just why that is. Just constantly trying to scout, taunt Scout when Scout goes for the wave clear there. Now we're going to see another gank. Sponge's first paranoia potentially due to no acceleration gate, but it will use it to run away. And now, I mean, Pantheon also has ult, so you got to be careful about overcommitting here if you are Nongshim. Peter also going to spot this out.
And they're going to go for the Pantheon as Aegis up. Immediately, the taunt comes in. The follow-up finally does come in. Charvel getting pretty low. And even Sponge got away, so it came in. I mean, they just look so disconnected, and it makes these engagements look very silly.
Peter had flash, by the way. If that hits, that punch from Closer, I think Peter flashes on him and taunts him. He's going to do a little bit of taunting right now.
Yeah, looking to try to set something up on a Lahen's. With no lock ultimate, it's a lot of the damage just gone. And so, yeah, Lahen's in a bit of trouble. He is going to flash, and maybe he can whimsy away, but Closer just gets in. The glitter lance misses, and it's a free kill for Closer.
Not to mention, Lahen's uses his flash for it. Yes, Closer used his as well, but feels much less valuable than the lost flash here on Lahen's. Now, Nongshim lost the prio in the bottom lane after 2 mistakes, right? The first satchel and then the kill there onto Diablo. So they haven't had as much control on the bottom side. They don't have prio in this top lane, even though eventually this Mundo will be very difficult for the Jace to deal with. The Jace is so ahead that he's not getting any control here. So they're trying to get Scout kills. They're trying to feed the lock. They want to get him the advantages, right? That's what you want to do with a lock draft, is you got to find something to play through. But these weird skirmishes are probably not the way to get that lock fed. You know, the last try with Lahen's there didn't work out. This time they try to burst a Pantheon, who just puts up a shield and laughs. And they almost got him. Like, it was very close. Yeah. The execute threshold was almost there. But it's risky plays like this that if you keep trying them, you get further and further in the hole. And DNS's comp wants to be ahead early, and you've kind of given them that. So a little bit concerning here now if you are a Nongshim fan in this second game.
Yeah, it's been rough, and I think what you said there in the middle, Wolf, about, you know, trying to force fights to get your lock fed, to kind of play to that win condition, whereas your other lanes are not winning early on, makes sense. But, you know, the execution of it has just looked very silly. It has not looked good at all, and that's me being nice for the broadcast. So definitely some work to do for Nongshim. Again, you know, we've seen crazier things here in Rise Group, and even from their opponents, DNS. And DNS were able to turn some of those situations around. So it's not the end of the world. They still have a Yunara. They still have a nice combo with the Lulu and the Nocturne.
Sure. I mean, it's not like we're looking at a 4,000 plus gold lead. Ziggs hasn't taken a turret off the map yet. You know, it is very playable here, but still, it just some of the situations we've seen so far have been somewhat bizarre. The lock doesn't fit the rest of this comp very well in terms of the scaling. It is going to be very hard for him to do things without having a lead. So we'll see if Scout can make this magic happen again. So we do have a potential gank here on the Duck Dump, but he's got Flash. He's got a Pantheon. Oof. And Duck Dump's on point right now.
Yeah.
He's always been a good Ziggs player. And even though I'm not the biggest fan of it, let's see what he can do here.
Here's the combo. He's going to flash away. Nice try at the Curse Wolf, but Duck Dump says no. As Charvel does come in and heals. And now we got a Galio on the way. Nice Ziggs ult on a 3. And everybody's just zone up against the turret. That's a good cleanse from Diablo to get him to safety, but Lahens dies once again.
I mean, it's a good cleanse from Diablo. They turn target the right away onto the Lulu. Still doesn't have flashback. He's been flashless this whole game, feels like. And there's nothing he can do there. And it's another one of those, you almost got it. You almost did it. But then Pantheon shows up. And in fact, Pantheon was kind of here the whole time. So Wild Growth combo, he flashes away, Satchel Sponge out, and then Sponge loses a spell shield. And now Galio's coming, but also both Ziggs and Pantheon still have ult. So if you don't win that play immediately, if you don't get that crushing kill instantly, you always lose the extended fight. There's just so many globals in this game, including Duck Dom's ultimate, as just mentioned. I mean, they have triple plus Ziggs ult, and basically a global in the Jace poke. So, as we saw in that last fight where the Lulu died, like, Kingen got him with an accelerated splash fire, or Dudu got him with an accelerated shock blast over the wall there.
Yeah.
He shock blasted him over the wall. A Disney classic.
Yeah. We do have Blackfire Torch here first for the Ziggs. I think when you're dealing with Mundo and a powered up Nocturne, not a bad idea. Curious what our Ziggs aficionado Ox would think. But now we have Peter coming in, helping out his laning buddy, as now Ingo Sponge trying to get the kill on the Ziggs, and they will be able to do that. The turn comes in, they take down Sponge, and they just went a little bit too far down the lane as DNS do respond in kind.
I mean, this is, again, DNS just having more people here and using their globals. Kingen didn't commit to the play since he's topside on a Mundo. And, I mean, I don't know if he TP's in there, if he could really offer that much. It's just too slow what he's going to bring to the table, so I think it's the right call for him to stay there. But dude just walks over, and he has TP so he can get back to the lane. Doesn't really lose that much on the play itself. At least they get some plates back here. The solo grub, they're pushing on this one a little bit. But this Pantheon is very much online. This Jace is 1,600 gold ahead. And this is the exact opposite of what happened when Duck Dump interacted with Zeka's lock in the mid lane last time around. Slimey's just going to get a ton of damage done. Now, he did use a lot. Didn't have that much peel for Sponge, but eventually the Pantheon shows up, right? Dudu rotates over. Peter had his ult. And so it's just a huge win here for DNS, again, despite the death of Duck Dump. I think we're getting close to this is too much and the scaling won't work here for Nongshim. We're not there yet. I think we're very close to it, though. I mean, they have Double Dragon. It's Mountain Soul as well, which would be massive if Nongshim starts stacking those up, but that sounds like a big if right now with how this game is going.
Yeah, they need a lot more time to really begin to do much. I mean, their lock has 1 kill, but the Galio's ahead with Abyssal Mask and Merc Treads. So, again, very much a counter, very much not going to do anything in the lane. And, I mean, you try to come up here and deal with the Jace when you're down 2 levels. Not going to feel good either. And so you try to go in on the Ziggs. That's really your only other target because you're not going on Pantheon. And eventually you just get baited into this long, drawn-out fight with the Shen coming in with the global. And it's not going to look good. So now Nongshim just kind of have to hold on and hope that DNS are not going to push the envelope. Whereas DNS should be looking for these early objectives. And they go on to Dudu as Dudu's going to turn and knock him away. And Sponge is going under the turret to pick up the kill. And actually, it is the lock, of course, with the execute that does get it. As now everybody's making their way in. The flash is dodged by Scout. And Closer is taking up quite a lot. He's going to jump up and jump away. But very broken up one as they're trying to get the kill on a Peter here as well. But Kingen maybe going a little bit too deep.
Satchel not really helping DNS out there.
Yeah, that helped Kingen a lot. And now Nongshim can get a Rift Herald.
This was the first big fight, the big commitment to get Scout a kill that's actually worked out, but it's not over yet.
Oh, they don't want to give it up. And, I mean, they have some poke with Jace and Ziggs, but now Scout's got an angle on the left side. They're trying to peel back, but Nongshim just keep this objective up, and they will be able to take it down.
Yeah, DNS trying to pull a bit of a Rick Astley there on the Herald, but ultimately do, in fact, give it up. As Dudu's here with some poke. Maybe they're not.
Wait, there's 3 people that got caught trying to back in the river. You could have just run away. Diablo's free food. He's dead. And the other 2 get away with a dash and a flash, it looks like.
I still think this is good for Nongshim. Well, okay. Well, qualifier. Okay, still think this is good for Nongshim. As this is the second death here for Diablo, but see if they can get back control here now that they've respawned. Well, not all of them, not the respawn, but the return from the fountain. Now that they've regrouped, we'll be able to defend this turret.
Ooh.
Oh, Satchel just on the edge of the threshold. We've hit that 4,000 gold lead. I was saying that DNS kind of need to feel like the scaling isn't going to be there, but this time they finally get the plan to work. And I think part of the reason why Duda goes back in here is because he wants to actually bait them and set up for his team to counterpunch, right? Because they've got the Pantheon coming through, they've got the Duck Dom TP, they've got Closer coming over, but they get in this awkward spot where Sponge plays as well. He just doesn't rejoin, and then they're in a choke point with this Galio who has to defensively ult away, runs away, and now they've lost all zone control until we're backing in the river. And this was, like you said, completely avoidable. They could have definitely been a lot safer here. Diablo does end up dying, and they also get a ton of damage onto the turret. So both mid-turrets do fall as a result of that play. The Herald not as valuable as Nongshim were hoping for, but it still did get a lot of money into their pockets. And this Yunara is getting closer to relevance in this game. So I still think there's a little fight left in Nongshim after getting that Herald. And I think that's why they fought so valiantly to make that topside play happen.
Yeah, any bit helps to try to get back on the board, and they're trying to take down this dragon. We do see Closer on the right side as a big amount of damage, but that is all into the Lulu. They do take out Lahens, but enough peeling here potentially as now big lock ult on a 4, but nobody can follow up on the damage as Sarvel just zones away Diablo, who can't do anything. Now we have Scout trying to go in and make something of this 1v5, but he is not quite going to be able to. In fact, Closer's thinking about diving him, but I think they can just take the Mountain Drake and leave it at that.
Wave. They're trying to see if they can make a play here.
I mean, they're getting pretty low. Scout going to heal up pretty much all of the damage that the Ziggs did.
I mean, if they leave here, they're going to lose the wave. They're going to lose the turret. Satchel available. Down it goes. So really awkward there for Scout and Sponge, but there just really wasn't much they could do. They would have died if they tried to stay, as the turret isn't going to live. And that's another Dragon Soul Point here for DNS. And it's the Lulu's turn again. Lahens is kind of isolated here. He just gets ulted by the Pantheon. And look at the peel here from this Galio. Not only keeping Scout away, but actually putting a bunch of damage onto Diablo as well. This ultimate is huge, but it's even Scout becomes a cheerleader on this pick when there just isn't enough damage to get them into that threshold. Now watch this from Scout. Deletes Dudu and is able to get away. That was very clean by him, showing he still has the mechanics on it, knows how to play the champion even when he isn't set up on it. He is on 3 kills now and is the only gold lead here for Nongshim. But the setup was really rickety from the outset. Lahens didn't have flash. Wild Growth himself and still dies, but I don't think he would have been able to Wild Growth or change that fight. They just had to be the ones to start the fight first, and they were not. It was Sarvel, who's 6-0-2. We have a bit of a jungle gap in terms of the impact in this game here between these two right now. And now I think DNS, I mean, all they have to do is get this Dragon. I'm a believer this comp isn't scaling for Nongshim. I mean, that'll be enough for me.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I mean, Kingen, okay, he's going to take down the turret, it looks like. And now we got a Nocturne coming on in as TP going to be utilized just to survive. Wait, he TP'd like 2 feet to the left. And now the peel comes in, and the knockup is big with the wild growth. Big stun, or rather taunt from Peter trying to help out. Scout wants that kill and a duck dom, and he will pick it up as Peter shuts that one down. And we're getting into chaotic mode now as Nongshim have dove multiple turrets here. And it looks like Kingen eventually should be going down to Dudu. And can't even really do much to Peter. At least Kingen got some Heartsteel stacks, but he will die.
You know what? I'm going to say it. I think we don't even need to see that Mountain Soul anymore after this one. It was a cool idea. But this whole game has been Nongshim being like, aha! We've got a global. You're in an illegal zone. And then the rest of the team shows up. And Jace isn't here initially, right? There's no Pantheon here, so this time it kind of makes sense, but it takes so long to get these kills. Scout dies, Pantheon does show up, and Jace TP's in. And they do have more people than you. You used so much, and it took so long that you took so much damage playing between the turrets. And yes, there was some great health shenanigans between Kingen and Scout in this one, but they will both ultimately die. Diablo has a 4th death. And he's 1,500 gold behind himself. And I do think DNS have done enough to just continue to control the rest of this game. With the turrets they've taken already, they have map control. And they can threaten Barons. Now, this is not a very good Baron team, but it's got a lot of turn. That can't do the Baron fast, but it can turn off of it if Nongshim come over to try to contest. So it definitely has some play there.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good idea. We have TP coming in from Kingen. And
he's going to try to push for a bounty turret mid. I don't know about that.
I don't know. Yeah, I feel like he should have just either gone top or bot. And now he doesn't have TP. I mean, he has Mundos. At the end of the day, like, flank TPs aren't the greatest deal, but you still are going to lose some side lane pressure by him just TPing in there, especially with Scout not having teleport in this game.
My theory on what they're trying to do with that play is they just know if they're grouped, it's harder for DNS to team fight, and Kingen is starting to become very annoying, very tanky in this game. He's getting his Heartsteel in line. He has 4 Mox now. And so they're like, okay, maybe we just have a big enough front line for Yunara on 2 items, even though she's 0 and 4 in this game. So if we group and they start coming in one by one, we win that. But you have a bit of a
They're going in on the Shen, and the peel comes in as Closer is right there to help him out. Sponge in a bit of trouble. Gets the peel from his own wild growth. Oh, the damage on a Diablo from miles away. He is just dead. Had flash. Did not expect that.
Just such a burst to come through late into the fight. I think they thought they were out of there. But unfortunately, they were not. Another one of those really long-range tools that DNS have to play through. And the wild growth was great. You know, denied Charvel to get in there with the stun. But this Ziggs is well and truly online, and he has an arm guard for safety now as well, so punishing him gets so much harder. Looks like this back will complete here for Sponge, but they lost control of their jungle, and DNS is just running away with this. It all starts off trying to catch Peter here. Scout doesn't have CC, so it takes them a long time to kill this pretty tanky Shen. Doesn't actually get the kill to go through, cannot get to the threshold.
Watch Diablo.
Oh! Sponge knew. He flashed.
Yeah.
But Diablo was not so lucky.
And this is Mountain Soul. If DNS to get this objective, you see that Kingen just kind of has to put his face into it as they don't have the wild growth just yet. It's nearly up. Diablo now trying to push forward, but he walks through some mines in the bush. Maybe didn't quite see them, but he's already taken a bunch of damage. Paranoia going to come down. Bit of a smite fight, and it goes to Scout, who just throws a nail at it, and that'll be the end of that. And now Closer just walking into them, gets a big taunt. Follow-up from the Ziggs is huge, as they thought they were going to win that fight. They sat on the bush and said, come at us. And DNS are like, all right, I guess we'll just win game 2.
Challenge accepted. And it looks like we're going to have another quick end here in this game. DNS just 3-0'd Honorable IP Sports Challenger roster to average game time of 25. And I guess this is the safer choice. I mean, it is 25 minutes in, and they weren't, they didn't even have the whole wave there or anything like that. So initially, you're like, okay, we got the got the steal on this dragon, got the bounty, and they decided to look for this fight. And Closer is like, what? Look at this taunt. Lulu dead instantly. The fear comes in on the to Closer, but it's not enough damage. And Diablo's trying to kite this back, but they just, I mean, there's two, they're all on top of him. Like, what's he gonna do? The ultimate was massive on the follow-up. They get Baron here. They could have tried to play for the end, but they decide not to, so Nongshim are still hanging on by a thread in this game, but I think it was the better choice than, the safer choice, I should say. If they had won, obviously it would have been a better choice to push for the Nexus end right there.
Yeah.
But it was a little bit ambiguous, you know, the situation there in terms of whether they could actually pull that off.
Well, at least Nongshim took the Mountain Soul away.
That's true. They got another bounty, too. They got 2 bounties now under the name.
Yeah. I think Inara's too far away. You know, we talked about how, you know, 3-4 items, eventually you can just chew through the front line, but they're having so much trouble dealing with a mostly magic resist Galio at this point in the mid game, and they don't have enough DPS to chew through him, let alone the rest of the squad.
Scout doesn't have TP because he's playing locked, so he's kind of stuck committing to this turret play, and DNS are like, well, we have a Ziggs, we have Baron, we got 2 grubs.
Yeah.
So eventually, I think that lock's going to have to come home.
Right? Okay, he's going to back. Now Closer. He's like, yeah, I'm pretty safe even against the Inara at this point. Like, he just doesn't do enough damage yet.
Scout does not complete his back as they slow the push. He actually might be able to get an inhibitor and trade here. There's no TP for Closer. There's no TP for Ducktom or Dudu. Finally, Ducktom gets his back off and will deny that turret from going down, but scary moment there. Scout with a bit of a backdoor threaten. Not to end the game, but to get a ton of money. It would have been more bounty gold picked up there.
It was Scout, right, who was playing the LeBlanc in that one game where he just, like,
oh, yeah, he just didn't join.
He just would not join the team. He's like, no. I am side lane LeBlanc only. Yeah, I mean, in this case, it actually forces them back. You can see the Baron power play is actually negative at the moment with only a minute left to go, so they're trying to group up and push mid.
Yeah, they did not get the inhibitor down the bottom lane because I mean, I think basically because Scout was there and the waves were being cleared, so they just had to eventually stop the push. Still 40 seconds left on this Baron, so they can actually get a little bit more here on the top side. We're going to see a play onto the Galio.
I mean, they're going to throw a lot in a Closer. They get his flash away, so that is something. But a bit of a big committal just to try to get the Galio's flash.
I think Nongshim are playing this macro well, but they also now need to defend. I think this inhibitor is for sure gone. Kingen will be totally fine. He doesn't care, but the inhibitor is in fact gone as Closer's going to now interact with Scout.
Yeah. Scout, I don't think he can kill him, although that's a bit of burst. It's getting a little bit closer. Closer is still chasing him and stopping the backs, forcing him over to the east side of the map.
You can also just ult away, depending on how the fight goes, because Scout can't stop him from doing that if he doesn't like how it's looking, and the rest of his team is so nearby. Scout, he's in a little bit of trouble. I don't know how many more nails he can really toss out here. If Charvel flashed on him there, he would have been dead. As 40 seconds until the second try is the charm on the Mountain Soul for DNS.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been Nongshim, I think, playing a really good game despite the deficit because they're playing the map well. Scout's pretty fed. You know, he's about to have death cap in this game. He spent so much time picking up those bounties, hard farming sides, but he hasn't been able to have that team fight win. You know, he hasn't been able to get the triple, quadra, penta that we saw from Bro the other day. But, I mean, they could happen, right? Zeri gets them low. Sorry, I don't know why I said Zeri. Inara gets them low.
Yeah, you said Penta, so it's understandable. Ducktom awkward spot. He's going to be pushed back. Bit of damage into Diablo. Diablo's doing the right thing. You got to push the mid lane and then move over to the Dragon. And the fact that they have more push than the Ziggs right now and the Jace is kind of interesting. But
isn't a poke match here for Nongshim. Like, the Shock Blast do so much work.
They're just going to send it. I mean, Charvel's going in. He wants to get in on top of Diablo as everything in the kitchen sink is thrown at him. They try to go in onto Dudu, who just gets away. Closer goes golden. We got pretty low. Dudu tries to go for the kill and just dies. And now Closer with the big boom in the backline takes out the Inara. As the Dragon does go over to Sponge this time, so Nongshim get it. Once again, super low are the members, but they're gonna collapse in onto Scout, take him down.
The base
as Ducktom comes in and will clean this up event, right? Okay, there you go. 1 Q, and the game will end. We will have a game 3 in Rise Group.
Closer and Peter are going to just come over here and end this game. A very close fight, all things considered. Diablo made it interesting until he got caught by that big Galio. And down he went. Both summoners up as he dies this game in that final fight. Now the story of Diablo and a few of those deaths. But here comes the Ziggs. He'll respawn to watch the fireworks. And Charvel's got his headset off early. He's ready to pop off again. And another win, mostly orchestrated by the Pantheon play across the map, sometimes being the aggressor, but often the one who defended against Gnomeship, kind of coming in one by one.
Yeah, you can tell the fans are ecstatic, but also a lot of relief because it got a little wonky there, even though DNS were ahead. You know, some dragons, 2 of them giving on over. And the fight very close at the end with super low health bars. And at the end of the day, DNS do pick up the win. So a game 3 will be on the way. Ducked on with a lot of damage. Closer actually number 2, as once again he makes his presence felt.
Dude did a lot of poke in those fights. They could not crack the top lane. Scout didn't have a place to play through. He showcased his mechanics. He found a few ins, but wasn't able to take over the game with his draft the way they were supposed to. I think a major part because of Lahenz's first death that snowballed everything. And then we had the death there onto Diablo in the early laning phase, and they just could not get back in.
San says it's not embarrassing to lose to a strong team, indicating that DN Supers are now a strong team. We'll see if they can prove that in game number 3 after the break.
야 이러고 탑에 내가 이렇게 영화도 찍어. 내가 천천히 해볼게. 천천히. 얘네가 친다. 야 공박할게. 공 박았어. 관료공 봐줘. 볼게. 빠지면서 한번. 괜찮아. 야 로크 로크. 빼야 돼. 나 괜찮아. 나 살긴 했고. 로크 개따피. 야 용 보자. 야 얘 먹어. 녹턴 빠졌어. 유날 잡았어. 아 부었다. 야 이거 쌈 봐줘. 여기 아래 봐줘. 녹턴 노플이야. 탑테라던가. 그 조연아 탑테. 나 잠깐 잡고 갈게요. 탑테야. 잡았다. 집 끊어줘 한 명. 일단 끝난 거 같아. 집 끊자. 내가 집 끊을게. 나갔어. 야 조절해봐. 나 개급하다. 다 버린 거야. 야 이번에 짧았다.
There's the flash. Oh, the shockwave as well. The delivery system's so nice. The closer heels into the air. The shots have been called as Lahens trying to get out, but will fail. Swan's now trying to turn it to pulverize on top of Rosita. It's just gorgeous. See what Duro can do. If he manages to get a good ulti here, they could just guarantee Infernal Soul. The train comes down, it's missed as Cataclysm comes in, but there's the Keeper's Verdict, and Genji! They cut them off! Kanavi taken out! Delight nowhere to go! Zeus comes in. It's a decent equalizer, but not good enough. Deadly flourish, and another shot will do it.
One big fight on this dragon.
And they don't necessarily have to fight this one, but they're going to try as everybody is in the mixer. Cruiser disappears, not even getting to press any buttons. And now Charvel here alone. Only 2 members left of DNS. One of them is going to take a hex gate.
얘들아, 너 정신 차렸다.
I think their influence is weak, right? Their ability to control this map is getting tougher and tougher.
Oh, here we go, gonna press some buttons instead of the weakest dodge and Showmaker, the double tap, he even tried to flash it in pain!
신나 피해. 신나 줬다.
Puts the team on his back like he's done all game long and sets up the play, 3 kills!
Release safe invented you can actually no, you don't. I was saying maybe
Well, Gideon's still going to go in and then explode. He's down to the Diego, possibly.
너무 오래 숨지는 말라고 결말이 좋지 않을
Another chance. He still gets up the The triple kill for Roma. Flag in the tie as well. And Bigland's dead in the pit. The kill. Bruce may have just stolen the game.
와 나이스! 멘타킬!
제발.
끝난 것 같아.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. I make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times or pain? I can help you to learn how everything will work out. Always for the better. Don't get stressed out. No, never. Gotta be a hard worker, a little clever. I go all out with every endeavor. Take your time out, you be doing fine, girl. Let's go. Watch me ride out. I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Gon' get it, yeah. Let's get it now. Take your time out, you be doing fine now.
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
The Supers swapped up their strategy and were able to get themselves a victory here in game number 2, which means we're going to game number 3 between Nongshim Red Force and the DN Supers. Digon, Hooney, and Wadid to break that last one down. And it was close. It was very close. A couple of fights there at the end almost went the way of Nongshim, but ultimately he does get shut down by better team play here by DNS. And this is more of the form that Wolf and Valdez were talking about.
I mean, I think all the early game was from Chevelle. Like his Pantheon made all the plays by himself, especially when he made the top dive in the early game. It was just game over for Mundo. I mean, normally I would never think of picking Mundo into like this matchup. You know, I think this is unplayable.
Yeah, it's immeasurable. You're trying to Q farm, of course, like that's optimal, but I think like enemy team will try to punish as much as you can. But also you mentioned the jungle, but I think the bot lane, the laning phase, the dual solo bolo, it actually appear in the bottom too. So that's how it's gonna be starting Hollow 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think Duckdom plays this gank well, but plays this well to get the kill, and then plays very well later on. But it was a lot of mistakes from Lehens here in this one.
Yeah, for sure. I was wondering why Lulu is stepping up.
Engage
right
Lulu.
there. and we checked the POV, and he was looking for Pantheon at that point. So he didn't even check his own positioning as well. I mean, here and also like we all knew where Nocturne is, so it's really easy to react on this play. And whenever you think about Nocturne, it's really important to use your first ultimate to be impactful. But in this way, it's kind of like measurable. As Huni said, you know, like every early game that you prepared is not working out.
It's such a disrespectful play, right? Like you just see, like even though you know like enemy time is coming, even though you know like it's gotta be outnumbered, but they just go for it anyway because it's like they're already behind. Like they're trying to come back as much as they can, but it has to be more organized as a team, more delicate. Like it has to be more calculated. Otherwise, you're gonna get punished even harder.
In our second play here, I think it highlights the proactivity of Charvel here. He doesn't hesitate at all on the Pantheon, and also was a warning shot that Nongshin's composition was coming online with the Yunara there in the hands of Diablo.
Yeah, I mean here, I think it's just like starting with the Pantheon ulti. There was a Nocturne ultimate, it's coming down, but I think it's like they were super calm. Like as a team, like they knew like where they had to focus on one person, and I think just playing, they were trying to play, you know, around the Yunara, but I think Yunara was so behind this moment. Like that's what we talked about like from the pre-show. Like if AP champion, like right this moment, and it's a pre Baron. Like they're not gonna move for the Baron. They have so much DPS. It's just really easy to AOE damage, and that's how they just blow in.
They just can't fight there. Like you have really behind Mundo, Yunara is not even like completing his item, and also you have Locke, which is like all the game snowball assassin. So I don't think it's gonna like make any difference on that fight. I think they should have just dropped the Drake and farm more gold on the other side.
Yeah, it needed a little bit more discipline to wait on up. However, after a steal by Locke to extend the game at the Drake a little bit longer, this was the fight right before the game ends. Nongshim had a very clear chance at closing this one out here with Did.
Man, I feel like this was one of the great angle for Nongshim to make a miracle bounce back from this team fight. I think the angle and the positioning for Diablo was fantastic. He was just front to back, getting free targets. He finishes off Jace and
until
oh, no!
He has flash, by the way.
Flash cleanse.
He had full summoner spells here, and this shouldn't happen at all. You know?
But I was arguing also Galio was leading the wall and pressing E. So maybe it was hard to focus on Galio what he was doing. You know, he was stuck in wall, so like he didn't jump backward. So maybe that was hard to.
This is not Diablo that I was expecting, you know? Like, I need him to focus up more. I think this kind of situation is for him, you know? I think all the team fight and the team composition is around him as well. I think the reason why they picked Yunara Lulu is because they trust him. I think it's not the common pick that you just pick it up nowadays. So I feel like this is not the play that he should have made. The responsibility is on him.
Yeah, and yes, it did take them a while to get to that late game fight, and it was messy, but they got there. That was the opportunity. Diablo not able to carry him across the line. Nongshim Red Force now forced to go to a game 3 here. Let's send it on over to the casters to see what they have in store for us between these two squads. DNS looking to try and get themselves another win, or Nongshim trying to climb up the standings over in the Rise group.
Thank you very much, guys. As, yeah, I think that was Diablo's moment. If they were going to make it work, he had to step up and flash the Galio. If he does that, I think they just win the fight.
They clearly win the fight, I think, right? Yeah.
Yeah, from there, I think, you know, very good chance to go on and potentially win the game. So, yeah, it's always close between these Rise group teams.
It really is. DNS had a really nice game, right? The early game was very well played around the aggression from Nongshim Red Force. They played better defensively, and Nongshim Red Force kind of had to keep looking for these Hail Mary plays. They even got the Dragon Steel. Scout picked up a bunch of bounty gold. I don't think it was a bad game by Nongshim for in any way, outside of a few mistakes early. But yeah, those small moments for Diablo. You know, the death in the bottom lane, not flashing Galio when he had the first fight where he wasn't 100-0. So, I think, based on what I've seen here so far today, even though I was a, DN Super's predictor, I kind of feel like Nongshim been playing the better game. They played the better game 1, game 2, massive deficit, but still almost came back. If I could switch, I think I probably would, but that's not what we do here at the LCK. So because my predictions the last 2 weeks have been pretty rough, I'm kind of watching the Supers like, let's see what the draft looks like here. Let's see what happens.
You're telling me, and I was 2 out of 10 and then 4 out of 10, so 6 out of 20. It's been a up and down last couple of weeks. But yeah, I honestly, we can make predictions. We were doing a lot of, 15-minute challenger predictions over at the Kespa Cup. I think that similar feels for this one for me, Wolf. I would not flip-flop if I could, just because the same reasons I thought DNS were going to win before still stand now, even if Nongshim have proven to be a stronger opponent than I expected. As we are getting into Game 3. Kiana was banned last game in the second phase, but still potential to be picked in this one.
Absolutely. Poppy going to be banned again, but also Diablo's Lucian, which I think, given the engage pool thinning out quite heavily here, with no Nautilus, no Leona, feels like a very strong ban. Diablo loves to play Lucian. Rizui banned again, this time by the Supers, as the Bard will go through in this first phase this time. Game 1 almost got through it, but was banned in the second. See what they want to first pick here. Rise felt like a pretty strong potential first pick, but because they banned it, they will not be able to play it in this situation. Could just be Elise. No, Elise's already been played. What is he going to first pick? This is kind of awkward. You obviously you didn't get to choose this. Nongshim chose second pick, but with the Rise ban, it feels like you put yourself in a weird place here.
Yeah,
okay,
I mean, Rumble was banned last game. It's not banned this time, but if you just pick it first, that's not a good feel either, as we have found a lot of answers into that pick over the course of time here.
Yeah, there's no Jace available, so maybe they do play a Rumble draft. It is Kingen after all. Nongshim Red Forest on the other side.
It's just a lot of like the big CC junglers are gone or banned, and Mbessa,
Wukong,
still
Annie.
Available.
Nongshim
Annie
embracing.
Some
they're a Rise group team now. They're not a Legend group team like last year. It's time to pull out the El Clasico.
The original Rise group strategy.
I always felt like Annie was trying to be a representation of Little Red Riding Hood in terms of design. Wukong even has the red hood.
Oh, this is not Rise group.
That's not.
You have to aim your Scatter the Weak.
That's not Wukong Annie. That's a little different. That's a little tricky from Scout.
Yeah.
This is a blind Syndra as well, but there is no CC on this Nefiri, so you aren't necessarily going to get punished with your lane aggression as easily. Depends on what gets picked up here for closer, though.
Yeah. Remember, Diablo was the guy who played bot Aatrox, right? So he could play bot Syndra too. We'll have to wait and see how that flexibility goes. But yeah, Kali's going to be locked in for closer. And Rumble.
There's no setup for the Equalizer in this draft right now, but it is a strong pick in isolation, and they can potentially get that setup to Peter. But like I said before, a lot of the CC is down. There's no Camille, there's no Vi, there's no, Nautilus or Leona, which is why I think Nongshim Red Force avoided the Rumble pick in its initial outset. See what this final pick will be here. Just a counter pick for King, and you have to expect, is he just going to play Ornn? We scaling? No. Get the Alistair here for Lehens.
Well, I guess this time, if you find yourself running into 3 people, you have a way to actually protect yourself.
Kalista, Renata, very scary. Ashe also scary because it's a form of CC, which they currently do not have any of. So they take that one away first. And on the other side, I guess you just protect the Rumble pick. Maybe you ban some tanks away if that's what you're afraid of. We don't know what Diablo is playing yet, so it's a little bit scary to go full topside protection here, but they are at least starting with the Cassante, and they may ban the Mbessa next. Mbessa follows up really well on Syndra and Wukong.
And Alistair.
Is it going to be a Kalista ban here? banning the Nico, which is a Peter classic, and it is one of Alistar's worst enemies in the bottom lane, so that makes sense, but there's a lot of picks left available they can play in this bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure they've protected the Alistar enough. I'm just not sure about the Alistar pick in that spot in general. Ambessa, the ban, makes sense, as we were both kind of expecting that. So what are you playing to the Rumble now as well?
Is it the Ornn and a scaling pick here for Diablo? He's going to have to get out of the lane, though. Yorick is going to be the option Kingan's looking for here. I'm nervous about Nongshim's draft because they have a Wukong. And that means that if you don't have lane prio, it can be a little bit tricky to fix that. The Yorick will get a little bit of power, but it'll take some time before you can actually start controlling that lane. So are they just going to play the Kalista lane? That doesn't feel very good, Renata, into this draft, so maybe they do something else. Xayah into Wukong has always been one of my least favorites because you're going to get stunned anyways. But they go for the Rakan here, which they needed the engage desperately. They now have a large form of it in this Rakan with the charms to potentially set up equalizers.
What's this guy playing?
Sivir.
Sivir Alistar is the bottom lane.
Well, playing Alistar made it tougher for Duckdom to lock Sivir here. And now you have a lot of wave clear. You've got really good scaling. And because their engage isn't that good, it isn't very consistent here for DN Supers, you do kind of get to just play aggressively. You know, the times we've seen Diablo get caught in this series are going to be pretty tough to happen in this draft, especially when he's got a Wukong and an Alistar to help protect him. And even the Yorick Ghoulie wall could be a little bit frustrating to deal with if you're trying to get on top of the Sivir. They don't have CC that much, but they have a lot of burst. They have the Akali, and if we know Closer, I've been watching a lot of Closer recently, and this is one of his favorites for all time. They have the Nefiri that could just get on top of the Sivir that's trying to kind of kite away. Ricochet. It's all about whether you can get ahead and get that burst damage. If the Akali doesn't come online, if the Nefiri isn't successful, if the Wukong gets his ult up without any problems in the early game, I don't like this draft here for the DN Supers, but that's a lot of qualifiers for a team that have had great early games. That's been where they've been strongest.
It's not the hot dog skin, once again, Wolf. So we'll see how that fares for Charvel on the first pick Nefiri for him as he controlled all of Game 2. We'll see if he can do it again here in Game 3.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Game number 3 in Rise Group. It has not been the trend, Wolf. The last 4 matches we've had were all 2-0s in Rise Group. And it was actually the Legend Group that was kind of going the distance and bringing us to Game 3s more often than the Rise Group, at least last week. But these two, especially because I feel like Nongshim have stepped up today compared to what we saw on Saturday last week against DNS. You know, it's a lot closer than I expected.
Really looking to be a competitive one. It was an abrupt end to that series last time around. Everyone remembers Diablo's build and how strange it was. Kingan's TP and how strange it was. Exhaust.
Right, the flash knock-up going to come in here. Duckdom just kind of walks away, presses Ghost. And, I mean, this is one way to try to put on pressure if you are Alistar.
3 summoners for 2, but it gets them level 2. It gets them control of the lane. You know, rarely do you see the Alistar actually get that advantage. Gets level 2 first. Like, that is pretty hard to do in most matchups. He's going to look for a Hex Flash.
Yep.
They don't care.
He has combo at level 2, so good respect there from Duckdom just to realize that and to play it safely. Peter's been good about hitting most of his Gleaming Quills. Helps that Lehens is kind of walking directly at him, but that does mean a little bit more sustain for Duckdom. But yeah, as you mentioned, control the lane totally in favor of Diablo and Lehens early on because of that play.
Yeah. Usually with Alistar level 1, you have to, you know, you really have to use your head. But in this case, it was just a play without the...
Like when you headbutt them?
Yeah, exactly. But this time he actually just used his mind and made a really smart and tricky play with the flash there. They committed a lot of summoners, but got him level 2, got him a little bit of control. Those are 0-3 on this Akali, which, if you're going to the narrative we were just talking about, looks bad, but it is a team that has 3 wins this season. So, you know, it's a bit of a team issue in that one more than the Akali issue. This is going to be a tough matchup into the Syndra in the early game, but he's so far handling it pretty well.
Didn't he also get 3 solo kills against Roamer?
That
couple
sounds
of
right.
weeks ago, and
That
then
sounds
on the Akali, and then they lost that game? That's crazy.
Yeah, actually that did. Yeah, I remember that now.
I guess that was the game 2 of that series, because DNS did win the series. Charvel picked up the POM after they won games 1 and games 3. As we got some action down the bottom side, and actually because Peter goes in, kind of ruins the play here for Sponge, especially because Diablo now is pretty low. They see Sponge on the bottom side of the map, and now Charvel's just going to move in, put down a ward, maybe look for a play in mid.
Diablo's very low on mana. Sponge has left, but I think
No
they're more
span of
into
the
mid.
week, and a bit of damage certainly going to come through here. The scout gives the thumbs up, but he has to flash, and he just TP'd back here.
Yeah, he just lost his TP right before this play. The timing couldn't have been worse for him. And it's not going to be game-breaking, but it is very frustrating. And all the tempo for the Syndra is now just completely gone after that moment there. So a lot of extra vision on the top side of the map now for DNS as well. Duckdown and Peter really wanted to try to make something of this. Very volatile moment here. No level 6 for either player yet. Poser's trying to make a roam play. Has so much vision here on the bottom side. They have that scuttle and the ward on the entrance, but he's just going to go around.
But, I mean, they double pinged it. They knew that Closer was on the move. And now, I mean, he's level 5, so it's not the most threat, but Lahen's is super low. Closer can't get in, and he doesn't want to use Flash to do it. I feel like a Flash Q just nets him the kill, but he elects not to.
Like I said, early game Alistair, sometimes level 1, sometimes level 4. Got to use your head. He knew. He knew he was safe, Valdez. He wasn't worried. As this is going to be an annoying moment here where the Force of Will helps Sponge secure those Raptors away from Charvel. And the race to level 6 is on. Wukong hasn't been able to make a big impact yet, but potentially we'll be back for that in just a few camps' time. Equalizer going to be expended here to clear this wave. It's a very quiet early game. You know, we've had a few fights or skirmishes, but nothing actually leading to a death on either side.
Yeah, we've had quieter early games, but this one is not the most interesting. Lahens does deny the cannon, actually, so Closer kind of unfortunate there. I think he just wants to stay at level 6 and become a champion a little bit, because he wasn't really before that. Does hit level 6 now, and a big roam up from Peter and Charvel. They want to get this Scuttle Crab if possible. There's total control on the top side of the map, though, for Nongshim.
Yeah, they've just continued to play through this top side. Now, this is a bit scary. Kingen is going to have to potentially flash with the wall. He's going to look for the fight
very
instead.
nice shuriken here from Closer. Gets away from the Alistair. He's getting pretty low, though. Sponge gets in, just smites it away, and now Dudu, awkward spot, has to flash out of the pit. This is Guy of the Week comes in, but that is a Rakan, and he does get away easily.
I thought they were going to be able to follow up on that aggression from Closer a little bit more. I thought that the Kingen was potentially going to have to flash there to get out of the pit, but the chase goes on to the Alistair. Gets away.
He is going to die to Peter. First blood, supportal combat solo kill for Peter over Lahens.
So he did get away on the initial fight. Was able to escape there. Got the faster back, he's got TP. But there's nowhere for him to TP to right now. All right. It doesn't matter that much, actually. It's a gold lead gone here now for Nongshim, but it's a kill over to a Rakan, so... And there isn't much like the Alistair was going to be trying to do on the map at that moment, so I guess it doesn't really matter that much. Sometimes you just got to use your head. Just going to keep going with this for Lens with the decisions he's made this
That's
game.
really the theme of this game number 3, at least.
Yeah.
It's really good micro on the Maiden, by the way, from King, and he gets in, does a ton of damage to Dudu, gets it out, and kind of pulls it back at the perfect time so that it's never in danger of dying. even to the equalizer. So Keegan's definitely showing a lot of prowess in this matchup so far.
I think this game hasn't really started yet. You know, we're looking at Closer just got his ultimate for that first fight, didn't get the kill or anything, but that was the first moment where he could have actually done something. The fight was broken up. We're looking at obviously a Sivir here. That's going to be much more powerful, much more relevant way later on in this game. Keegan's gotten past the point of the early game where the Rumble's very annoying and now has control. Closer, like I said with the ultimate, same story here, but haven't been able to turn that into anything just yet, but they need to. Oh, that was a great backflip there. Because this Closer Akali needs to actually have some kills under its belt when we get to the mid game. Otherwise, I just don't think that DNS can win this game.
See, Charvel starts this up, but Sponge might be the one that finishes it with all that pressure from top. I mean, you look at Dudu's items right now, it's nowhere near what Kingen has, but they're still going to respect the roam up from actually Duck Dom, so they kind of have to clear it out. They got the one grub, and they say, you know what, that's good enough.
Like you said, Duck Dom is leaving. A lot of damage on the Scout. The matter in this particular moment, but he's actually a ghost for a potential punish.
Duck Dom's angry nowadays, man. He's just always looking for these kills. He got one auto off. So, not a kill, but he was looking. And now we got everybody up on the top side. As a lot of chase here between the Nefiri and the Rakan. The damage not necessarily coming through. Peter trying to tank this one up, and Kingen lives against 3.
Kingen surviving turret dives has been the story of a few of these games here today. Not playing Kled this time.
Did Dudu not have his equalizer? Because he has it now.
I'm not sure, actually. We might have to roll back the clock on that one to check, but King wasn't that low, but definitely could have helped in the longer play there and helped prevent King from getting back to his turret. Duckdown playing fast and loose again with Lehens coming over. Exhaust's committed.
Yeah, and he still has Featherstorm, so he's totally fine against Lehens, who's just there to peel. And just trading ults, but you know, Duckdown eventually gets the trade of the exhaust for his own ghost, just not in the same play.
Yeah, they do back away. Starting to wonder if they were really going to start stacking players into this fight. I mean, Lehens is like 1 minion off of actually having his ultimate available. He needs that so desperately to fight properly in this game, and looks like he's going to back before getting it. Unfortunately for him, wouldn't have had it for that fight without any help or experience gained. We're teetering on a knife's edge in this game. You know, both of these comps are so volatile. I think that's why we're seeing so many, I think this is good, I'm backing away, moments in this game because, again, Closer gets fed, disaster. Nongshim get ahead, huge problem. Diablo gets a few kills, you kiss your series goodbye. So DNS, just playing this very cautiously. It's not that they don't have scaling in their draft, it's just a lot tougher to set it up because they don't have a lot of CC. So there's an Alistar, Wukong, Scatter on the other side. So if you fall behind, they have all these ways to keep you at arm's length as well as potentially just catch you on rotation.
Yeah. It's really fun to watch mid lane because Closer doesn't even have any boots at the moment, and yet he's just dodging everything. So really showing that he understands how to play this matchup, which is just dodge everything. If you get hit by a bunch of Qs and orbs being thrown at your face, you're not going to have a fun time. But Closer, even though he's behind on CS, he is keeping up until he's eventually a threat on that first item. It looks like top lane has also evened out a little bit.
Yeah. If you go boots into Syndra on Akali, it costs you so much of your power spike. You just can't really, I'm talking about upgraded boots really more than just boots, but you know, you want to rush that first item, and he's getting closer to it. On a knife's edge still this game, every single moment. Trading waves, but constantly threatening is Peter here. He has flash ult. Charvel's coming over. Lehens is finally level 6. And Diablo has spell shield, so it's really tough to force this.
They want to go for the Peter engage and catches both of them, and Diablo trying to get away. The knockup is huge from Lehens. Diablo survives for so long. That's going to be the end of Peter, and now Sponge is making his way down to the bottom side of the map. Charvel's going to go back in, gets that shield, and the pullback is huge from Duckdown as he shuts down the play and bot.
Scout also just walking up here.
Ooh, okay. Should be able to throw in and unleash power. The Shuriken is going to miss. Closer with the R2 just gets away, and Scout just kind of holds his ground. He's fine.
If he got hit by that backflip there and the shuriken connected, might have actually been a bit of a scary moment, but this year is just Peter surprising them. There's no spell shield from Diablo. It's just too fast for them to react. And Lehens has a really nice interrupt here, but it's just too late. And Duckdom can just use his ultimate. Peter just holds the turret because he knows if he dies, it doesn't matter. And then they instantly use the reset of the ult here onto Sponge, who can't get back access with Lehens. And honestly, I don't think there was much Lehens could have done for him there anyways. He was just already committed to try to save the play. He's super impressed, but also surprised that that play worked. But it was just such a quick one that Diablo just couldn't press the button fast enough.
We're going to have a TP in here. They want to set up a play on a Kingen, who does have his flash. Peter trying to set up yet another one. Doesn't have the quickness just yet, but he gets that knock up. There's the flash out of Kingen, and maybe second time's the charm up on the top side. Dudu able to tank up quite a bit, but Peter doesn't have the damage himself. He has to get out of there.
And Gunga's going to, after this, he's like, look, if there's one thing we learned today is stop trying to kill Kingen in the top lane. It's not working. There's a lot of resources committed to that. Even Duckdom was rotating up, so Diablo's going to get some extra time here in the mid lane to grab a plate. Doesn't change the fact that he is significantly far behind in terms of gold right now. Sponge getting his ultimate up right now. There's no equalizer. It's a very fine line that Nongshim are walking if they want to commit to this, but I think they might have enough, even without the wave here. It's taking too long with it, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah. As you've said, this whole game, it's really been on a knife's edge, and now Dudu's pretty low. They're trying to get in, but the peel is there for Peter. You see that the follow-up is not there on Peter's CC, though, because, of course, he was super low. So just kind of helping them away from the top lane. McKingon's going to get some solo time with this turret now.
Duckdom was also in a pretty powerful position there. They don't actually get the punish with the Xayah rotating up, but they get the exact same punish that Diablo got moments ago back onto him now, with Duckdom having that mid-prio with the rotation up. Will be some plate gold going over. Scout TPs to the bottom lane, so he now has a TP disadvantage over Closer. DNS have a lot of small advantages in this game right now. I wouldn't say it's enough necessarily for this Akali, but looking much better.
The tempo here on the play of the Drake might actually favor Nongshim, but we do have a TP back in from Peter.
And for Closer as well, he gets back to controlling that bottom lane. They can look for a sandwich here.
Yeah, he has a Gunblade too. I mean, Sponge has already gotten this pretty low. The exhaust onto Sponge doesn't do a whole lot, but yeah, I don't think they get there on time, so that is going to be the Drake, and it's Chemtech Soul.
Closer also really far up now.
Sponge is right here. Closer just going to try to ult to get away and is successful.
I was very surprised by that, but I don't think he should have been. His face said that he was surprised anyways, as Sponge will Cyclone to no avail. It's a trade of ultimates. Favors the Akali in some senses. I think without Peter's ultimate, even though the Rakan TP, and I think not contesting that dragon was absolutely the right call. Setting up a slow dive here. 4 people in the bottom lane against one Akali with no ult.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to get on top of him, but the ult does not go into Closer from the Syndra. As now they use it onto the Feather Storming Xayah. That is not the dive you're looking for Nongshim, as now the Feathers do an insane amount of damage, and Sponge is going to be killed as well. Closer survives. And yeah, just the rotation, the timing for DNS, seeing the dive coming, and they're there to catch it perfectly.
This is the kind of game that's so frustrating if you're Nongshim. Like, so many of their plays this game have been almost excellent, and then they just keep getting out-rotated. They're not able to make their plays fast enough. Now, Kingan's getting a ton of money off of this play, but Duckdom's stopping backs. And that's really annoying here on the bottom side, so the Akali will also be fed a lot of money on this one. And a Yorick that's 1,000 gold ahead can be scary. Kind of situational, whether or not that matters, but he did get all of the side lane advantage he was looking for. And we'll have his teleport back up pretty soon. Now DNS, because they stopped those backs, get a huge tempo advantage here on the top side of the map on this Herald. So watch how this breaks out here. Initially, Lehens goes on to Closer. They get the knock up, but he flashes left. They have no follow-up here. He uses his Shroud. Peter's ult's back up now, so he gets the ult onto Sponge, gets the knock up onto Diablo. Duckdom's free-firing here. Lehens can't help because he took like 4 turret shots to try to make that initial dive work. It just took, like I said before, way too long.
Yeah, it really did. And again, the timing from DNS was very nice. And even a flash collected at the very end there by Peter onto Scout. So there's no flash for Scout. And your only peel is really Alistair unless Sponge is going to sit on top of you. So got to be careful about the follow-up engage from Peter onto Scout.
Peter's having such a good game on this Rakan. He's 100% KP. He's the real major form of engage, the only one who could set up fights or peel, and he's been doing both. You know, he's setting up fights, but defending the dive exactly where he needs to be at all times. King will finally, I think, get the second turret with all of this wave and ghouls and a maiden, surely.
And the whole team's here again. Yeah, still a Kali, by the way. You got to be careful, but no. They're not going to be. We got a TP coming in. Closer trying to keep them around. As now Peter looking for the engage. The knockup is perfect from Lehens. Equalizer gets some value, but I don't know if they have the damage. As Buns looks for the kill on a Sharvel. Immediately gets taken out by Duckdom. The chase is on to Kingen. And so that'll be a couple of kills for the DNS carries.
Diablo isn't there. He just isn't there. You know, they needed that damage, I think. And it's the same story. Again, they almost were able to turn that into a successful dive. It's an even trade. But I think Nongshim were looking for so much more than that. It's like Diablo might be able to get this turret, not quite able to. Doesn't want to fight fed Duckdom. Extremely fed Duckdom, by the way. About to buy IE Duckdom as third item here in this game. So Peter once again over here. Now Lens does have a really heroic play here. I mean, that couldn't have been a better knockup. Like, that was actually kind of insane with the Cyclone following. But they don't have damage. Because right now, Diablo's in base. He's not here. They don't have enough damage. Duckdom has the fast rotation. Duckdom is fed, but he has been way more where he needs to be this game, I think, than Diablo has so consistently. And that's a big problem.
Yeah, it just feels like DNS have a better read on when these fights are going to break out and how they're going to win them and what advantages they have, like the TP advantage there. Scout was like 10, 15 seconds away from his TP when that fight broke out in the bottom lane, so yeah, it's pretty rough. We do have this Chemtech Drake about to spawn in 30 seconds. It's not a back-breaking soul, but certainly one, as with Double Dragon, you'll want to pick up if you are Nongshim for your Yorick.
Yorick enjoys it, yeah.
Yeah, even your Wukong is pretty good. The two carries are very squishy, so I don't know how much value they're going to get out of that. Probably just going to get burst down before they do much with it. As the Rift Heralds.
Double TPs to try to defend this.
Oh, nice. Driving here from Sharvel, but he is going to get knocked up. Immediately jumps in the air, and now Nongshim are totally in a rough spot as Closer is behind them. They take down one, they take down two, and Diablo's trying to kite it out as Ingo Sponge just trying to peel. But look at the health bars of Nongshim. Peter follows up for another kill, and it's 20 minutes in. DNS take a giant fight.
I mean,
yeah, me too, Wolf.
Okay, no, he's fine. He's not.
No, he's not. No, maybe you can make that sound again. I think that's kind of what Nongshim are.
So Kanan's had a great series, okay? The early Kled lane wasn't great, but he was able to defend right. Great in-game tool. This double TP to Ghoulie Wall play, first of all, it doesn't even work. And then they just full send it into this Rakan again. How is this Rakan getting so much value? The Equalizer comes down, and Diablo is just so far behind. Where's the damage? There isn't any damage. Then their whole game plan is, we're going to put a Ghoulie Wall up, and we're going to commit a double TP. Now you lost 2 TPs, and you lost 5 people. You lost the game, and it's back-to-back wins, it looks like, here for DNS. Now, they haven't won the game yet, technically speaking, but I think effectively this game just ended.
And Sharvel, what he said, if I heard that correctly, was that is the level of a Worlds finalist bottom lane. So really cool stuff as they get the shout out as well. And this fight is just a wash. I mean, Diablo's frontlining as everybody kind of jumps into Yorick and Syndra. Not the best in terms of execution, but it might just work as they're ham-fisting it big time. Duckdom looking for the pent-up and the knockback from Scout. Will deny it for now. And Nongshim, it looks like their backs are broken at this point. DNS have a huge snowball going.
Man, Peter, I think I might have to vote for him, Valdez. He's had such a good game.
I think you have to anyway, just to make up for not voting for him in Catch Back Up. Duck Dom, okay, nice little play here by Scout.
Duck Dom's laughing it off. It's his first death of the game.
It's 1,080 gold though.
It is a big deal. 23.5 minutes in, or 22.5 minutes in. Peter is 100% kill participation in this game on this Recon. He had such a big responsibility in this game, and he is absolutely living up to it. Sharva will deny Sponge the steal here. And so no soul point for Nongshim. And Charvel knows what's going on. Like, Duck Dom, I think, is the vote that most people are looking at right now. Well, Peter, again, he's back here. Yes, it's a good play from Lehens to keep him out, but he traps Sponge. Sponge can't really get in with the team. So much damage is done before he can actually make that impact. The equalizer's hitting everybody. Charvel's getting resets with Duck Dom setting him up. Duck Dom is just so fed. And Scout does deny him here and then deny him a second time. So denies his Penta and then takes all his bounty gold.
Yeah, I mean, does he say anything here? No, just
red buff, baby.
Yep, he's going to feel good about that. Now Dudu by himself in the top lane. Not sure how this happens.
Not
the
necessarily.
River, Charvel is dead. 2 kills now for Nongshim. They're only 4,000 gold behind, guys. This is still a game.
I mean, it's 4.8. Okay. I mean, with my prediction talking, but I still think they're in a good spot. And a lot of people were nearby. You know, it's a good punish here. Mega Cone, getting them in there faster before the rest of DNS can show up. Charvel's Mega Coning in response, and then it finds out he didn't really want to do that. Doesn't really have time to flash away. I think he had a small window there, but doesn't want to use his flash. They're still ahead. There was no objective that anyone was fighting over right there. Small dip in the gold graph. I get it, production. I know you guys didn't predict DNS in this series, but I do think that if we see 1 or 2 more fights go this way, though, I mean, this is a really strong Yorick that actually still has a gold lead in this game. The shutdown went over to Scout. He's pretty big, too, and, you know, they can team fight. The scaling late game AD carry of Diablo has been a bit sleepy this game. He's 4,000 gold behind, but he might get there if given enough resources. And maybe if they can deny a Peter engage, maybe they just don't lock Diablo down. He just ricochets his way to turning this game around. I see what you're putting down, Valdez.
Yeah, I'm definitely putting that down. And, I mean, Diablo's 3 items. He's becoming a champion here. He's still very far behind as, yeah, we just had that finish on, it looks like the GA.
Yes.
Yeah, of Duck Dom. So, goes for that. Had the crit cloak, I thought maybe you're going to see some penetration, but not going to happen just yet. And Nongshim, I mean, now they're playing like they've got a real shot here.
And they really do. Fight.
As Peter's going to go in, it's not as clean of an engage as we've seen so far, as Closer is dead! And Dudu TP's in just to get exhausted, and he's on the run. Duck Dom's like, uh-oh, I gotta get out of here. That's Wukong. That's really scary. The engage from Lehens is big, but the follow-up is weak. They are gonna get a couple at least, and the stun comes in onto Duck Dom.
He's gonna die.
He is dead, and the push is happening in mid. Charvel has to try to end it. Does pick up one. Nearly gets another as the plant saves Scout's life.
And Closer is up in 20 here with no ultimate. Diablo is a Sivir. They have so much damage. Let's see if they decide to actually full send it here. He doesn't have enough damage to actually break through. In fact, they're even going to leave this inhibitor turret up. But why is Closer is learning what Cyclone does in real time in this engage? Sponge is right there. He's literally right there. He was right on top of that back line. And Duck Dom uses his ult here to avoid that really well-placed scatter. So now he's just like, I don't know if I can really do much here. Then Lehens gets the massive knock-up. And Duck Dom's like, I'm fed. It's fine. I've got GA. But Scout is just so massive that he's like, you're half health. And now you're at 0 health. Watch me do it again, by the way. And Starvel saves the game here. Maybe he does not actually get that kill. I think they probably do, in fact, just end. He almost gets Scout as well. So it was a great call from him in that really tense moment. And now that lead for DNS is basically dead in the water. Production, this is not that bro game kind of. We don't need to do that again. You know, we don't need to show that again.
I think it's okay.
That, you know,
it happened so much quicker than the bro game too. Like that one was a slow and steady burn, and obviously a big throw in the moment in the base. But yeah, this is turned around so quickly. My head is still spinning.
Peter, no flash, but he's got his ult.
Noshim are in the pit. I mean, they have to be careful. DNS are still, this is still an even game. You still have to position correctly, but everybody's burning to the equalizer. As now, trying to get in the pit here as Sharvely gets in and steals the Baron away! As a trade of mid laner, Spun's in a bit of trouble. They're looking for Diablo. He's the main character, and he should go down here to Sharvely as he does hit the deck. And DNS are not out of it yet.
No, it's a crazy steal from Sharvely on the Mega Cone. Comes in for the angle of surprise, gets the burst and the smite, and down goes the Baron. And with Duckdom still alive here, they are going to try to push to end this. Death timers are so long. Nobody's alive here for Nongshim. And I think they have enough here to push this through. Going to clear this wave. 20 seconds on Diablo, 15 on Scout. Scout has no ultimate, but it's going to actually come up right before he gets response. But I just don't think they can defend. There's just too much damage. Here comes Lehens.
Yeah, just going to get zoned away. And it was a roller coaster ride. But it looks like the game should end here. Trying to auto the Nexus. They're trying to auto the Nexus, Wolf. Peter's trying to auto the Nexus. And a TP comes in, and Closer ends the game. DNS have a lot of fun with it. They send their fans on a very nice roller coaster ride, but they still win the game.
Very close game of League of Legends, which looked initially like it was not going to be the case. As a few mistakes do keep the DN Supers honest in this one. But Duckers is real. Peter is real. The world finalists may not be able to turn their season around here. They may not be able to go to play-ins, but they can at least ruin the day of every Rise group they face, and now twice in a row on the Nongshim, who, if they beat T1 or T1's Challengers roster, we don't even know who's going to Daejeon, could face them. They could face them again a third time in a best of 5 to lift a Kespa Cup trophy. They 2-0'd Gen G just 2 days ago. They played back-to-back series then, played last night, played again today. And maybe it's just the fact that these guys are playing so many important tournament games back-to-back. It's given them a little bit of extra energy. But we always have to ask the question, why so late? Why so late into the season? When it matters the least, they show up again big.
It's hard to say. I mean, we have our theories, and we've seen a bit of it over the course of the year where they play so much better online. And, you know, we've had coaching changes, we've had jungle changes. Definitely a lot of things have been tried for the DNS roster, and they're not on top of the world. As you mentioned, they can't even do that anymore, but they probably feel like they're on top of the world with how they're finally winning. And even if it's just in Rise Group, it doesn't matter, because when you're losing the entire year, to finally have some consistent success out of just one, outside of just one game, and actually get a couple, string them together, it feels so good.
Sponge was just a stray death in this one, trying to help come over and salvage that. Peter had such a phenomenal game of the con here.
Lehens had a really good game at Alice.
Yeah, he did. I mean, outside of some early game mistakes,
yeah,
really did. I mean, I had the whole use your head joke early on, but he had some great interrupts. This play here was incredible, and a big part of why Nongshim were able to almost come back and win this game without Sharvely getting that ult. I mean, watch how close it gets here. Like, Duckdom gets burst again. They kill Keegan. That's a Yorick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Yorick can hit the turret. I think they lose the game. Look at a steal from Sharvely over the wall. Now the fight's super split for Nongshim. The equalizer did so much work.
Yeah. And Sponge was tanking a lot of damage. He was super low when the steal came in, so he only got one cyclone off. It was kind of... I think the play to go for the Baron there and try to turn... It didn't even look like they had a good plan on the turn.
They didn't have a good read on the plan.
They were just like, oh, now we're stuck. Uh-oh. So it was a crazy game. It was an emotional game for both teams.
Now, Closer respawning and TPing in here to actually finish it. It's really funny.
Yeah.
Because they're like, okay, hit it. But then Lehen stops Charvel here for a moment. Charvel goes untargetable, so doesn't have that anymore. And Scout is so big, he just bursts him down. Peter gets knocked up.
He's like, it's over, right?
Like, if Closer didn't have TP, for example,
Yeah.
maybe they actually, the game goes on, which is wild. And let's see who ends up getting up POM here. I think
Duck Tom's gonna get it. I don't know if it's the right vote, but he had a great series, right? I do think though that he will get it. Wolf, unfortunately, even if you did vote for Peter or even Charvel.
Vote for Duck Tom, actually.
Oh, well.
Sorry, Peter. Duck Tom is too much.
Yeah. Well, let's see who does pick up the POM. It will be Duck Tom, his first time this year. He goes to the World Finals, joins DNS, doesn't get a POM until August 12th.
He did get 2 POGs yesterday, but yeah, it's his first POM, and I think he deserves it. His Ziggs was pretty incredible, and obviously in that last game played a huge role. That flash pullback. He and Peter, if you could vote for both of them, like if we could have both of them on stage for the interview, I wish we could, but that's just not how it works, Valdez.
Yeah, I wish we could. It is going to be Duck Tom, and of course, Deer for the translation. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Duck Tom on the side of DN Supers. Congratulations. Thank you.
승리 진심으로 축하드립니다. 농심에게 고춧가루를 또 한번 팍팍 뿌리게
A big
됐습니다.
congrats.
소감 들려주시죠.
It looks like that was another spoiler for Nongshim. So how do you feel?
시즌이 끝나고 이렇게 돼서 좀 아쉬운데 그래도 남은 경기들 다
Well, the season is over for us, and you know, it is a little disappointing, but I think for our remaining matches, we're gonna pull as much spoilers as possible.
올해 LCK 첫 POM이기도 합니다.
It's been a long time since we get to see you on the interview zone, and this is actually your first LCK POM of the year. So how does it feel to get the POM? You know, this is such a late POM, so I'm sorry for all the fans that have been waiting. I want to make sure that I'm able to get POMs for the rest of the matches. And Jarvel actually said that you treat him to steak every time he gets POM, so now that you are the POM, who's buying today? I mean, I don't think I can let him buy me steak, so I think I'll just use my own funds to fund my own steak today. Are you going to buy for your teammates? Well, let me think about that. And from the Nongshim match in round 3 to Caspa Cup and today, you guys are on a 5-match winning hype, so what is the secret?
그런 부분에서 좀 연승을 이어나갈 수 있는 것 같습니다.
You know, I think ever since Charvel has joined us, I think we have a really clean shot calling and we're able to sort of keep on winning. And in game 2, the enemy took Dr. Mundo and Locke, a bunch of high-value champions. So what strength were you trying to capitalize off of?
위험하다고 생각 들었는데 상대가 좀 잘 죽어줘서
You know, we actually tried to make sure that our top can stay a little safe, but we kind of failed at trying to get our Jace to be fed and funnel him, so it just felt a little dangerous, but I think in the end we were able to get a lot of kills on the enemy top lane, so I think that's why. And it looks like you got a solo kill against the Yunara, so what happened here?
딱 그렇게 플레이했던 것 같습니다.
Well, with my E just being on the top side, and I just tried to make sure that I can lock the enemy movement so that he cannot go top. So I actually used my W after just so that I can knock her into the wall, and I just saw that angle to actually get that kill. And so, it looks like you had such an amazing performance in Game 3. Charvel actually gave you a shout out saying World's Finalist Bot Duo, so were you actually pretty satisfied? Honestly, for the most part, I was pretty happy. I really tried to go for that pentakill, and you know, and after that, we actually ended up all dying, so I think I just have to make sure that I don't take that much of a risk anymore.
MG 해가지고 상대하기 좀 피곤해요.
And so, how does it feel to play with Sharvel? What kind of player does he feel like? I mean, he's actually quite noisy. He's such a rap. He's actually such a yapper, and I think he is the key, I guess, example of a MZ, Zoomer player. And in the last 4v5 team fight that you lost in game 3, we weren't quite sure that you can actually end in front of the Nexus too. So did you guys just know that you would win? I'm not sure. I maybe there were some doubters, but we just wanted to really just break the Nexus, so I don't think we had any doubt actually in the end. And your next opponent is BNK Furex. And given that you beat everyone but BNK Furex so far, what is your mindset? I just want to make sure that, this upcoming match, we want to make sure that we can actually get our first win against BNK Furex. And that is all from Duckdom, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Yayas. It is a long wait for Duckdom. And it's now over. He gets his first POM of the series, of the year, that is. He also gets the POM of the series. And the DN Automotive Supers with the spoiler. Who were the knowers? The guys that were cast in the game. It was Wolf and Valdez that knew. They just knew. Yes, it was going to be cinematic. Yes, it was going to be stressful, but ultimately they would get it done. Yep, they knew so much they didn't have to wait for the POM. They didn't have to wait. They were just foretelling for us here, Hooney.
They're the worst, man. Like we're so noob.
I mean, I'm just also. I mean, it feels kind of bad that get my prediction wrong, but at the same time, it's really good to see Duckdom and Peter playing good together. Finally, again, as Valdez mentioned, they were in the finals, and it's August 12th. Finally, they got the POM, some spotlight, and I've been keep saying this just because their bottom lane, DNS is struggling the most because they couldn't really get out of the lane, right? But I think this time around, they won the lane. They had the lead. I think they were the game-winning plan for the team.
Yeah, I mean 100%. I think it's just starting from the Sharvel. I think he actually just came in and changed. Wadi also mentioned in the pre-show, he changed the atmosphere.
The atmosphere,
that's the key.
The culture that the DNS squad has had recently. So we take a look at the Palm votes here. It is 8 out of 13. We get a couple of shouts there by Soup for Sharvel. And also, him as well, voting for Jungle. And then one for Peter.
I like Peter vote too. I almost went for Peter vote too, but I think the 80 gap, the 80 solo bolo was kind of huge. So.
Sorry, Peter robbed, unfortunately. Let's get to our comments. Go with the one for Peter saying, "We were waiting for you, friendly, deadly neighborhood Peter."
Oh.
Deadly neighborhood is not what I... I want to live in that neighborhood. But yes, again, Peter showing up big there with Go giving the shout out. Now it's time for Hooney. Mr. Sharvelous, what you got for us?
I have to, Welcome to the SCU, not a MCU. Sharvel Cinematic Universe.
It kind of connects, right?
It was such a Sharvelous game. Sharvelous is serious, so I had to do it. What a cinematic series.
Yeah, I voted for Duckdom just because.
Wait, what do you think of his comment?
No, me?
Yeah, what do you think of his comment?
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's great. It's better than Shoveless,
What?
Maybe not even close to my Gideon Online, but
no way.
It's okay.
The Sharvel Cinematic Universe works because they have who in the bot lane? Peter. Mr. Parker is down there as well. So Spider-Man and
lines up.
Sharvel. It's Mr. Sharvel, Captain Sharvel. All right, let's send it on over to Witt.
Yes, you are worst finalist. I'm just gonna keep it simple, Also, Shovel mentioned about it in game to boost up their confidence, right? I wish I could have those kind of support, yapping, towards me, because whenever I'm here, I'm getting flamed all the time from Degon, and it's not satisfying, I wish I could have those kind of teammates to me,
It's funny though.
That's why he's there. It's just his job.
I guess.
It's his role.
All right. No more being mean to Wadid for the rest of the day. Duckdom is the vote here for Wolf. Charvel was right. Duckdom and Peter showed why they were world finalists. Wolf must have copied Wadid, you know?
We all knew.
Wadid is the only great mind that would have came up with a comment like that.
Can he just do that?
You could do that. No more being mean to Wadid. Only nice things.
True.
Nat for us and a Nat 1 for them. Ooh, Helios with some D&D nerd knowledge? No way! Did you know that Helios plays D&D?
No, I'm not sure.
You don't know Nat 20 and Nat 1?
No.
No.
Oh my. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. These guys.
All right, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm fake. That's okay. Duckdom is the vote here for Umpty. Finally, you are covering me. Peter Chan. I wanted to do a voice. I don't know what voice.
What do you mean, Peter Chan?
But what is an Umpty voice here?
No, it's a weep voice.
It's a weep
it's
voice?
like a yeah, weep voice.
All right, this is an ayaya voice.
I know you're covering me, Peter Chan.
You know.
He got it.
Yeah, because I'm a weep. I'm otaku. I of course I know these things.
Finally, you're covering me, Peter Chan. Ayaya. 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 Ayaya.
All right.
Nice try.
This is my legacy. Charvel is the vote here for Pony. Are you afraid of the DNS who now has Charvel? I think he's just. I think he's just asking a question, but then the question was another question in the middle of the question.
That's
Thank you, Pony. As those were our comments, and it was indeed not Charvel getting it, but Duckdom getting themselves another victory here. And look at your eyes. I don't know. Do we have telestration? Can we circle a thing? It's a 2 and a W next to DNS?
That's crazy.
Wow.
What? What?
From 4 wins.
From 18 in a row to now 2 in a row? It's amazing.
You guys, you guys might think DNS lost their motivation, but there's a new goal, new motivation for the team.
There's
to drag the team down to the outside of the box of the planes.
They want friend. You know?
Yes. They want friend.
Yeah, they want one more friend.
The DN Automotive Amumus. They just want a friend. That's all. Speaking of rematches that we saw last week, it's KT and D plus Kyo. We saw them on Sunday. They're going to do battle. And also, a little bit of a change up here in terms of rosters.
Again?
Another one. It is, speaking of cinematic universes, the Jiwoo cinematic universe is getting another makeover. He will be starting for KT. We'll have all of that set for you by the casters after the short break. You're watching the LCK.
쿼터 개막 이후 8연승. 아우라 생명 진짜 완전히 KT를 파괴해버렸습니다. 10연승에서 11연승으로 1라운드 하나 생명이 2라운드는 KT가 왜요? 밴디가 어디서 이런 선수를 데려왔습니까?
여의차가 올라가 있지 뭐 전차가 질주할지 역대급 LCK예요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stone.
Here we go. Our first question, take a look at your screen, is this. Okay, let's go. Which champion would be the best pet? Best pet? Beep. All right, Subin, buzzed in first.
I would say Yumi.
Yumi! What do you think? Yumi is a pretty good question, or answer to the question. What do you think, Helios?
I think best.
Oh.
Best is
No. Just what did you think of this? That's a good question.
Yumi?
Yeah, Yumi's good, right?
Yumi. I don't like Yumi.
Okay, he doesn't like Yumi. Let's reveal the answer. Which champion would be the best pet? Is it on there? Yumi!
Are you kidding me?
Hey, wait, we answered thousands of people, and we've summed it down to
Really?
100 points. Yes. So
Whoa,
most people.
I can't understand why Yumi number one.
Pets are so cute.
This is not looking good
Lovely
for you.
pet.
Okay, so since you got the right answer and the highest one, will you continue to play and try to clear the board, or will you let Helios answer? He gets 3 tries.
Okay, I'll give him chance.
Okay, GG. All right, Helios. One at a time, you will have 3 chances, 3 lives. Okay. You got to get all 7 that are left. Which champion would be the best pet? Go ahead, give us an answer.
Okay. I think Nico.
Ooh, Nico.
Yes.
Nico, kind of like a gecko, can change.
Yes, can change.
Can change,
Yeah.
right? Okay, Nico, is it on there? Let's take a look. Nico, it is!
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Helios, did you have a pet? Have you had a pet before?
Long time ago, I have a dog pet.
Oh.
Dog pet and cat pet.
Oh.
I already know Yumi. You know Scratch?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yes, I hate.
Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. Did you have a pet, Subin?
Yes, I had a pet. I had a dog. Yeah. He passed away.
Okay.
Lovely pet.
죄송합니다.
Lovely dog. I had a
Okay, 이건
Okay.
you need it.
Yes. 죄송합니다. 죄송합니다. All right. Helios, back to you. You still have 3 lives, but you got to get these answers correct. One more. I mean, there are 6 answers on here.
Nidalee?
Nidalee. Oh. Nidalee.
So scary.
Cougar form though goes to Cougar. Is it on there?
Ellie.
Oh. Okay, not on there. That is our first X. All right, Nidalee. I like the idea. Nidalee, it's Cougar.
Yes.
You know, do it with me. Go ahead. Do it to the camera. Ready? Helios, go. Okay. All right.
Are you kidding me?
No. You did great. You did great. Okay, Helios Nim, yours again. 2 more chances. My mustache is falling off. Give me another one.
Another one? 뭐 있더라? No hint?
No hint.
No hint?
No hint. The hint is everyone voted for this. Many 팬들 voted for
many
this.
pen?
Yes.
There are more than 150 champions.
Yeah.
Bolly bear?
Bolly bear. Bolly bear. I guess
As a pet?
bear pet?
Wait. 챔피언이 기억이 안 나는데? I can't remember champion list.
Pressure. All right, quickly, I need an answer. Bali.
Okay. Heli.
Okay.
Volley bear.
Volley bear. All right, volley bear as a pet. Is it on there?
Heli.
No. Oh, no. You said you didn't like the scratches from Yumi. Scratches from volley bear.
Volley bear can.
I don't want my pet to me.
Strong pet.
Strong pet.
Strong
All right.
pet, yeah.
Strong pet.
Okay. Helios, one more life left. Remember, Subin, if he gets it wrong, you need one.
Okay. I'm waiting for it.
뭐 있지?
There are 6 on there. There's a lot.
뭐 있더라 동물? 헬리.
Lilia. Oh, Lilia. Okay. Maybe a deer. Puts you to sleep.
Yeah.
You know, pets that sleep a lot. You don't. Doesn't require a lot of work. Is Lilia on there? Let's take a peek. Lilia.
헬리.
Helios, Nim. Okay, Helios, you are out. There are 43 points. Subin,
아니.
you have the chance here to steal away 43 points. You need one answer, just one.
Okay. Give me a second.
Okay, you have a second. 한차. Okay, that's it. That was 1 second, right? 차.
한차?
1차.
1일차?
Okay.
Okay. 1초?
1초.
Yeah.
초. Sorry, wrong one. Wrong one.
Okay. Because I had a lovely dog
Yes.
as a pet.
Yes.
So I'll choose Nafiri.
Nefiri! That's right! Nefiri! It comes with a bunch of dogs. Let's see. Is it on there? Nefiri!
아니 내 필이면
Nefiri!
그러면 왜 릴리아랑 그건 안 되는데?
No!
왜 니달리랑?
Nidalee, you don't want to keep. Nefiri's a dog. Nefiri's a doggo.
니달리 anymore.
Okay.
크고. 아니.
All right. Let's figure this out now. So math it out. It's 53 points to Subin. And let's clear the rest of the board. Which champion would be the best pet? Starting with number 7.
Number
Smolder.
Wow, why?
Right?
Why?
Well, this is what the fans said. Okay. Number 6. What is number 6? Right? A pet gerbil, hamster, yordle kind of thing.
I agree.
Guinea pig?
Guinea pig? Yeah, guinea pig. All right, number 5. Kog'Maw.
아니, why Kog'Maw? Why?
Pugma.
Pugma,
he's a doggo.
No, like Hydra.
It's better than Bali Bear. Ooh.
Yeah, Bali Bear will kill you. Pugma will just lick you a little bit, spit on you. You know, just a little pat. All right, number 3. Let's see what we got here. Number 3, Ari.
Ari is human.
Yeah, well, kind of like a cat. You know.
와, Ari. 와.
I don't know. This one I don't know. The fans voted. The fans voted.
와. 말이 안 되는데 이거는 아니. 아리는 사람이잖아. 아니.
All right, and finally, number 2, our last one here. Which champion would be the best pet? Nar.
Okay, Nar.
I
understand. Nar.
Okay.
I agree.
Does this make sense?
Nar so cute.
Okay, what do you think of the fans' votes here, Subin?
I think it's really reasonable.
Right.
Yeah.
Even Ari?
Even Ari can be like cat, like human.
Yes.
So I think it's. I don't know. Sorry. Sorry, fans. I don't understand Ari.
간편하게, 편리하게, 앱에서 한 번에 포인트 정리까지. 우리 이야기는 계속될 테니까. 우리 틴틴, 우리은행.
to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
BDD 파이팅! KT 파이팅!
Hello and welcome back here to the LCK. KT Rolster up against C plus Kia. We just had a banger of a Rise Group matchup between DNS and Nongshim. DNS did eventually go on to win that, but now we are getting another rematch from last week, which did lead to DK eventually winning in 3 games on Sunday. We'll have to see what happens today, Wolf.
We will. Those games were not as fun as the KT D+ matchups that I remember, which were very back and forth, very crazy, a lot of hyper-aggressive plays, more Rise Group-esque, including their tiebreaker match they played last year to decide who was going to be in the Legend Group. D+ did not win then. Now they're both in the Legend Group. They're going to play against each other multiple times here to close out the season. And they're both at the bottom of the standings like KT and Nongshim were in Legend last year, but it's a bit of a different story. With the win here today, KT could move up to the 16-win club, even though in terms of game score, it's been taking them 3 a little bit more often than the other guys. They could actually do it. Then all they have to do is separate themselves by 1 win, and then they could actually, even with a pretty rough game score, be up at the top. D+ need to win 2 in order to even be in that 16 club. So a loss here today would really hurt their chances of avoiding that final play-in spot that you get in 5th place.
Yeah, every team here has 4 matches left, so would require a lot of teams to not have good wins. And you got to win against someone, so we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But LCK 5th, 500 wins will almost definitely be going here to BDD. He does need 2 more wins to get there. And he just hit 900 games on top of it. So definitely a very illustrious career. Our BDD here. A lot of Talia, a lot of Azir, and more Zoe than I was expecting. And Jiwoo is going to be starting.
What does it mean? Like, what does anything with KT mean?
It probably means that DK are more favored than they were before this.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point, Valdez. I think you might be onto something with that.
But
what if Jiwoo is just hyperbolic time chamber. The Jiwoo-verse is back. I thought the Jiwoo-verse was canceled. I thought the show was over. I thought we weren't going to see it anymore. I thought, you know, Jiwoo's just going to be stuck on the bench, and then maybe the Jiwoo-verse goes into another region or something. But no, it's back. He's ready to unleash. Now, we talked about BDD and his upcoming milestone, but Showmaker is looking to be the 4th player to ever reach 2,500 kills, or 4th mid laner, I should say, to qualify, but you guys knew what I meant. See how far ahead he is from Zeka, as he's played a little bit longer here in the LCK, but that's a big number. For Showmaker, you know, he's not been able to necessarily go to that many deep playoff runs, for example. I think it's very impressive stat, how many kills he has.
Yeah, definitely a very long career for him as well. So stacking up the numbers, hitting those milestones, and Showmaker, definitely the old man on this roster of D plus Kia, which we've talked about many times, all the young kids around him, just trying to hold it together there in mid lane. But yeah, I don't really know what to expect from Jiwoo. I think that Fenrir had a bit of spice to him, right? He was very aggressive and sometimes a bit too over-aggressive, especially in lane, which got him into trouble in some of the games. And maybe they're just saying you need to kind of level out a little bit, and we're going to give Jiwoo a shot here after the trade and see what he's capable of. You know, maybe he comes in here and gets absolutely wrecked and we don't see him again, but I don't want to judge it until it happens.
I think it becomes very clear now as well. There was a lot of speculation, but Ghost was announced to have, you know, basically returned to his role of AD carry. But that, for a lot of people, including myself, was as an emergency measure to play in challengers, because Fenrir was playing on the main roster because that trade, which was not yet announced, was underway. And so it was a very awkward situation for Kespa Cup and for the very beginning of round 3 for KT Rolster, and Ghost had to fill in the challengers. But now Jiwoo is actually a starter, at least for today. I don't think that Jiwoo and Fenrir could be any different in terms of their play style, right? Like, Fenrir is incredibly aggressive, plays level 1 incredibly aggressive, doesn't let off the gas. Whereas Jiwoo, his laning phase is pretty standard, does often struggle in the laning phase, but his late game is where he really shines. He's much more like aiming, actually, in so many ways. And we will see if maybe going back to at least a playstyle that feels a little bit more familiar will work here for KT. But KT had so much success with Fenrir that this is a little bit puzzling to me, even though when KT were playing more aggressively in their last few series, it wasn't working. I think that was largely due to the fact that we had a big style shift, which is, in my opinion, why not only did all 3 games in that last series of these 2 teams playing each other end up looking one-sided, because one team was being aggressive, the other was defending, and they won. Yeah. But when they played against their other opponents last week, they tried to be aggressive, and the movement towards more defensive play in the Ledger group just kind of countered them. I wouldn't blame Fenrir myself. In fact, I'd say the mid-jungle started to get a little bit weird again for KT. So I am surprised by this. We've talked a lot about KT. D+ this win, arguably more important, really essential for them as we're getting close to the end of the regular season here, just a few weeks left. So they need to lock in, as I'm most concerned for D+ about the top side of the map, because Perfect has been looking pretty good even in losses. Jiwoo is the Korean name for Ash, by the way.
Yeah.
Some people don't know that, but...
Well, it also said Jiwoo in Korean, so I think, right?
Yes, it did.
So they wouldn't have even been able to read that. But either way, I mean, some of you out there studying your Korean, shout out to you, probably did read that. And you're like, what is the sign about Pokemon and Jiwoo? What did they mean by that? So thank you, Wolf, for targeting those people in our audience.
I'm targeting them. I want to train them.
We have our sights set on them. The target's on, locked on. But yeah, I don't know. I think especially that loss from KT against Gen G, you talked about the more defensive style that's coming in, and especially Gen G kind of epitomized that, and we saw that in that series. It was very slow, it was very boring, and Gen G just slowly ripped them apart, and Fenrir he took one bad trade and the game was over. So I think for KT, they're like, well, maybe we try this veteran and see what happens.
Same with Smash, right? He had that bottom lane push where he just went in too deep and got punished, and that was the end of that game as well. both of these teams have had the same problems, and even against each other last week. So that's why this is kind of cool that we get to have this right now, because we get to see what they've learned over the course of the break, because neither of these teams are playing in the Kespa Cup. And so, as a result, we'll have a different read, and we'll have been prepping very differently, potentially, but are very fresh. Lucian taken away from Smash, since Jiu doesn't really do that type of laning, at least from what we've seen. That makes sense to me.
Yeah. As you mentioned, though, maybe Hyperbolic Time Chamber,
Can you change a player like Jiu this late in his career? I don't know.
want to see the Jiu UFO flying through my sky, and I want to be like, I want to believe. I want to believe in what he can bring. So
he's going to pull out the first pick Callista.
We are all, by the way, DK Predators this time. It was a little bit split on the first match, but this time, especially after that win that DK had last Sunday, we all decided that they should be favored here. And maybe that gives a little extra power over to KT. They're going to first pick Olaf, and I think Perfect was one of the first who was like, no, I'm just blind picking this, and what are you going to do about it? But I think since then, we've learned a little bit more about the Olaf matchups.
Let's see if Shiu likes to play Jax here. He's had some really good Jax games over his career that have been very impressive. They don't have to get it right now.
How about a Kled or a Heimerdinger?
I don't know about those two picks. In fact, we do know a little bit about those two picks, actually, but I would not prefer those two picks at the moment. I think the Heimerdinger can work. It was punished by a really aggressive draft from DNS, but ultimately it will be Jin. He wants to stay. He's like, get the Olaf away from me. That's what Smash said. He's like, I'm going to be on another screen.
Yeah.
I don't want that guy to touch me. And they're just going to counterpick Vayne. Well, I mean, at least that's what they're hovering.
Jin Vayne. 1-2.
That's a pretty weird... Okay, he's doing it.
Okay. He was watching. He's like, oh, yeah, that looks pretty good. I think I can play that champ. Okay. I'll lock it in. 100% win rate.
100% win rate.
Yeah, can't lose.
Ezreal plus what? Shen, I suppose, is going to be the opt-in here. We have seen this lane find some success, but it doesn't matter necessarily about the 2v2, because I don't think into Jin plus question mark this lane gets kill pressure or gets big leads, but it's not going to be a 2v2 lane for very long. Whatever they end up picking here into the Shen will be also roaming around the map, and it's going to be a Jin versus Ezreal isolated 1v1 in the bottom lane. Bard is still available. It does get a little bit of pressure into this lane for sure, and Career has been so good on the Bard since the turnaround, but instead they double down and go for the Karma here. There's a lot of speed up between the Karma here and Kled Ultimate. As
I love this camera shot.
Max, this is so CV Max, by the way. Like, it's turned into a bit of an inside joke with us that CV Max, like, even when like D+ were lifting the trophy, like CV Max, like, oh, by the way, I think you could have played level 2 better, like at EWC.
Yeah, I mean,
he's already coaching the early game here for
Career. Doesn't look happy. I don't want to dig too deep into this, obviously, this tiny little interaction, but I do wonder what it's about. Like, is it about like a rune choice? Could be, I guess. I don't think this is the right time to talk about it. Did CV Max not want Karma? Did he want the Bard instead? And maybe, you know, Career said a last-minute thing that made Showmaker pick the Karma?
In my head,
I don't know.
He's coaching him through level 1 and telling him what he wants him to try to accomplish with this lane, because Karma doesn't get as much value roaming as the Shen. So maybe he's trying to say, you really need to snowball this lane. You need to stay there. You need to camp it. You need to set Smash up for kill pressure, because we're not going to play that 1v1, not with this Karma. Lee Sin gets taken away from Lucid here, which makes a lot of sense. And the Vi subsequently, or previously, was removed away from Cuz. And now we'll see if we get any more jungle bans here. Syndra instead. Syndra works really well with Jin.
Yeah.
So a little bit surprised to see that banned by D+ Kia.
Yeah, Syndra feels good for both of them, especially the players too, because I feel like Showmaker and BDD are both fantastic on the Syndra and are a couple of the first players that come to mind when I think about Syndra. But yeah, just going to deny it from BDD. They want to play something else.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean that Showmaker wants to play a matchup that would have been punished really hard by the Syndra. Rise can struggle in the early levels into this pick, so maybe that was part of the decision making here. And this is a lot of rotational power with the Karma, the Kled ultimate, Realm Warp now, Jin being able to fall out from so far away. And the Kled pick
Look at
feels
BDD.
stronger now.
His mouse. He's not playing right now. But that is some mouse spam if I've ever seen it.
He's getting warmed up to play Victor.
I love the camera shots we're getting, by the way.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just like zoom-ins on the faces and the champions, but this is more interesting.
So they get the Pantheon before D plus Kia can get Rise Pantheon as a duo here. So deny that level of global away. And Pantheon plus Victor is really strong in this 2v2 because it's just a lot of burst damage. Even though Victor doesn't scale until much later on, you know, it's still powerful when you have that extra burst. It kind of shores up his damage in the 2v2 and can empower the gravity field if you can keep a stun on it, which is just point and click. So it gets pretty simple. Not to mention the Shen is going to be there more often. I think this is a really tough game for Showmaker because there's so many threats running at him. The Olaf, the Pantheon is ulting him, you know. Maybe you don't get access to the Jin, but that Rise is always going to be the target. Not only that, but when they're trying to make the Kled fight happen, there's the Shen to ult defensively. I overall think that this game is going to come down to a lot for D+ about how well the solo laners both play their lanes on the Rise and the Kled, but also when they choose to fight. And when they go in, they need to be confident they can win it. You know, play through that Skarl, play through the all-in power of this Kled, play through the Rise Realm Warp, and make sure that when you go in, you know you're going to win that fight, because you aren't going to get away from that Olaf if you decide you don't like the fight. KT will wipe you.
Yep, the Olaf is just so threatening, and we see the Kled once again into it in the top lane. So game number 1 of D+ Kia versus KT Rolster starts now.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Maybe TV Max was telling him about this Rise level 1 play. What do you think about this?
I don't know. I feel like... I don't know if it was really about that.
I don't think so.
But I might just be reading too much into the facial expressions.
The ward gets to be placed for free for BDD because there's no Rise to challenge him onto that Raptor camp.
All right, there's the trade. And Effort's like, oh, you have Cleanse. That's pretty good. It's pretty good into me.
That's pretty good into a Flash Ignite taunt, as both Flashes remain here for Smash and Career in a matchup that I don't think a Flash taunt can fix. You will be pushed in by the Karma. What you have to realize is that you're going to make a larger impact outside the lane, and probably not until you get your Flash back. So I don't think that was a successful play, unfortunately, there for Effort. It felt like he was maybe been laning with Fenrir a little bit too much.
He's hearing voices in his head. He's like, Fenrir told me to go in. He was like, I'm not Fenrir.
That is how you walk the line of a Skarl bar.
Yeah. And eventually just hop off. I mean, the last bunch of picks we had weren't the most interesting, as that is not going to hit the mark. But
maybe C-Max was telling him not to do that.
Yeah. Be careful when you match your Q. Make sure you hit them. That's what we always tell the players too. It doesn't work to just say it, fortunately.
Okay, well, this early laning phase going about as you'd expect. The top lane very volatile. We talked about last time around it's how it was especially volatile with double exhaust, but this time it's Ghost for Perfect and Ignite for Shiu. So a very different look, different take on the matchup this time.
That
did
not hit.
It really didn't.
Yeah.
It looked like it might, but
yeah.
It looked like it healed.
It sail into the wind. A lot of Conquer. It's a pretty good rune.
Yeah.
Especially on the top side of the map. Both tops and jungles. We do have fake jungle Karma. Trying to gank from the jungle bush.
Oh, I was wondering what you meant by that.
Well, he was like standing where the jungler usually is. Like I thought it was Lucid until I was like, huh, wait, that's Karma.
He was a sniper. He was lying in wait to look for that Mantra Q. Showmaker is very far up in the lane. Cuz gets the speed up. And Showmaker has to ghost. So that was just good wave management there by BDD, I think. As Showmaker did not take teleport. And now he has to back. And he's not here for this. But Lucid's acting like he is. I don't think he can push this any further.
I mean, these Raptors are going to spawn in like 20 seconds, it looks like. So I guess really trying to make the most of his red buff, but yeah, Showmaker does make his way back.
BDD was pretty low on mana.
We got Go Pings. They want to fight for the Raptors. They do have effort on the way up here. He has his Ignite back. They got one little Raptor. Worth.
Well, I mean, it's better than 0 little Raptors.
Is it though?
I think so, yeah. I think it's about worth 8 gold or so.
Go do your own
Raptors
jungle.
worth 0. But what if you get one little Raptor, then all of the little Raptors on your side of the map?
Yeah, then you've got like a difference of 2 Raptors.
Then you're a big little Raptor getter because you have the most.
That's true. I never thought of it that way. But also you're behind on your clear. It doesn't really matter because, I mean, especially these guys are so fast on their clears. He's just going to...
Well, here's another aspect.
He's very slowly behind.
It allows you to constantly track where Cuz is during that moment. And during that time, Kled can try to push the advantage topside, which he has got the lane pushed in right now. Neither of these top laners, again, have TP until the role quest complete. So that means that every trade really does matter. Showmaker does not have ult. I guess it doesn't matter because he's Rise, but I wanted to point out that BDD had ult advantage here is really what I was saying.
Showmaker, it's almost like he baited those cooldowns on purpose. I don't think it was worth it, but sure. He's going to go for a back. And
this lane has ended up being relatively uninteresting. Like, Effort has his flashback. He's actually not roaming. He's not leaving Gio on an island.
Well, he did for like 20 seconds, and then he came back.
He's not Lehens. Gio, there's a frozen pizza in the freezer. So, just heat that up, and I'm going to go try to win the game somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, the wave was in a rough spot, too, so I think Effort was like, oh, I do have to go down there. Probably got the call from Gio a bit.
What kind of mother would Effort make to Gio? We do have to wonder.
I never thought about that.
Maybe it's the kind of cheerleader type based on the flash in at level 1.
Just always, wishing that Effort's son can succeed.
My son wins every laning phase.
We got a Rise on the way. And Cuz is going to respect Flash away. Perfect also just trying to get out of there. That was a root on the Effort. As now we got the ult on into Perfect, who is getting pretty low. Showmaker trying to one combo him and gets him with the last Q. Gives him the big green thumbs up.
I know we've been talking a lot about some of the mid-jungle mishaps here for KT Rolster, but not sure if Cuz wanted to dodge that Q. Barrier will be used here in order to get Jiwoo home without his back being stopped. But the wave is already on the turret, so he's still going to lose this farm no matter what. So we'll watch this play again. When the Realm Warp goes over, Cuz is like, uh-oh, I'm going to have to get out of here. Gets away.
Got the red.
Got the red. But then it's still a 3v2 here, and Shiu gets his ult off here before he loses Skarl, which helps Showmaker speed up here for the flash play. And then Cuz could have blocked that, I guess. Yeah. But instead just, he didn't even dodge it either. He just he tried to dodge it, even though he didn't need to, instead of walking closer there. I think he should have been able to block that, but either way, BDD not able to impact the play. Showmaker comes up. Perfect does end up biting the dust, and Kled has a pretty significant gold advantage here on the top side.
Yeah, feels very good. I mean, Showmaker got up there, got the first blood. We got a bit of a exchange here.
Neither of these top laners have ult from the last play.
Yeah. But yeah, Showmaker got that first blood, but he's still only like 89 gold ahead because the farm for BDD has been good. He's just doing Victor things, just farming mid, and not realm warping to top lane. So has a nice little 15 CS.
That is kind of a trait of Victory. Normally he's unable to do that.
You can't Arcane Storm to the top lane, so you know, what are you going to do?
Towards it, it just doesn't really make it there.
Yeah. What about a laser? Does that have the range?
No. But suppose you were on like the, you know, in the Krug hit, then you just did it over the wall. I mean, that's basically Arcane Storming into the top lane.
Sure. Yeah, I think we could say that.
So I think you can do it, but you can't Realm Warp. You can't. That one he definitely can't do, as it turns out. Unless I'm missing something about his kit.
Maybe in the next game.
Lucid wants the aggression.
It's got a little angle, but everything's just going to miss. Except the one spear. That's the one thing that hit. One spear from Cuz as he runs away.
It's another one of those games like what we had earlier today where it's only one kill in this game, but there's just so much aggression, and we're kind of hanging on that knife's edge. Neither of these comps need to win early in terms of their scaling, but I think that whether or not the Ezreal can hit his 2-item spike comfortably is really important. The Karma's going to fall off later on in terms of her ability to set up engages. And this top lane, which is incredibly volatile, can become a huge side lane problem for if Xiu ends up getting the one who wins the side here. Or Perfect becomes a huge threat for Showmaker and later on Smash as well in this game if he starts to get too far ahead. So a lot of attention top side. And speaking of...
A little early there, but he still got it. And it's just 2-for-1 Grubs play. This BDD is now laning against Smash. And we have Ezreal versus Ryzen mid. Here comes Pantheon, and she was trying to go the opposite way. We'll see if he can get back on Skarl. Flashes to do so. Gets the one dash with a flash on in. Might be enough, and yes, it will be. We also had effort on the way, but now Showmaker trying to join into the fight. And I think with that TP from BDD, that'll be the end of this one. Career just trying to run away.
And so the 80 carries will get some push, but already Gio is on this turret as Overgrowth, whereas Smash is not going to be able to get the same value, at least not initially, without this wave here. Should eventually be able to get a plate, but it's an even trade in the 80 carry department, but on the top side, it's a win for KT, as they do even up the kill score 1-1 with Pantheon picking up the kill there. It's pretty volatile here because Xiu is able to, because he is Kled, get that stacked up, grabs his Skarl, and is almost able to outplay here and get the double dash away, but doesn't have the angle anymore, so gets picked off here. Effort also has Stand United in this play, so I just don't think there's anything D+ could have done. I don't think BDD needed to TP there either. If he saves it, then there's no value for Smash on the bottom side, and Ezreal gets the free plates, but he went over just to make sure.
Yeah. He took care of them, I suppose. So now we're going in for Xiu, but he's just gonna say hello, take an aggressive trade, I suppose. Now you got a fade here in the Banana Brush. Little Root's gonna come down, and now Lucid able to frontline pretty effectively here as Cuz gets left alone, and they take him down. Still no first drink, but maybe now we have it.
I think it should be going over to D+ now, as we just always keep checking on the top lane. When someone's running away, you're like, is it all in? No, it's just perfect, kind of getting into range to kind of harass him right now. Is this going to be that dragon? So it's a scrappy fight, and KT didn't have the tools to defend it. Once again, Showmaker rotating over. And I'm kind of like pausing in my color commentary here because keep zooming in on this bottom side, and you know something's about to happen. It is, in fact, happening now.
That is a Shen. Cleanse available. Smash also going to flash away from that one, but you'll take that if you're KT. Trading some good summoners up. So now Career is ganking the Olaf, I suppose. Back on Skarl, and that should be enough, and yes it is. And now we got curtains opening up. Lucid just corralling both of these KT bottom laners away. And is not able to get the kill just yet, but he is quite fast.
D+ are running this game right now. Cuz is up here to try to patch the hole. Isn't making an impact with his Pantheon ultimate at all after dying on that bottom side play. And D+ just have so much tempo. maybe CV Max was telling Career that Karma's really good at ganking, giving a shield over to Kled, because it's then hard to dismount it. Maybe that was the whole thing, the double speed boost together, like I was saying in draft. That's what he was trying
CV Max
to tell
is
him.
like, you guys, you can run really fast together.
Yeah.
Did you know that? Did you know that, Career?
Because
there's like, yes, I know.
You might not have known that, Valdez. It's not really even about running fast here. In fact, Career's presence was not even necessarily all that impactful on the play, but they did run fast together, and they did end up getting a kill over to the Kled, who has almost 1,000 gold the advantage here. In this game, more than last, it feels like the counter pick is working, but it's not even about the counter pick necessarily. It's just about forcing aggression topside away from the bottom side as Jiwoo.
All right, Smash in a lot of trouble, and he's actually just able to run it off. That's not quite enough, even with Cuz takes so many turret shots too, and the turnaround is there.
Jiwoo! And Career is fine! That's not what he was looking for?
Oh, not gonna Realmorph, just gonna run into Cuz. Free second kill. Showmaker's not done yet. He's gonna land a root here, and now he's done.
I wonder if KT are done in this game after that last play. It's continuing to annoy BDD right now. Maybe try to keep the Shen here a little bit longer. Shen doesn't have ult yet, but we'll have it soon. So this is a Pantheon onto Smash, right? Gets the stun, gets all the burst, and True Shot hits, but he can't land that Q. So Smash is like, well, Lucid's here. Thanks for lining it up. And the whole while, Effort and BDD are trying to chase down a Karma who, again, as CV Max explained already, goes fast and gets away.
He runs real quick. Jiwoo's dead. I don't know what happened here, but just kind of hanging out in mid. And we saw this happen to Diablo in our first series, but even on the Ezreal, they just can't seem to position correctly. So that's another free kill.
It's game one of the return of Jiwoo, but do you think Fenrir hits that Q? I don't know. I can't say. But otherwise, nothing that they've done in this play, in this draft, necessarily warrants, in my mind, a substitution. You can't know what your draft is going to look like when you make that choice, but
yeah,
we'll see what happens as this series progresses. But right now, I mean, all these small things are adding up, and KT are in a world of hurt. They're 4,000 gold behind at 15 minutes. This Ezreal is 1,500 gold behind his opponent, trying to hit his 2-item spike. Shu's not going to hit his bear trap there. But, I mean, that's the end of the good news. That was it. Yeah, Shu didn't hit that. So that's a positive for KT.
Yeah, at least they have one thing, Wolf. It's better than having 0 things. We kind of went over this when we did the Raptor math.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's not necessarily Jiwoo's fault the way this is going. It's always going to be a point of discussion. And,
absolutely. It's not.
At the same time, though, I am curious to see if he can try to carry once he does hit the 2 items, because right now it's not an AD carry problem, it's a team problem. I think DK did a very good job of just rotating around the map and getting advantageous trades. And now that they have this 3,500 gold lead, it doesn't really feel like KT's comp can do much except sit back and try to farm and get your Victor and Ezreal online and hope that DK makes some mistakes. Or we can dive to Kled. That's another option they have.
It didn't work out so well for DN Supers earlier, and it's not working out for KT here either. They get the flash, I suppose, but this is a problem. Bottom turret is gone. Try again to kill that Kled, I suppose is the
Sometimes in the LCK, even though we get a bad rap for it, it does pay to just sit back and farm and play passively.
Yeah, I really do believe that the meta has shifted a little bit here, but they played to defend the Kled, they turned it into wins, then the Realm War play from super early on in the game got tons of value, got a flash out of Cuz gets caught on Dragon, and now they just don't have any map controls. A third time
it's still Kled, guys! It's still Kled!
It might be Kled with a kill here if he gets a few more autos and drops that Ignite.
Guys, go on! Like, look at the map! They're so tunnel vision on this top lane. I mean, I guess they finally got the turret, and that was
they
the
lost
idea.
2 inners, basically. The mid inner went down.
And the mid outer.
Yeah. And the
bottom outer.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the bottom inner is almost dead. They almost lost 2 inners. Wow. For trying to kill a Kled. And if you kill the Kled, it's still not worth it. But they didn't even get him.
I know.
They tried to get him so hard. They tried 3 times. They, you know,
that felt like, okay, well, we've already committed to this, and we can't, you know, can't get back to defend anyways.
Try a 4th time. Try a 4th time, KT.
She was like, I'll make it easy for you guys. I'm going to run into you now, and maybe you'll have a better shot this time. But yeah, I think...
Please no 5th time. Please no 5th time.
It's going to happen soon. He's going to go bot, and they're going to try to dive him on the other turret. They're like, well, now it has a bounty, so what if we trade? What if we dive the Kled in the bottom lane, and we get the turret bounty?
The new caster buzzword of post-MSI and EWC is overload. Overload a side lane.
Yeah.
And I think for KT, they've picked up on it. You know, they're really enjoying the overload mechanic where you just go, well, we're behind. Better overload that Kled. Make Skarl's hair stand up. But it's not working. They're not going for the fifth attempt yet.
Not yet, yeah. Just wait. They do have Pantheon.
That's what I was going to say, Pantheon ult. Shen ult, maybe.
So
his flash is still down, Valdez.
You could go for the Rise, right? I think that's actually
what I thought they were going to
a decent place to go. Because it's on the bottom side of the map doing his Gromp. And also I like how Career's shadowing Showmaker. And he's just up here, you know, getting vision. There's not really anything else for him to do right now, so just stand next to Showmaker. Maybe he doesn't get killed in the side lane. And now it's DK that are overloading the top side of the map, Wolf.
Yeah. But they don't have any more turrets to really kill, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
Are they overloading or are they just macroing? You know, they have full vision control.
Yeah, I just wanted to use the word and be cool like the rest of you, you know.
That's the color commentator buzzword. Now everyone's
the buzzword.
Everyone's aware of it. We say overload too much these days.
Yeah, we've had so many of those words that I think it's okay. Going in is Lucid, and they can't really peel against Xin Zhao. As I mean, eventually he's going very deep. Now just going to turn on to BDD, who does get rooted up, takes a bunch of damage. This is underneath, in between 2 turrets, so they're absolutely overcommitting to this, but it might just work. As a bunch of shots are coming in, BDD and effort are so low.
Trying to clear this wave as fast as possible. I mean, Juice here.
Charge. Oh, that should be the end of Showmaker, but it is going to be an immediate trade for the Olaf. And now we have a charge coming in. You're not going to interrupt that one as he gets pulled all the way in. Off of the Skarl, gets the bear trap on a row, picks up 3. As he just pulled him into it, and she was like, you know what? This Kled pick is pretty fun. I think I might do it again in the future. Quadra kill for him.
Whole D+ side doing the chew as he picks up a Quadra and ends this game, Valdez. As it was kind of fast and loose, a little finicky up here, you know? Can we actually do this between 2 turrets? Lucid's got his Crescent Guard down. And then wait for it. Wait for it. Watch the bottom lane. See? Perfect leaves. He's like, I'm going to TP top side. He does. And he does it first, but then, instead of finishing his back, it's matched here by Xiu. And look at the difference of impact here. First of all, Perfect doesn't get here first. He just dies instantly. He Kled ults forward, charges on him, gets pulled into the back, and gets dismounted, and then just obliterates them. Super mad he didn't get that last kill.
Yeah. He is sorry, and it would have been a penta, but it is what it is. That would have been really cool if he just pulls out the Kled and picks up a penta. Not today, Xiu.
And it's in situations like this, in these types of brawly fights, where everyone's too low, there's no way to lock the Kled down, CC him in this situation, where he just literally goes into the entire low-health backline and wipes them. The same way that Perfect wishes he was going to be able to in that last fight, but he dies first because his teammates are low health super far away. And if the Kled doesn't match the TP, maybe he could have actually gotten something done there. As we will see a Pantheon ult here. Let's see if we can see a shutdown. Maybe.
Does this count as the 5th time,
It is the 5th time.
Okay. Well, might work this time. Goes back on a Skarl as I spoke too soon, Wolf. No! It almost worked.
So even the 5th time wasn't the charm.
Oh no.
He got his ult back. He had it. He pushed away. He said no. He said no, Valdez. Not even the 5th time will be the charm. No, KT, it will not. And it's another sleeper game between these two. It's not D+. Just didn't give KT a fight in this one.
It wasn't very even, and that made it not so interesting. 23.5 minutes, and we've been casting a lot of short games recently, Wolf, in Kespa Cup and in LCK. This time, Showmaker just going to run away, or at least attempt to, as the Shen comes in, and down goes the Showmaker. Flash on in here from Perfect as he wants to make the Olaf work. But unfortunately, maybe just a little bit too far behind.
Chiu is just cledding over here, by the way. He's like, I wasn't too confident in the end there, so I'm just over here as an insurance policy. I'm going to take this whole turret out. Eventually, he will get answered by Perfect here. Effort is now rotating over. And Lucid's going to take the Empowered Recall home. So we're going to go jump into this replay here. This is what I was talking about. You know, Showmaker is the one you want to run at as the Olaf. And in this fight, they get the chance to because he's pushed super far up. He gets caught by the Shen. And then here, as his Ragnarok runs out, he's like, okay, I don't think I want to push that much further here. And Smash has that big old shield from the Karma, so even if Gio wanted to follow up there, it would have been pretty risky. They survive. That's the good news.
Yeah.
Perfect.
About surviving. There's no Stand United. He's just going to go into the Ragnarok and hope that it is enough to take down the Kled. The answer is absolutely not.
Almost got my lizard! The 6th time.
Is that a Kled? Is that a Kled voice line?
No, he just kind of talks like that.
Oh.
I think, is Skarl even a lizard? What?
It like kind of just looks like a little raptor.
It's a lizard chocobo or something.
Yeah. Something like that. Cuz tried something, I mean, that's better than sitting back and doing nothing, I guess. And we're just TPing in. DK having their fun here at the end of the game. They don't have a wave. Now they have a wave. And they can push and put KT out of their misery, as Chiu even going to get bullied here at the very end. Gets 4th shotted to the face and receives a green thumb from Showmaker once again. That'll be the end of game 1. DK just crushed them.
D+. Pretty sure Showmaker's Rod of Ages transformed as the Nexus was exploding.
Yeah.
That's how one-sided this game was. Very dominant performance. And man, Valdez, I might be on track to get it. It might only be today, but 2 predictions is a great start, given that's half
in a row
last week.
In a row.
KT just really not coming to life in this one. And I think a lot of it was about Showmaker. You know, his early realm warps, the aggression, they controlled the top side fight in that volatile top matchup. And very differently than what happened in our last series with the Kled into Olaf, it was resources given to get the Kled ahead. In the series with DNS, they tried to kill the Kled also and failed, but then the Kled got an early triple kill, and it was a disaster. Don't feed Skarl. That's what we're learning here. Don't feed the Kled. Maybe Kled's not the answer to Olaf. Maybe just a fed Kled should be picked in multiple matchups. Maybe he's broken, Valdez.
Well, he definitely seems to be better than I think our region had given him credit for, especially in this matchup. But, you know, better slow than never, I suppose. And, yeah, so that was game number 1. I hope that this series can eventually deliver over the course of 2 best of 3s. But we're still waiting, Wolf. It's 1-0 D plus Kia, and we'll head to a break.
빅토르 팩? 몰라. 너 다이브 할 수 있으면
얘들아
갑자기 봐줄게.
봐봐
빅토르 올게.
야 이제 야 금자 이제
아 먹어 잡았어. 야 이제 잡자 얘들아.
클레드 봐라.
오케이.
누가 어때?
클레 데뷔.
클레 나보다 잘하는데?
근데 졌다.
여기 예측.
킬 좀.
야 먹어
내꺼.
나이스
아니
아쉽다 허정킬 너무 맛있다
아니
허정 2,500킬 안 되지
아니 2킬 했네요.
나르베이는 나르가 빨리 왔고 운동 관리가 돼 있어요.
야 조절해봐 일단 개급하다 다 버린 거야 야 이번에 짧았다
우와! 완벽한 커뮤니케이션! 이게 포탑이 있긴 있어요. 아직 버텨요. 포탑이 있으면 얘기가 다르거든요. 도끼에는 깔리고 완벽해요. 개인이 여기 함정인데. 질릴 거다. 알파이트 피넛 박걸.
그 다음에 올라갑니다.
때리긴 하는데.
기압을 걸고.
슈퍼스. 집을 치라 하나 생명도 한 방에 극복할 수 있어요. 나 용상상 만들어 놓자. 대결하면 우측 당장 사람이 없어. 하나 생명. 이거 오자마자 고립됐고요. 이거 뒷판이가 하나 더 새로 홈런 치고 젠지. 낮게 잡아도 80% 이상입니다. 그러면 20%를 위하여. 클로저 체력이 낮아서 이거 조심해야 돼. 반대. 빅토르 어디 갔어요? 그냥 삭제 소멸됐고. 그렇습니다. 예스 박스 다운.
얘들아 너 정신 차렸다
앞서서 혼자이때 당했죠. 무조건 1타겟 루시안. 그때 그 루시안으로 여드로
야 신나 피해
신나 줬다.
보자
아니 하나 더 베이즈. 이렇게 있다가 빅토르 진 물어서 한 방에 녹인다? 이게 부하지가 엄청 크거든요.
맞습니다. 그래서 그 진짜 한 방이 정말 깔끔하게 나와야 되는데 왔어요 카멜 타이밍이 맞았어요.
내가 빅토르
너무 오래 숨지는 말라고 결말이 좋지 않은
그러면서 카멜 잡았어. 와 나이스 멘타킬.
제발 끝날 것 같아
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
D plus Kia said, "Welcome back, Jiwoo." Welcomed him with an L. As D plus take game number 1 against K2, who made that substitution down on the bottom side of the map. And even then, it seemed like that wasn't really the story. The story is what we learned from the first series. We have an Olaf answer. Is it the Kled? Is it really the Kled? This is the second time I'm doing this. Second time I'm saying this. Uni, come on now.
Yeah, I mean, I was like begging, like, why Kled is not going to ignite? Like, it has to be ignited, like, for these, like, matchups. Like I said, like, the matchup, it has to be really spicy. He has to go, like, he was demounting level 2 and just using ignite all the time. That had to be done, and then making spicy damage as much as he can. And then when, you know, that's the time that you need the support, you need the jungle to actually help out your jungler. And it worked well this time.
Yeah, I think the reason why Olaf being so strong is because of like the kill angle. I think you can make every single matchup to be like really, how do I say? It's a really actively like looking for the kills, like, even from the level 1, right? So I feel like Kled is making those lanes neutralizing. You know, I think it's really hard to kill Kled unless you all in like all the time. But I think Olaf in the early levels is really hard, right? And I also like Kled having an ignite kind of blocks those kind of like windows for the Olaf.
And one thing I think you have to see also the Victor. Showmaker did interview, by the way. Oh, I guess if Victor it's a pretty good champ. It's still really usable, and he baited. He baited enemy team to pick it.
Yeah.
Like, Victor is not good. It's the only Showmaker is winning right now. Showmaker is only 2-0 right now. And I think the whole win rate, it's brutal. It's like three wins, 14 loses. It's a Showmaker got only 2 wins. And game 1, it never won in LCK round 3 right now. So especially playing against Rise, like, who's actually specializations for the early game scrimmage and movement with the map. It's not working.
Yeah, again, even in the bot lane, wasn't working as well. 4 losses for the Victors. We take a look at how this one shook out. Early fights here went the way of D plus Kia, and again, couldn't get the Olaf online and never really got it rolling.
Yeah, look at your Victor. Yeah, what is he doing? Like, we need some kind of early pressure from the mid laner, but Victor ain't give you anything. And on the top side, we mentioned about how the Kled works, but I think he's really like trying to baiting out with his teammate. And I think Career did such a great job on his karma, which is not normal. And on the mid lane, this is not we expected from Jiu here. I think he could definitely kill Jin here if he didn't shoot W there. He should have just throw the Q there to finish off the target, but he couldn't. And then he dies.
Yeah, also he previously threw out the W, the first W, and he missed it. And that was really critical because, like, if they kill the enemy carry there, like, this wouldn't actually happen there. And it's like the game, I think it would have been really, really stabilized. And then one more mistake, like, no sounds, just solo AD carry cannot be this far up. You're playing A0, just press Q from the screens away.
KT is still struggling with their AD carries now. Like, with aiming leaving the team, I think people are concerned about like how you're gonna get the fundamentals back to your bot lane, and still not figuring out. Even though like Fenrir tried its best, fundamental was not there. Gio not helping the team as well.
Yeah, and remember, they were trying out multiple guys at the support role as well at the beginning of the year. 6 different players playing those 2 positions down on the bottom side of the map so far for KT. And then later on in the top side of the map with that lead, this was cinema. At first we thought, wow, what a great play here by Effort to keep everyone alive. No, it ends up just being inevitable what D Plus does to KT.
I think they just really have no chance. I felt like DK just playing with their foods here. Like, they have no counterplay. I think all the 5 members from DK had such a great target selection over here. Smash zoning out with the ultimate, and Lucid going in and going back, waiting for his moment. Yes, Olaf tried to kill all the targets, but the top Olaf 1v5 is not gonna work. And great usage of the Kled ulti at the end. It's such a satisfying ultimate from Xiu right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is like why DK is like really good at it, right? Like, they actually get the lead from the early game. They actually just get the control, like mid-price especially, and they're trying to send the people to like a side lane rather, and it's trying to get the objective, which was like that was a top tier 1, and they're based on their leading the gold experience, even though it's like it is a little bit overplayed because they're diving between tier 1 and tier 2, and it still works because like they're so good at it right now and playing as a team. They know they're all on the same page and having a single goal, which is, you know, try to kill the wall there.
Yeah, I love the fact that now we have this counter to Olaf, which seemed like it was running rampant. And with Skarl and Kled on the top side of the map, you have one that wants to skirmish, but also can buy a lot of time with the mounting and remounting if you're able to dish out enough damage, that Olaf can't get the kill and run away scot-free. It is getting punished, and we'll see what other answers come up for the rest of the week. But back to the matter at hand, it is D plus Kia up 1-0 over KT, and with this win, they will continue to climb up those standings. Remember, only 2 games separating D plus Kia from 5th place and 1st place as we go to game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for the great breakdown. As, yeah, don't pick the victor unless you're Showmaker. And we got to see a little bit of that there.
I just think for BDD, he's had some decent games of Victor, right, in his past, but BDD to me has always been the player who can take over a game, can control it from minute 1 to minute 35, you know, and even sometimes past that if required. But my point is beginning to end. Playmaker. You put him on Victor in this meta, in this draft, and he's like, you've neutered one of your most powerful players, if not your most powerful players. So, you know, Score said they might keep playing Jiwoo if it works out. They are playing him effectively, paraphrasing, because he has more LCK experience that Fenrir doesn't have, but I didn't see it in game 1. We'll see what happens here in game 2. Both Orianna and Nocturne banned on the same side here by D plus Kia. As once again Smash's Lucian will be denied, and we see the Jarvan as the final ban.
Yeah, Jarvan is fine, and
he's pretty
saw
good.
Poppy, yeah, I mean, he's pretty good. Poppy wasn't banned in the first rotation last time around, and that's been a big target ban for a lot of teams. So maybe we see them pick it up here in game 2. There were still a lot of strong picks in last game.
I think the space really broke it down well in the pre-show today. The focus wasn't jungle in the early part of the draft in game 1, so the Poppy value was lower there. And right now, we're once again looking for a top-side winning matchup here with the blind Jace. So perfect back-to-back blind picks here. The Olaf first, Jace second. There's no answering Olaf this time. There's no answering Kled. There is, however, potential Yorick angle.
Yeah, I think it's really helpful when you have a top laner who can just get a couple of big blind picks and you trust him to do so. I don't know if it's always the right choice in terms of draft priority to go for the top laner, but at least in the, you know, Olaf and the Jace, it definitely is. Bard going to be locked in.
Maokai is no longer globally banned, but I don't know if that's necessarily what you want to grab here as D+. For the Lucid Lee Sin as the second pick here.
They make Kate Lux if they really want to take Caitlyn away. Otherwise, it might be the third pick.
It could be. I like to grab the Cassante early. You get to still, if they go for their bottom duo here. This is a rare situation. We almost never see this with top and bottom lane fully locked going to the second ban phase. But it looks like that's where we're headed with the Ziggs and Nautilus. So Caitlyn, I think, 1,000%, especially considering how good Smash is at the pick, just feels like a no-brainer. Instead, if you get this now, then you won't get the Caitlyn lane, but you'll still win lane probably with almost anything you pick. Syndra, I'm a little bit less of a fan of here.
That's funny. I'm actually a little bit more of a fan of the Syndra.
Than Caitlyn?
Just a little bit. Oh, no, than the Lock.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I am much more of a fan of the Syndra than the Lock.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought that's what you were saying.
Oh.
But, yeah, that's what I was talking about. I would have liked to see the Caitlyn. Instead, it's Sivir. So, just wanting a little bit more safety against the lockdown of the Nautilus and the burst of the Ziggs, I suppose.
Some of the burst of the Jace as well can be spell shielded.
Yeah. All right. I'm okay with it.
Now we're banning Poppy, because we're gonna start picking some junglers. Not gonna be picking Lee Sin though. Ban Poppy. KT know what that means.
What does it
play,
mean?
It means they want to play Lee Sin without steadfast presence, annoying
Aha.
everything that Lee Sin's trying to do, Valdez. That's what it means.
Ah, I see.
I think you knew what it meant as well. I think you're just trying
the
to
way you
clarify
said it
that.
was like. We all know what that means. We might just see an Nefiri pop out here. I think Nefiri can be really good into KT's comp.
What about Vi for KT Rolster?
Did we forget about Vi?
No, I mean, I think Vi's pretty weak right now, but I think for what KT have put together, I think it's pretty good. They have a Nautilus and a Ziggs. They've got a lot of burst damage to follow up on it.
It's Lucid?
It's Lucid.
Or
on the
you
other
were talking
side,
about
so you
KT.
probably want
Yeah,
to
yeah.
deny it from Lucid. Maybe he picks it here. But this comp isn't really a Vi comp, so I hope not. It's not really a Nefiri comp either. It's more of a Xin Zhao, which isn't available comp.
Yeah.
Or a Jarvan, which isn't available comp. So,
or a Sejuani.
They're just going to do the deny Vi.
Divine?
Devi.
Oh. I just never heard it said before, so I was saying it wrong.
Otherwise, often reversed as Viden.
Interesting.
No, it's never been reversed that way before.
There's
So we're going to play
Nefiri.
Nefiri into Vi. By the way, Nefiri, a great counter pick to Vi because she can just go jumpy, and then the Vi is not doing the thing that the Vi wants to do. And they end up with the Annie. So there's a lot of burst and lockdown in this draft for KT. And one of the weaknesses of a lot of Nefiri comps is that the Nefiri doesn't have CC, but they have CC everywhere else. Talia making Valdez put his face on the table. He's not a big fan of this pick right now.
Showmaker
doesn't look like he's a fan of this pick right now either.
It's just slowly squeezed its way back into the meta. We see it so often in Arise, which theoretically makes sense. It just hasn't had a lot of success.
Okay.
But it's Talia Vi, and that's the
and
other combo.
Bard Talia, you can follow up on the Tempered Fate. I think it's not, there's not a global on the other side, so you can control the map a little bit. As long as you play the laning phase well into BDD's Annie, you should have a lot of agency this game. I don't dislike this Talia as much as the one that we saw in Kespa Cup yesterday.
There have been some really
we were very
dank Talia angles.
We were very much like, I don't think that's it. But today it looks like it's kind of it. I think it makes sense because the Vi pick also didn't really. It felt like a denial, right? The Devi we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
But now at least it's got a combo. Now it's got some setup here with the Bard ultimate. The Bard ultimate gets more value. You know what? I think with this comp, D+ can make Talia look valuable. I think so. On the other side, they didn't pick the Caitlyn, but they still have a strong lane into this Nautilus. So KT have a losing lane in the bottom side. Will they be able to get the Ziggs out of lane to do the boom boom? We'll have to wait and see.
Definitely one of the goals of this composition, but as you said, we got to see the execution. DK versus KT, game number 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, we're here in game 2. After our first series went to 3 games, we were expecting to go to 6 total on the day. But honestly, after game 1, I'm like, I don't know. I think KT look a little flat.
A little flat?
Yeah, like they came out flat. They're not.
Like they've been sitting on the shelf too long?
What? Oh, like a soda?
Like a soda, yeah.
You haven't heard that term, though? Like in sports, you came out flat? Meaning like you didn't come out
I'm just
sharp.
I'm messing with you.
Oh, okay.
All
right.
I know what you meant. Like
I thought
like a
maybe
flat note, kind of.
Yeah.
Except in terms of their play overall, just didn't really.
Yeah, not showing a lot of
correctly.
energy,
Yeah.
right? Just kind of come out looking a little flat. And they
Yeah, I
did.
didn't think you meant that they actually were like looking like pancakes or something like that, or like a flounder.
Oh, pancakes are great, though. Are you a pancakes or a waffle guy?
Waffles 1,000%.
Yeah, I remember I went with you to Atlanta one time, and we went to Waffle House.
Yeah.
It was really good. I used to be a pancake guy, but I've changed as I've gotten older. I think I've seen the light. Pancakes are still really good, but I think waffles do have the slight edge.
I think the big advantage to pancakes is you don't need a machine, right? If you're making it, you don't need the press. It's just you just pour it into the pan, right? The pancake mix.
Oh, I thought you were saying that's the advantage that waffles has.
No, that's
over
what pancakes. That's what pancakes have over waffles, right? You don't need the press. You don't need the tool.
Yeah, but the tool is so much better, right? Because cooking pancakes is actually very annoying if you want to cook them well, because you have to keep the heat really low.
Yeah.
And you have to cook it for a long time, otherwise the middle doesn't cook, and then, or you like burn the outside, and then it's really rubbery. It's rough. And
That's why.
That's
use
why
the
you
tool.
just eat bagel bites.
No, whoa. I mean, bagel bites when I was a child were very good.
Yeah, exactly. Back in the day, it was like, oh, I could try to cook a pancake myself, or
Are you going to be a bagel bites father, Valdez?
no.
I don't have time to get your breakfast ready, Bryce. Eat your bagel bite. No, I knew you were. I knew the answer was no, but I just had to,
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm sure there will be some convenience food.
Bagel bites were a plague on society because children everywhere were like, man, I don't get bagel bites because my parents are making healthy food for me instead.
Yeah.
And they always wanted the bagel bites, and then the parents were like, well, he wants it. So this wasn't supposed to happen.
Smash is in a lot of trouble here. He's still going to get hooked, and he does flash away. He will survive.
That also wasn't supposed to happen. Jiu has no mana. So unless he wants to flash short fuse here.
I think Effort has to be a little careful, actually, with a full health and decent amount of mana Bard. But now, with an Neferi coming over and no flash on Smash, might look for something here. Perhaps onto Career, who's just going to flash away and play it respectfully.
All right, well. They made
us talk about the game, Wolf.
They did not, metaphorically speaking, get the bagel bites here.
Yeah.
And they didn't get anything healthy either.
They were
actually.
forced to boil some pasta. Eat it with salt and butter instead.
Well, I mean, in the grand scheme of this game, I think the ingredients just aren't prepped. Like, I think they might need some bagel bites. Like, I mean, is Annie basically the bagel bites of League of Legends, you know?
That's a good point.
It's quick and
I
easy.
think it is, yeah.
And it tastes really good when you win.
It serves a purpose. It's not, you know, it's not fancy. It just gets the job done. And that's what bagel bites are.
Yeah.
You know? Short, sweet, to the point, you know, flash tibbers, my job here is done.
Yeah.
I put the bagel bites in the microwave, my job here is done.
Exactly!
Now I need to burn the top of my mouth as well, but, you know, that's not really the fault of the bagel bites. I blame that on the microwave, personally.
What is going on with Satchels today?
Career, please!
If Lehen can get satcheled, then Career can get satcheled. 2 for 2 on supports getting satcheled in the early game and ruining the lane prio, because now the lane prio is ruined. It's burnt like the outside of a pancake. Look, Career, here's the problem is he goes into a specific location where the enemy knows where he'll land, and so Jiu turns the heat up and the edge of the pancake. That wasn't really where I was going with that. That's not the right analogy for the pancake.
It's okay.
There's the bagel bite.
Yeah, it burns. It does. And yeah, you saw that Career had a very visceral, physical reaction on the camera after that happened. It's just a mistake. He knows it. Jiu's like, oh, free food, okay. So Jiu's feeling pretty good about that. And now Effort is able to come up here to the top lane. Jiu's not having the most fun so far against the Jace.
Not the most. But not the least either we've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's no jungle attention really, so. Cuz, speaking of jungle, is looking for another burnt pancake.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Career's just dead again. Very nice setup here from KT in the jungle.
Just no information here for D+ about where Cuz is. He has level 6. And I mean, Showmaker's going to try to turn this into something, but Effort should be fine. He's just going to dredge line away. All right, I'm done with the metaphors here for now, I think.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah. It was starting to get a bit flat to go back to the original conversation. It was hitting until it was flat, and now it's flat, and so now it's done. So, D+ find themselves 1,000 gold behind in an early game where they had full control. And right here, Vi's in base. Cuz very aware that if anyone comes over here, they die. And Career's like, well, I don't have a bunch of
top
information.
lane. Xiu, though, is going to run straight into Effort, who is making the top laner's life miserable and saves Perfect's life.
Effort's he's doing the whole thing. He's doing the whole game. He's impacting all the lanes. And D+ just don't seem to have the answer right now, as an all-in angle there completely falls on its face. I don't know exactly how we got there, but my guess is Perfect kind of baited it by going into a trade there with Xiu, where she was like, but I'm Cassante. He didn't consider. Effort was lurking.
Yeah, and that's Nautilus, my friend. Here's Talia Vi, but they're miles underneath the turret. Lucid's like, oh, okay, I'm going to flash away from that one. As BDD, good response from him. Decent wall here to try to save Lucid, but I don't know if it's going to work. He gets over the wall here, maybe a little execute angle. Or he could just do the Krugs.
Yeah, he's just going to do Krugs. They're not going to waste time with him because they want these grubs. So I guess this ends up being a small win for D+ at the end of the day.
Just do the red buff too.
Yeah, and actually he's just going to get away with it because...
This is so stupid.
I mean, KT don't have prio in mid. I suppose the Jace could have rotated over to try to help out, but wants to make sure Cuz still has control over the grubs. So it's actually a really clever read here from Lucid.
Yeah, Lucid knows he's doing grubs, but I guess Cuz doesn't know that his red buff and Krugs are being stolen.
See what his reaction is when he finds out. I mean, he might know there's a possibility. I would say that's a pretty high chance.
Yeah.
So now it's Xiu actually goes in first. And they have full vision of the Vi, by the way. Like, look at where all the vision is in the enemy jungle. Effort just comes over here and takes him out. But Effort was, I guess, covering for a Cassante all-in. What a clever move.
Wow.
Protecting Perfect, knowing Cassante was starting to get a little bit frisky up there. He's starting to get some of that armor. Starting to be able to trade. A little bit tougher now that this pickaxe is completed here for Perfect. So it's not getting easier. It's not getting easier. Smash is like, well, I've got a call on 68 stacks, and we'll see what we get.
We'll see you in 40 minutes.
Effort is like, he's angling for POM, and they haven't even won a game yet.
Yeah, he's just everywhere. Prayer comes in, but that's Talia, so they're not going to be able to kill him for the next 48 hours. We do have Xiu once again in trouble, as Cuz is here. Just looking to poke him down a little bit before committing to the ults.
Doesn't even need it again.
Yeah.
And they give the kill over to Perfect. Serpent's Fang on the play. Not necessarily the strongest spike, but pretty effective item. Cost efficiency is high, as Lucid's going to come over here and find out they can't really do anything except get some of these minions with a little bit of cone action here. Oh! Tell him you're mad, Luce. Tell him how you really feel.
Yeah. Lucid was never going to go in, knew the doggo was there the whole time. And
this is turning into the last D+ KT series, isn't it? Where it's just 3 one-sided games incoming.
Although, I don't know. I mean, this one is not in the bag just yet.
No, it's not in the bag, but the fries are in the fryer. Maybe.
Yeah. But, Wolf, this is Legend Group.
I know. I know. This feels a little bit like a boring version, a retelling of the tiebreaker match between D+ and KT when neither of them were yet Legend nor Rise. Because we're seeing both Rise and Legend elements to this game, I would say.
Yeah, we are.
If you know what I mean.
Kind of blurring the lines, you know, I feel like we do have set groups, but also the team's on the edge.
Is he just going to Tempered Fate? I don't think he should. Because, I mean, Lucid is coming over. Maybe they go for a contest here. This could be the back-breaking play if D+ mess this up.
Yep. Looking for it. Might just come down to a smite fight as they're trying to get on top of Lucid. They will zone him away and get the Drake as well as a kill here once again onto the Bard. And now Lucid's stuck in the pit. They're trying to make something happen here with Smash. And they do take out Xiu, funnily enough. But here comes Cuz. And eventually the Annie gets the kill onto the Talia. Very broken up fight here, but KT's still enjoying themselves. As eventually he gets close enough to ult. And...
Get him.
And...
Get him, Cuz.
And... No way. He actually got away. Wow.
And then he also gets wolves. It's just like the escape on the top side of the map. He's like, yeah, I get away, and then I get these camps. This time it's his camp, so it's a little bit less, you know, a big thing. Career, I don't know about.
He's angry.
I think a lot of D+ players and potentially fans are feeling the same way right now. As KT are going to be able to take this blue buff away. He got his wolves, but not the blue. Revenge of Cuz. And that play on the dragon, it didn't end up being the game-losing play I was describing we could have seen if D+ got completely routed here, but he gets ulted by Effort. Smash is early game Cull-wielding Sivir. So they just kind of ignore him overall. Gio does get ulted here and gets taken out, but Showmaker dies on the left side. It's so funny to watch like Smash just be literally ignored in this fight.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I'm at full health. I'm an AD carry. What, you guys gonna chase me? No. So KT ended up trading there, grabbing the dragon. It's Ocean Soul. Which really fits the mood of this game, doesn't it?
Yeah. Little KT and Bro and Brew.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have 7 kills, but I think the fact that it's been very one-sided and we've had some very silly mistakes from D+Kia kind of leads you into a dreary feeling. But we'll see what happens. I mean, I still feel like DK have an in. They're definitely not too far behind, and they have a Sivir. And as much as I don't like Talia, you know, she can still kind of play bodyguard for the Sivir as the game comes along, and then you have the synergy with the Vi. So, you know, it kind of makes sense, and it's Lucid on the Vi, so it all comes together in the end. But this early game has been a bit of a disaster for D+Kia.
Yeah, I mean, it really has. They can stabilize, though. It's just going to take a lot of patience. And potentially a mistake from KT Rolster, right? If they overextend on the play, try to, you know, send a Jason to an all-in, he gets cut up. Showmaker has a lot of power. Not if he gets killed by Effort here, though.
All right, the hook is going to miss. It's now going all in on a BDD, but they're going to go golden as here comes the Ziggs bomb from miles away. The knockback is good, so there's that synergy. Here comes Smash. He's like, oh, God, I need to run, as he just immediately flashes away and doesn't really do a whole lot. And they commit much harder to KT, and they win the fight.
This is the rare career Bard that doesn't hit, you know? It's not...
It's falling a little flat.
It's, yeah, I think, there you go. Burnt pancakes and all that.
Yeah.
Because he had the Magical Journey play early where he got satcheled and died. He hasn't had too many Tempered Fates, including on that Dragon fight that we had just moments ago, that have been impactful at all. This one felt like it saved the play for KT. So BDD initially here, after Effort whiffs this hook and puts himself in harm's way, Lucid gets on to BDD, and then now Showmaker can't combo them. He does, but by the time he does, the Ziggs bomb is here. BDD does go down on the play, but Career does as well because he's super far forward as they're trying to salvage this. And again, Smash completely ignored. He has an Essence Reaver now. You know, he picked that one up a little bit earlier ago. Let's see about this play from Career.
I mean, there's no flash for BDD. He is going to hit the stun. Here comes Showmaker. It's a lot of damage. Now we got Lucid coming in, and one by one, the troops line up, and they make a kill happen.
All right. He didn't have Tempered Fate. I was a little bit worried. There was no minion wave. They still are able to line it all up. Good play from Showmaker, in particular on that one. This Career does help set it up. And it looks like maybe the Bagel Bites trumped by Fruit Cup in this situation.
Yeah, it did feel like a little bit, you know.
Quick and easy to serve, but healthier as an option.
Yeah, a little bit more variety, you know. It's not as straightforward.
Yeah.
Got a couple of different tastes in there. Like
Much lower calorie option.
Yeah. All right, this Cassante actually at this point is kind of hitting. And this time he doesn't have a Nautilus to help him out. And I think Perfect knows he doesn't quite have the damage. And there is the buffer on the Q3. Nicely done for the shutdown. Shiu once again on the board.
Yep. Right when Perfect thought he pushed him away, Shiu pulls him back in. And then kills him and then pushes this wave where there is no answer on the turret. Look at the Vi and the Bard. They might actually just fully take this turret out here. They have such a wave. No grubs though, so I suppose it might take a little bit longer. On the other side of the map, looks like KT are going to drop turret defense in order to get the Dragon, which is a second Dragon Ocean Drake. So I think I know which side of this I'd prefer, is D+ win on both sides of the map. They get this play here, on to BDD. This is the old fruit cup. Serve it to them. Nice and cool.
You have a slice of apple, then you get a little piece of orange.
Yeah. Don't need any graham crackers or anything like that. As Cassante goes for the all-out here. Perfect is way up in the lane. Notice that there's no one here to defend him either. So he's just not played through it all as he's trying to make that aggressive play. So I think it's a bit on him on this one. So he dies, gets pulled back in. We saw the first-person view. She was starting to get pretty big, but I don't know if he's big enough to walk into the jungle alone. We'll have to retreat from this one.
Yeah. He is Cassante at least. And does all the things Cassante does. And Showmaker's happy to have him on his team rather than the enemy team.
D+ have a gold lead, Valdez.
Yeah.
It's starting to be a little scary. You know, it's 1,000 gold. The advantage for Smash has been hard farming. Got his coal cashed in. He hit his Flicker Blade. He's got his glutinous grooves.
Yes. Tons of gluten in those. And I think that, you know, really the only issue if DK gets ahead into a mid to late game for them is that it's kind of just a one carry comp. So, and Smash is low range. And yeah, he's Sivir, but there's a lot of burst on the side of KT, so.
He's got Flash. Well, he will soon. He's got Spell Shield. He'll be all right. He's got a Cassante front line.
Yeah.
Shu's not ahead yet, but he's kind of taking over the game a little bit. Could be a 2-threat comp. I get what you're saying, Valish. You don't like the Taliyah. The Taliyah doesn't do that much damage, all right? But the Taliyah, in this case, is the Fruit Cup healthy option that you are rejecting. It doesn't taste as good, but it is definitely pretty easy to set up. Now, we are going to see this Rift Herald just dropped on top of Shu's head here, effectively, in this side lane. But he's just going to run away because BDD front-loaded the stun.
Oh, we're just, okay. That's pretty nice. I like that. That's pretty cute. Perfect gonna get super low, and now the Vi gets stunned underneath the Ziggs bomb, but he still gets away, and Effort doesn't have the damage. Meanwhile, in bot, KT are getting some structure value, at least.
KT had made the big winning play down there on the bottom side, but the stun is too early from BDD. He's just dropping damage, so the TP comes in. And then on the top side, they end up losing Perfect again. Had such a good start in this game. Still has a gold lead, but D+ are playing through this really well. So it looks a little bit messy here on the outset because of turret aggro, but it's just a buffer here from Lucid. Has to flash. The Perfect cannot follow, and like you said, Effort does not have damage. Career can magical journey through the turret damage there and get away. Ooh! Sidestepping. The walking strategy. Don't you even bring it up, Valdez. Taliyah's still valuable here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's got 2 burn items into not a whole lot of health. I mean, I guess Perfect and Cuz kind of not really. Actually.
The more time he burns, the more damage he's doing.
Yeah.
And so, therefore, he's kind of technically a second DPS threat you were looking for.
He does deal some amount of damage. Yeah.
He's also relatively safe with this build.
Yeah. Again, he creates the space that allows Smash to do the damage, but...
So you're saying he has a purpose?
If Smash dies, it's just not going to be enough to cut through KT.
Notice Smash has 0 deaths.
Yeah. In the laning
I'm
phase.
just trying to stop you at every turn about this. I'm sorry.
It's like the toddler that just keeps saying why. It's like... Because the Sivir scales up to 4 items and is really strong. But why?
Because Daddy said so.
Yeah.
Daddy Valdez said
I was
bringing us to 6 games.
Yeah. It still could happen. Especially between these two, you know, Legend group teams that sometimes blur the lines between Legend and Rise.
Well, Smash does have a 3rd item. Looking at a 3rd item. Well, 3rd component, rather. Looking at a 3rd item LDR. Not sure why a bow is the item Riot chose to be the one that pierces armor. I think the armor kind of counters that, but we know what it means.
Yeah.
And it means that the armor is going to be taken down low.
And Lord Dominic sends his regards, so there's that too. They're trying to get in onto Shu, but now that's the depth charge gone. And DK have a good kind of wide fan-out concave here. Smash going to come mid and clear the wave and be safe to do so.
Let's see if Showmaker can kind of cut them in half here with the wall or something like that, because right now he's kind of isolated. He can't actually really get in here, and like you said, the setup for KT, they're making it hard for D+ to actually rejoin as a 5-man unit, and that means they can't protect Smash. At the same time, KT aren't hitting the Dragon, so you know they're not necessarily pushing D+ into an uncomfortable spot either. Showmaker's just waiting, biding his time. He wants that Weaver's Wall angle, and now D+ have kind of gotten to a point where they have their own concave, and Showmaker can help maybe rejoin.
Yeah, Cuz had a good idea. Someone was in there. Knew it was Showmaker. And now the engage comes in. They're going to catch the Nautilus, but the counter onto Lucid immediately. He just runs straight into Cuz, who hops away and dies to Showmaker's rocks. And now Effort's totally caught out. He goes down, and D+ Kia, nice couple of kills into a Drake.
It's a big play from Shiu there as well. Pushing on to Cuz. And they want more here. At least going to get Tibbers.
Stop some backs?
Yeah, and this turret I think is just going to go down. It's a big wave here. It is a Ziggs on the other side, so I suppose they'll take more than one auto onto that Crystalline, which he doesn't even hit. So they will save the turret for now. But Cuz used his W to the rocks there. Like you said, he knew something was in that bush, but doesn't actually have it here when he goes in. So he just instantly gets chain CC'd and has to go back, and then Shiu and Showmaker say no as he goes into the rocks and dies. The only reason why I think, it's pretty viable here, Valdez. They will take out the Dragon.
It's good into Nefiri, it is.
Yeah, especially if you're with no W.
It was 5th pick, so kind of saw the whole comp and said, hey, this is pretty good in Nefiri Nautilus. I can get some big defensive value here.
BD, we
it's also
said.
Showmaker.
Yeah.
You remember that old Dom 1 Gaming with Showmaker and Canyon in the jungle?
Yeah, the flex pick Talia.
Yeah, so strong. They're both so good at this pick.
And we talked about BDD being on Victor in that early game and just not being able to make an impact. He's made a few big plays on this Annie, but the team has just never been able to maintain control. Even though they had it on that Dragon initially, they let it go. And so D+ are once again able to punish. This goal lead for D+ is growing. It's exploding. LDR done for Smash. And he's ready to send his regards. Or Dominic's. Not Smash.
Or Dominic's regards. Yeah,
not
not Smash. It has nothing to do with him, actually. He just bought the item.
Smash really doesn't have anything to add.
Yeah.
To be honest. He's just the messenger here.
And
look at that. He's sending right to Cuz.
Yeah. If he picks up IE and doesn't die in this game, I mean, I don't know if KT really have an answer. This is going to do some nice burst damage, but if they can't lock anyone down, how can they do the damage in the first place?
That's a good point. It's a good question. Perhaps a rhetorical one in this case, but I think everything that you were worried about, D+ have kind of handled so far.
Yeah.
And my dislike of this Ziggs pick does continue, even though it did work earlier, and we did have Gio get the kill onto Career with the satchel after Career went into Magical Journey right in front of him. I just don't know where the consistent damage output's going to come from to kill this Cassante. He did die twice when he was in lane and being aggressive, but since we started getting into team fights, he isn't really getting hurt that much.
They just keep going all in on a Cuz, but that's still in a Fury. So, nice try.
Got him to hop. I don't actually know what that ability is called. They usually called it jump in this game.
Yeah, it's called jump up in the air and avoid things. I always forget that last part.
Maybe it's called trampoline.
Float could be a good one.
D+ have prio over Dragon that hasn't spawned, and KT are just going to call that bluff and walk away. Shiu on that bottom side play with Showmaker wasn't able to secure the kill. Showmaker now down Weaver's Wall for a little bit longer here. They were on that Dragon, and they had that prio because they were trying to make that bottom side play. Because they have a Sivir, even though Ziggs has great wave clear, the Sivir is just kind of constantly sending the waves at KT, so there's a permanent minion wave to deal with. There's always prio for D+. This is what Sivir does so incredibly well, but you've got Talia too. Deathcap Talk about, you're wondering about if that Talia is going to have damage. Getting very close. 2 rods in pocket.
Yeah. To be fair, this build is much more damage focused than some of the other builds we've been seeing, which have been like Rocket Belt, Rylai's, and it's like, well, you're really committing to the bit on being very supportive.
Util Talia.
Yeah. But yeah, Showmaker's definitely going to be dealing some amount of damage, especially there aren't a whole lot of tanks on the side of KT.
All right, KT are starting to get some prio. Double control, triple control word vision control on all entry points. The Cassante side lane is kind of real in this game, and BDD does have TP to join. We do see, in fact, she was coming first, wrapping around as Lucid eats a bunch of damage. Do you think they can kill Smash in this fight? I think that's the crux of this entire team fight, which might be game defining, even though it's not Soul, is this dragon fight when we're at 2-2. Let's see. Do you think they can kill him?
I mean, if they set up like this and they're all in the banana brush, it's very obvious, right? They're all just kind of stacked there. They have a Nautilus. The engage is very straightforward, and so it can be read pretty easily by D+Kia and by Smash.
I don't think they can kill him.
Oh, trying to engage actually is DK. As Depth Charge does come down, the wall doesn't really do a whole lot, but gets the knockback on a perfect as they both go golden at the perfect time. Career kind of helping him out, but you see Showmaker on the run here, Cuz finally able to take him down as we do get the hook in, but guess who's still alive? It is Smash until the very end as the Q gets over the wall, and it will be DK with the ace.
It's a bit of a messy engage from D+. A Tempered Fate a little awkward, but they're able to just cut through because KT has no damage throughput, like none. It's Ziggs and Annie. They need to be the ones fighting first, but D+ get the engage off. Effort defensively ults Lucid, and the Ziggs bomb is dropped. Now who's going to do damage? Look at you trying to lob Qs in. He's not doing anything here. Finally, takes out the enemy jungler, but Smash just eats all of the engage. It's not enough damage, no way to kill him. He's level 16, and he's lobbing Qs over the wall. Picks up a double in the fight, and I think that was the decisive team fight of this game. As Baron is up, D+ have such a lead now. And to come over here and control this space around it. Showmaker does not have his Weaver's Wall, so that's not a tool they have to make sure they can look for a turn here. But, I mean, there's so many flashes down for KT after the last fight. Cuz, BDD, and Jiwoo don't have their flashes. And Cuz is the notable one if we are looking for a Baron contest here, because he's going to want that. If he wants to go into the pit, it's going to be a one-way trip. And yeah, Smash, he's big.
He's second in terms of XP, which is kind of crazy for an 80 carry, but Sivir ain't no normal 80 carry. Spending a lot of time alone, clearing waves, getting XP, not dying as well, so a lot of time spent on the map.
Edge in terms of the item and the inventory.
Get on to Career. He is in a bit of trouble, but he does go golden himself. Now we got a TP behind. TK do want to fight for this one, even though it's a bit of a scrappy one. As Jiwoo gets in behind BDD, gets the kill on a Bard, and immediately dies. Jiwoo's 1v1ing the Sivir. That's not going to work out. And yeah, I mean, we're going to have a GA here, Cuz eventually might blast Cone away, to my chagrin, but he's probably still going to die at the end of the day. Buys a little bit of time. And Showmaker will eventually get him to float into the air and take him down. So that should be the Baron here for D+Kia.
And that's why Fruit Cup, the better option than Bagel Bites.
It just feels so much better.
Yeah.
So healthy.
Yeah, no, it was the finesse game from D+. BDD tried to just put it in the microwave in this one, but as you guys will see here, Effort tries to go in on the play. They get Magical Journey to buy space. And look at the collapse. Here comes the Cassante. And look at this. Lucid gets the engage to help heal, then gets on top of BDD. As Career dies on the top side, no one is touching Smash, which is probably why Jiwoo was trying to get on top of him, because he's like, well, I've got damage. Maybe I can take this guy out. No. This get, like, completely... I mean, D+ are running circles around KT in this fight because they have so much map control. KT, everything they're trying to do here is desperate as they send the Jace bottom lane. He's the only survivor. And GA up for Lucid. Baron buff. I think the Talia stocks are going up, Bellas. I know you're not a big
Sure,
fan.
no, it's.
I think it might be back in the
I'm
meta.
fine to have a discussion about it. It's just, you know, my initial impression of the pick over the last week or so has not been great.
I know, I'm just not bullying you. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's what you got to do, you know?
This game has just not been
them
interesting.
down.
Fruit cups and bagel bites.
What about Eggos, though? You ever have Eggos?
Well, even though I do prefer waffles, I only enjoyed Eggos under the age of 10, I think.
Yeah.
And then otherwise,
I like the taste of the maple syrup more than anything else.
Yeah, I think they had to be chocolate Eggos. Choco chip.
Oh, okay. Showmaker, he's in a little bit of trouble, but he got the wall down and he created space, and now they're going to take down this mid turret. Meanwhile, Shiu totally untouched. You had a good call on the Cassante pretty early in this game, especially when KT didn't get far enough ahead that nobody's just able to kill this
Nobody
guy.
can kill him. Nobody can kill
impossible.
anybody. They can't kill Smash, especially.
Yeah.
0 deaths still. That was why I was asking that question earlier. Can they kill Smash? I don't think they can kill Smash. I don't think they will kill Smash a single time in this game, is what it's looking like. It looked like that a long time ago, but now he's extremely fed and has GA, and he spell shielded that shock blast, so it's looking really unlikely at this moment in time.
Yeah, the Sivir was picked after the Jace and the Ziggs, and does not really take damage from either of those champions. And now every inhibitor is going down. Everything that KT own is being taken away from them, bit by bit, as the turrets will fall and Effort's got to make a play. But the spell shield comes in and it's desperation. It's understandable. D plus Kia come in and they look even better against KT this time around. As they beat them last week, looks like they'll beat them once again, this time in a 2-0 fashion as the Nexus falls. And they are very happy with this victory.
Career turning this game around a little bit. Had a bit of an error in the early game, but KT just completely outclassed in this series from start to finish. And in both games, had a bit of a problem in the top side. And I think that a lot of people will vote for Shiu in this game.
Yeah, I was going to say, shouldn't you vote for Shiu?
But that's as easy as putting Pop-Tarts in a toaster, okay?
Oh, no. Not the Pop-Tarts.
Yeah. You want a toaster strudel? Like the crowd gave him the respect he deserves again in this one. But who set up the early plays in game one? Was it the Realm Warping Rise? I think a little bit, yeah. Game two, Talia all over the map. I was a Showmaker voter this time. He said no, you should have voted for Shiu, but that's what he meant by that. But I really wanted to go full all in on the Talia meme that we've had in this series because it was really good and it worked out. But I think Smash is going to get some votes.
What's the 6, by the way? What is that a reference to? I feel like we had that reference before.
I don't know, actually.
Huh. Well, maybe we can get an answer about that from the space.
Because like
thing,
last year, they were in 6th place. That's why they got Rise Group. Is that them saying KT should have been
KT
6th?
go down to 6th? That's
They
not the way it
can't,
works.
actually, they're in the Legend Group. But I'm sure that someone will tell us.
Did he get 6 kills? I don't know. Was he born in 2006?
Maybe.
Yeah, I feel like we had something with this number before, but I don't know. Anyway, a very strong performance from DK today.
So Shiu, top lane, out of control good today. Not in this moment, but
still didn't get your vote.
Showmaker, really good performance. But I think there's also a case to be made for Smash, who literally did not get caught by an Annie Nefiri Nautilus composition and die a single time in this game. And with Spell Shield and Shock Blasts, I'm a bit recency biased in terms of the Smash vote, but I think some people might give him the nod. He's been so...
His Sin was good.
Yeah, he's been performing really consistently for this roster since Paris. And we got the update that apparently Woodid thinks honey tea and maple syrup tea are the same. So...
What?
Yeah.
I don't get it. He used to make tea, but instead of using honey, he
You know how you make
maple
tea
syrup.
for your voice where you put honey in it?
Oh, no.
He was just putting maple syrup in.
That's like a very Canadian thing to do, I think.
What does that mean? That sounds really stereotypical of you, Fowlers. Just because maple syrup is from
Maple syrup.
I don't think they put maple syrup in their tea.
Maybe they do.
I think they put it on their pancakes, on their waffles, and apparently poutine sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Smash, they try to kill him again. No. Spell shields the novelist soul.
Smash made Sivir look so OP in this game. And I think KT helped a little bit, but like, especially with the comp around him. By the way, we got an update on the number 6. Apparently it's 1 and 5 wins, making 15, which they do get after taking this victory. So that's got to be it, right?
Okay.
I think that solves my question.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, all right.
So what are we thinking for next time, Gio or Fenrir?
Yeah, I think this was a little bit inconclusive, the second game in particular, but I think changing things up repeatedly is what KT keeps doing, and I don't think that's it, but Gio will pick up POM after nearly getting a pentakill on Kled in game 1 and playing an incredible K'Sante game in game 2. Even though I didn't vote for him, I fully support this vote. Just sent my badge onto the floor.
You say you support it, and yet you throw your badge on the floor. What did Wolf mean by that? I wonder. Good form though, putting the badge on.
No, I think I think I was just really excited to say that both of them did really well. I hope all 3 players get votes.
Yeah.
I hope all 3 players get votes.
I think last week you had a vote that was 13 out of 14, and you were the one. Was that you or was that someone else? Not sure. I don't know. We'll have to look at the history books. Either way, guys, we do have Deer for the translation of the POM. Oh, wait. No, we need a little bit more time.
Just one more moment.
Yeah, somebody's still walking out there. But you guys will get to hear from Xiu in just a moment.
Yeah, he's a man of few words, to be honest. But the crowd's really into him right now.
Yeah. As
there he is.
We're having an unknown situation, but it's getting resolved at the moment.
That's okay.
It might be.
You and I thrive in unknown situations.
Is it a? I don't know. Let's find out.
Thank
you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POM interview translation, and we are here joined by Xiu on the side of D plus Kia. Congratulations! Thank you very much. With this 2-0 win, you guys are now the 4th place team in the Legends group. How do you feel? I'm very glad that we got a very clean 2-0. And I really wanted to play Kled in game number 1, so I'm very grateful for my head coach who actually let me play Kled. We had another Kled into Olaf matchup, and you mentioned that you wanted to go for it, and we were able to find out why. And in the player comms, you did say, this is my first Kled game, but still you were able to pop off. How are you able to pull that move? So I did watch some Kled's game competitively, and recently I realized that it would be a really powerful pick if you know how to play the macro around it, and also how you play out the lane really affects the game a lot, so I really wanted to give it a try. And you did an interview that I am so mad that I let the opponent get a solo kill up against me. I really want my revenge, and you did get your revenge. How are you feeling today? I think the game number 1 solo kill doesn't really count because you were supposed to get the kill. But in game 2, I was really far behind, especially our entire team was really behind. So I think that kill was the turning point of the game. So I'm very happy about it. Now let's take a look at this replay. How did you see that angle? Honestly, the Jace K'Sante matchup, although K'Sante in some situation where K'Sante is behind in gold, K'Sante can still get a solo kill with the ult combo. And also my teammates were already rotating towards top, so it was a very easy angle for me. And you guys went for Vi Talia comp. Well, honestly, they had a really bad synergy so far here in LCK round 3, going 0-2. What were you looking for in that comp? We already locked in Vi, and one of the strengths that Vi has is that she can always rotate towards the side lanes, and Talia is really good at, you know, side lane macros. So I think it's a really good balance. In the early game of game 2, Jace was getting fed, which put D plus Kia in a very rough spot. How did you manage to turn the game around? He picked up several kills in the early game, so I was not happy about that. It was a very, you know, difficult situation for us, but still I was able to farm pretty decently. So after I put up a couple of items, I was able to match him on the side lane. So I thought it was a pretty doable game for us. And Shiu, you had a fantastic performance today, and you and Charvo actually took an exam for graduation. How was it? I took the test and I went back to the team house. And my average score was 74 out of 100 or 73. I thought I should have hit 100. So a little disappointment there, but yeah. Now I'm gonna ask you a quiz. Winning or passing the test or winning a series? Winning the series. And that makes you a professional gamer. Legend groups, the competition is really intense. And the top laners are having a fantastic performance. And with this win, you guys are able to step up to the 4th place. What is your goal for this season? Looking at if you can look at the standings, the competition is real, you know. Everyone is like so close with each other, so I wanna go all the way up to the 1st place. And your next opponent will be T1 at their home ground, the LCK Team Roadshow. And T1 is the only team that you guys lost to after round 3. What is your mindset for that match? We don't have much time up until the T1 match at the T1 home ground. So with the given time, we will practice as much as possible. And hopefully we can follow our kind of direction that we found in the practice so that we can put up the best performance at the T1 home ground match. And that was the POM of today's match, Shiu, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun Ayaya, for the translation. I have to tell everyone because Valdez and Wolf were scrambling for a little bit. Ji-sun probably saved the translations there. Ji-sun works super hard to make the show happen and then also does the translation. So make sure if you're in chat right now, thank you, Ji-sun Ayaya. There it is. All right. It was a victory here for D plus Kia, and one of the few where we got to see a come-from-behind victory. So many of these matches have been decided by the early leads and early skirmishes, but in this case, D plus Kia were able to bide their time and get to the point where they could get a team fight where Sivir was online, then took control of the game in a way that earlier Nongshim weren't able to do when Diablo was on Yunara.
I mean, I think that's the reason why nowadays it makes like DK even special. You know, I think EWC, after the EWC, the team got just completely changed. I think there are several moments where, like last year, DK, when they played against like good teams, they had some wins, but at the end, they were like falling off, just like you know what they did. But I think this time around, they look like a solid, strong team, deserve to be in the Legend group. So I think that makes Legend group even more harder. I think KT now like struggling so much, but comparing to that, DK having a good plan, good draft, and a good strategy. I think they had such a great plan overall, and I think, as you said, the game 2 like means a lot for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. I think especially like the abusing, they have the fact that they have a Seaver into AP champion, AP bot lane, which is, you know, I think it was a really fine to clearing the way of just using the Seaver. That means like, it's like always a harder for who actually behind and trying to stall the game. Like it's no matter what's harder, but I think the DK, it means like they were just better team today, and it was like the macro, the plan. Like I think it's like we see so many times that even though like your AD carry is not even like completing like 2 item, and you just fight for it. I mean, I think DK was not the team that they were willing to actually fight for until the Seaver item that completed, and I think it was really right. They chose the really right time to fight off, and that's how they come back. And I think the knowledge of the League of Legends right now, I think the DK, that's why we can easily call they're one of the strongest teams right now.
They're leading the meta.
It's kind of crazy. It is crazy, but D+ are one of the hottest teams in the LCK, despite getting mollywopped by T1 earlier. We forget that one. They're now, 4-1 in their last 5 games, and slowly catching up to the rest of the league leaders in the Legend group. As we take a look at the POM, it was Mr. Graduate himself, Shiwu, getting the POM vote on the top side of the map. That looks weird. There we go. All right. That looked weird. Didn't it look a little weird? I was like, how did that logo get there? Okay, I was told by my boss that this is where Tibbers is supposed to be. Okay, there it is.
It's so cute.
Because we only saw his head chop before, I see. Okay.
This is better.
All right. No, G-Sun, I don't want an amputated Tibbers. I'm sorry. All right, let's get into some of the province here. Is everyone getting some votes? Everyone getting it. So let's go to Huni first.
Overall, it's a pretty clean game, right? Like, know that. And well deserved, because I think I think that starting from the game 1 when there was the mid incident, like we could easily see that was the game actually decided by just dodging the easier Q, easier W, and that actually snowballed so hard. And even game 2, I think the Seaver was the main key, like the responsibility was on him. We saw earlier the series, right? Like AD carry responsibility is that it's a huge, like if you die actually just once, the series can easily flop. Well deserved.
But I voted for top lane because my brother Broken Blade would be proud of me. And Solo Bolo on 300Js flipped the game 2 as well. And yeah, I just gotta shout out for his clad once again. I think coaching staff brought up the idea for him. But yeah, there's a reason why DK is called Korean G2 by all the fans in Korea. I think they always bring up some fresh ideas and creativity to the LCK, so it's satisfying.
All right, the shout out by the company man himself, Broken Blade and Shiwu. Showmaker getting a vote here from Wolf, making Talia viable again. It's just fun that you can shout out everyone here from this series, especially in this comeback nature.
I mean, I think nowadays Showmaker is making all the champions look so OP. That's why like BDD play Victor.
I know, he got so baited.
He's baiting all the mid laners right now.
It's crazy that you can't just say like you're the only one actually just winning those champions. And you say, oh, it's pretty good. And I think I was actually surprised there was a one team fight as well. Like he made the wall and he went into the 1v5 and he threw the rock and he landed every single ability that he can actually did, and that actually carried the whole fight, and it was super big.
Yeah, and we saw the difference when Jiwoo wasn't able to land that Ezreal Mystic shot.
Oops.
Every ability matters when you're going for those kills. Umpty going with Shiwu saying, I solo kill when I am on 2 deaths. That's right. Even in a deficit, he'll find a way. The solo kill that made the start of the comeback,
wow,
it was as valuable as a quadruple.
Everyone is mentioning about that solo kill, like, including me as well.
Yeah, it was a huge.
Yeah. I think everyone got like some same perspective about the game. I think that was the huge point for the comeback. It was a great turnaround right there.
All right. Let's see what else that we have here. Are you afraid of the Shiwu who just passed the GED? So the graduation that happened earlier that Hyeji asked Shiwoo about is the General Education Development Tests were the academic subject tests in the States and its territories certifying academic knowledge equivalent to a high school diploma. So it is obviously something that the players can do while they're pursuing their pursuits in professional esports.
Yeah.
To show off, hey, look, I'm still getting my general education.
That's crazy.
So basically, he won both.
Yeah, because I didn't finish my high school still.
What?
Wait.
Yeah.
You quit during the.
Yeah, I'm still my highest educated is still stuck in middle school.
Oh, okay.
I'm jealous.
You can do it for sure, man. Do it.
Should Huni go back to school and get his high school?
Yeah, she was
Wow.
smart.
So that means Shiu is smarter than Huni now.
Yeah. Is Shiwoo smarter than Huni?
I'm actually dumb. I'm
Yeah.
actually dumb.
Isn't Shiu now Hyung of Huni?
I feel like I should get
That's what Jisun said. Because, you know, you're
Yeah.
you're hard stuck at the middle school. But
Yeah, you're
Shiu
a middle
just
school.
passed the exam.
Siu Young, please, please give me the lesson. I need the lesson, please. Thank you.
What subject were you the worst at?
English.
Wait, what? Really?
That's crazy, you know?
Really?
I was at English. I got like 4 points out of the 100.
Wow.
I got 1 right
That's great.
out of 25.
I was good at Korean and English,
How
but
did you
really
do
bad at
that?
mathematics.
I'm so bad.
Thank goodness to EULCS
But
for
but what about you? Were you just good at studying?
Yeah, I was
Like
pretty
30
good.
years ago,
Remember?
right?
Remember 30? Remember the
No,
30
that's
years
not from
ago?
me. That's from Jisun.
I was bad at. I was good at a lot. I was bad at.
Oh my God,
Guys,
it
it's
takes
been-
so much
it's been
time
30
because
years.
he's boomer,
Let's-
right?
let's
He's
go
so
stand
boomer. He
in.
can't
Let's
even
just
remember
go
what
see Kenny, but-
happened.
I think I too was bad at English. English was like my toughest subject. Literature, reading was hard. Speaking good, reading.
Not so good.
Let's read the standings together as D plus Kia have gotten themselves out of 5th place here in the Legend Group. They now overtake KT and are 1 win away from the top 3. Of course, they've got a couple in the lose column ahead, but D plus slowly climbing back on up.
I mean, we all knew that DK is playing good now, but what about KT? What are they gonna do about it?
They're 3 losing.
They literally had 3 AD carries. 1 is gone, and now you have 2. But you're trying out, but you don't have time. The season is gonna be end
In month.
in month.
Three games left for them.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they need to stick to one single player. I don't think swapping around the player is gonna work for them. They need to either stick to Fenrir, give him a chance, or make Gio
Better.
somehow make Gio burst happen once more. But it doesn't seem good for them.
Yeah, if it's the Jiwoo-verse, maybe it's just taking time to build. As we take a look at Jiwoo's former squad, Kiwoom DRX up against BNK FearX tomorrow in our first match. And then it's a huge one in the Legend match. It's Genji versus Hanwha Life Esports, a rematch of last year's LCK Finals. And both these squads very much needing a victory.
I predicted HLE once again. I know the matchup is always favorite for Genji, but I believe them. I think they can make it. What about you?
I don't know. I don't believe anyone right now. I think
What?
it's so hard to predict. It's by the day and it's a pick and ban. Like you see like randomly Olaf just becomes first pick and then randomly counter pick, and there's so many every single time it just gets different.
That's why League is so fun.
I know you guys.
That's why LCK is the best.
You guys have to watch a game tomorrow.
I can't believe you got 1 question out of 25 right on a test. Oh, man. All right. Learning more about our castmates and learning more about the meta. You can do both if you tune in tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action. Bye-bye.
KT 롤스터 개막 이후 8연승. 아우라 생명 진짜 완전히 KT를 파괴해버렸습니다. 10연승에서 11연승으로 1라운드 하나 생명이 2라운드는 KT가 왜요? 밴디는 어디서 이런 선수를 데려왔습니까?
여의차가 올라가 있지 뭐 전차가 질 줄 알지 역대급 LCK예요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.